Volume 2. Chapter 101, Misunderstanding. Chapter 101, Misunderstanding. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Ah! Anfey screamed. He clumsily reached out his hand, trying to grab the opponent's whip, but failed. Luckily, he moved his head to the side at the critical moment, which helped him avoid the hit on his head, but he got whipped hard on his shoulder. With a painful scream, Anfey fell from the horse. Fortunately, he grabbed the opponent's legs while he was falling. He just hung there by hugging her legs. That woman's horse riding skills were not great, and she almost got pulled off the horse by Anfey. She got mad and pushed Anfey's head with one hand as she whipped at Anfey's back with the other. Anfey was hurt, and he loosened his grip on her legs. He slid down from her thighs to the lower legs and then continued to slid down. Finally, he fell on his back on the ground with a boot in his hands. People around them laughed quietly. They did not think Anfey was a dangerous person so far. They just felt it was ridiculous that a magic apprentice dared to harass women on the streets. It seemed that morals were degenerating day by day. Many of them had done things like this before, but they picked the right person to harass. Anfey was just asking for trouble himself. The woman sensed that her foot was cool. She looked down, finding her boot in Anfey's arms. She felt shamed and mad. She suddenly pulled the reins, and the horse raised up his four legs into the air. The horse's forelegs were falling on Anfey. The woman wanted to kill Anfey. Anfey rolled to the side and barely dodged the horse's stomp. He stood up clumsily, still holding the boot in front of his chest. It seemed the boot could protect him. He looked extremely panicked, which made others laugh even louder. Bastard! F***ck off, a mercenary yelled, rushing over. Tiger of Tao mercenary group had sent 300 mercenaries to welcome the princess. He was one of them. He yelled at Anfey, but it sounded like he was helping Anfey. Anfey and he were both mercenaries, and he understood it was not easy to be a mercenary. In addition, if the bodyguards of the princess killed a mercenary in the public for whatever reason, it would stir up the mercenary groups. He had to stop her. The woman was so mad that she would not let Anfey get away easily. She pulled the sword out backhanded. The other mercenary, who worried about their huge difference in position, did not dare to stop her. Anfey was shocked. He turned around and started to run. He yelled, "Susanna, help me!" Susanna, who had been waiting for a while, finally saw Anfey's signal. She urged the horse on and rushed to Anfey. She jumped off the horse without paying any attention to the watchers. She held Anfey still, with white lights radiating around her. Her big eyes showed her coldness and desire to kill that woman. She quietly stared at the woman. The woman could not help pulling the reins to stop the horse. She nervously looked at Susanna. In Anfey's previous world, to know the ability of the opponents, they had to fight. The professionals could tell their opponents' abilities from the first few moves. In the magic world, it was more direct. They did not have to fight. They could tell from the combat power around Susanna that she was a powerful person. That woman did not dare to fight with her. Black 11 stood behind Anfey and Susanna, concerned. Anfey and Susanna kept secret what they had discussed from Black 11. Black 11 thought these two were looking for opportunities to pick a fight. He was worried and mad at the same time. Young people are so naive. They like to rush into things. Not mentioning the slim chance to kill the princess during the day, even if they were sure that they could kill the princess in a split second, how could they tell which wagon the princess was in? This business caravan and Snowfox mercenary group were his people. He had tried very hard to disguise them. Even if Anfey could have killed the princess, his intelligence network would have been seriously destroyed. It would not be a good trade-off. Seeing a senior swordswoman on the battlefield, the princess's bodyguards became nervous. The sound of horses' footsteps came from a distance. Two swordsmen were fast approaching them on horseback. They radiated combat powers around them. Obviously, they had been put on alert. Judging from the combat power radiating from them, they were just as good as Susanna. The guy in black had said that there were 4 senior swordsmen. These should be 2 of them. They rushed onto the battlefield and saw the woman and Susanna standing facing each other. They felt the situation was quite strange, since they should already have started to fight if Anfey and Susanna were killers. It seemed that the two parties were confronting each other over something. The king had asked them to strictly follow the discipline in the army and avoid confrontation whenever possible. They trusted their soldiers and believed they must have not have picked the fight. If Anfey and Susanna started it, it did not seem to make sense either, since a senior swordswoman could not fight with a few thousand mercenaries, especially with some senior swordsmen among them. The mercenary who yelled at Anfey before saw the 2 senior swordsmen coming. He hurried over to the horse, whispering to them and nodding at Anfey. It looked like he was explaining what had happened. After he finished, the two swordsmen did not know whether they should laugh or cry. Anfey saw Susanna had already come to his side. He had straightened his back and rolled his sleeves as he talked quietly with Susanna. People could tell this loser was telling on his wife. Susanna frowned and finally lost her patience. She grabbed Anfey's ear, which Anfey secretly liked. It hurts, it hurts. Let it go. It hurts. Anfey had his head tilted and screamed in pain. Those two senior swordsmen could not help guffawing. This world had become strange to them. Some people in power, who had strong combat power or lots of money, harassed women, but they had never seen anyone harassing a woman whose wife was a senior swordswoman. This was ridiculous. They thought Anfey deserved to be disciplined by his woman. The princess's bodyguards also tried not to laugh out loud. The tension on the battlefield started to loosen up. "Madam," one of the two senior swordsmen called out. "First of all, I have to apologize for my husband's rudeness," Susanna interrupted and said coldly, "but you have already punished him. You guys need stop now. I think this is a misunderstanding." The senior swordsman turned around and gave a scolding look to the woman who caused all these troubles. Then the woman finally put the sword she still held back into the sheath. The senior swordsman said, "I also would like to apologize to you for our rudeness." His experience as a senior swordsman were so extensive that regular people were not comparable. He felt Anfey and Susanna did not look like wife and husband, more like a couple who were still dating. Since Susanna had already referred to Anfey as her husband, he had to call her Mrs. instead of Madam. When Susanna heard the word Mrs., she blushed and gave Anfey a dirty look. As Anfey had talked to her about this plan, she was against it and asked to call him brother instead. Anfey insisted that she call him husband. She agreed in the end. Thinking about what had happened between them, she blushed even more. The blush and the dirty look she gave Anfey made them look like a couple. The senior swordsman had been watching Susanna. Seeing the blush and the dirty look, he was even more sure that they were just a couple still dating. He turned to look at Anfey. Anfey's terrific acting skills would not allow him to see anything from it. The hatred in Anfey's eyes seemed to prove how stupid and shallow he was. That senior swordsman watched for a while and thought, how could such a beautiful girl like such a loser? "Mrs., I am Ganbi of Central Swordsman Battalion in Shansa Empire." "May I know your name?" the senior swordsman asked politely. Senior swordsmen were not formidable, since there were about 100 or more senior swordsmen in each country. However, such a young senior swordswoman was rare, which could mean Susanna could develop into a new top powerful woman. He could do such a good thing for the Shansa Empire if he could build a good relationship with Susanna and get her work for them. Based on this logic, he talked with respect and courtesy to Susanna, who he guessed by her age could only be his niece. Sorry, I cannot tell you no," Susanna apologetically responded. "No problem. No problem." The senior swordsman smiled gently as he glanced at wagons the Snowfox mercenary had protected. He looked at Anfey and found the wagons of Snowfox mercenary were going in the opposite direction of theirs. The idea of going together and building a relationship on the way was not going to happen. Anfey looked like a loser, but one lucky enough to find a good woman. He was not interested in talking to Anfey. "If there is nothing else, we are about to leave," Susanna said slowly. "I hope we can meet in the future." The senior swordsman was cool. He walked his horse the other way. Susanna and Anfey returned to Snowfox Mercenary Group. Snowfox Mercenary Group took orders from Black 11, but Black 11 did not tell them the real reason for this mission. Luckily, they did not know, otherwise they would misunderstand that Anfey was ready to kill the princess. They would have not acted as calmly as Black 11. If they sold them out to their opponents, it would ruin the whole plan. Seeing Anfey joining the mercenary group, the mercenaries in Snowfox Mercenary Group looked at Anfey with a sort of disdain. In this world, people judged each other based on their powers, at least among men. Anfey had acted like a such loser. "Anfey." Black 11 walked up to him. He whispered and complained to Anfey, "What did you just do? You freaked me out. I thought you had gone crazy and wanted to kill them right here." "No, I only left some marks on them." Anfey looked at the whip mark on his shoulder. That woman used her full force. If he was not good, he would have died under the horse. "Marks?" Black 11 was shocked by Anfey's talk. "If they reach Blackwater City in 3 days, we can find them no matter where they will be," Anfey said. "Are you worried that they will not live in Blackwater City?" Black 11 asked. "Yeah, it is always better to be prepared for different situations," Anfey agreed. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Timing. Chapter 102, Timing. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. When the caravan of the Shansa princess stopped, Anfey and Susanna had already turned back. They observed the campsite carefully. There obviously were smart men in her service, because the campsite was laid out very methodically. The site was divided into 4 sections, patrols and mercenaries dotted the camp. There were mages floating above the camp as well. Bonfires had been lit throughout the camp. These protections turned the camp into a fortress. Anfey watched for about 2 hours before deciding to return to Blackwater City. The only people that could make the impossible possible were gods. Anfey was an assassin, and his ability was limited. He wasn't one to take great risks, and his welcome ceremony for the princess must come to a stop now. It was already dusk of the next day when they returned to Blackwater City. Von Merge's ability was impressive. He had already gathered everything Anfey needed in 2 days. Although the man in black's ability was much stronger than Von Merge, Anfey didn't want him to know his entire plan. It was his habit from when he was still an assassin, and it benefited him. It was easier for him if no one knew exactly what he wanted, which would make it harder for people to interfere with his plans. The 4 mercenary groups all had fairly good reputations. None of the leaders had a record of abusing his powers or deceiving any of his allies. Of course, even if a leader did do such a thing, it would be on record. Afterwards, he would try to clear his name as best he could. However, everyone had their families and friends. The mercenary leaders could keep their own names clean, but they could not restrict their friends and families. Old Philip had never oppressed the people or abused his power, but his grandson Zita was infamously spoiled. Old Philip had done wrong, but was good at hiding it. Zita, on the other hand, wore his wrongdoings like badges. People who had done great wrongs might be looked up to, but people who had committed petty crimes were usually looked down upon. The man on top of Anfey's list was Davidson, who ranked 3rd in Glory Mercenary Group. According to reports, he had a short temper, and that made him an easy target. Anthony, the man who ranked 1st in the group, was not in Blackwater City. It was something that could be used to Anfey's advantage as well. Davidson had a younger brother called Orwell. Davidson and his brother were orphaned at a young age, leaving the brothers alone in the world. With no other means of income, Davidson had resorted to thieving. He was caught one time and was beaten. Orwell nursed him back to health all by himself. Davidson's mentor found them and felt sympathetic. He took Davidson with him, and returned later for his younger brother. However, they did not find Orwell. After a few years, Davidson returned to look for Orwell. By then, the two had taken completely different paths. Davidson was already a junior swordsman, and Orwell had become a thug. After Davidson befriended Anthony and joined Glory Mercenary Group, he had brought Orwell to Blackwater City as well. However, old habits die hard. Orwell was used to doing things his way, and was still a typical thug in Blackwater City. His brother was friends with Anthony, and everyone tried to move out of his way. Orwell knew his limits as well. He would not mess with people he knew he could not take on. Because he knew who to mess with and who he had to leave alone, he was able to live in relative comfort. Von Merge found out about these things through a friend of Davidson's, and felt they should be accurate. Anfey circled Orwell's name and told Von Merge to keep tabs on Orwell. He then closed his door and began meditating. If everything went according to plan, Blackwater City would be in chaos once he was done. He must improve his skills before then. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Anfey opened the window to the city's clamor. He looked out and saw a long line of carriages and carts in the streets. He knew that the princess was in the city. All along the streets, people of the city were out holding flowers. They were cheering loudly. Tiger of Ta was a powerful mercenary group, but getting such a big display was impressive. Anfey watched for a while longer before closing the window and leaving the room. The hallway was empty. Clark had already removed all the other patrons, and the new patrons in the 1st and 2nd floors were all working with Anfey. Their safety could be assured and there was no longer the need for nightly patrols. He knocked on Susanna's door, then poked his head inside and found it empty. Blavi pushed open Christian's door and called Anfey over. "We're all in here," he said. Christian frowned when Anfey walked inside. "Anfey, can't you tell us the next time you are going to meditate? We didn't want to bother you, but we needed you here to make the plan." "Sorry about that," Anfey apologized. "Why? Did something happen?" He knew what the problem was. He was only confident in himself, and the only person that needed to know the exact details of the plan. He was the leader of a team, though, and it may create a rift in his relationship with the team members if he kept things from them. Didn't you tell Von Merge to keep an eye on Orwell? We were there too, yesterday. He bought a little elf girl at the market yesterday. She looked like she's only 11 or 12. Elves live longer than us, Zubin said. She was probably already 50. I'm saying the way she looked, Christian said. Zubin, don't interrupt him, Anfey said. We saw Orwell taking the little girl to his place, and then we heard screams. Susanna and Sante wanted to go in, but I didn't let them. Christian smiled bitterly. Von Merge saw a few carts from Glory Mercenary Group coming out of his house the next day, and they buried something outside the city. It was the little girl. That's it? They blame me for her death. They tell me you wanted to kill Orwell, and killing him then wouldn't change much about the plan. I thought I did nothing wrong. We wanted to hear your take on this. Anything else? Susanna talked about the princess. Anfey, I don't think it's a good idea to assassinate her. She has 4 senior swordsmen, plus the people serving Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group. There is no way we can take them all by ourselves. Christian sighed and shook his head. Best case scenario, some of us would still die. Clark said that the marriage was political, and even if we kill one princess they can always send another one. Nothing else? That's it. First thing. I think you're right, Christian. I didn't tell you guys why we wanted to kill Orwell or the impact of it, and that is my fault. But if you had really killed him, that would have ruined my plan. Anfey, didn't you tell me to kill him? Von Merge asked. I said to kill him when the timing is right, Anfey explained. Christian did the right thing. Now, the next thing. You guys are getting good. At least you know how to analyze your enemies. You want to cancel the plan, too? No. I think we have a high chance of succeeding. My plan is this, Anfey said. He then proceeded to explain to the group his plan in its entirety. What do we think? He asked, looking around the room. Everyone was looking at each other. Those who were still relatively naive were shocked by how heartless Anfey's plans were. If they really go through with the plan, surely it would be a bloodbath. There would be so many dead who would not even know who killed them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Taking Action. Chapter 103, Taking Action. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Von Merge was drunk and wobbled as he walked. He sluggishly pointed at the wood building with his left hand as he passed by Anfey and Susanna. Anfey fanned away Von Merge's stink that was still lingering in the air. Anfey and Susanna slowly approached the wood building. Hey, man, what are you doing? A big man with a lazy look stopped Anfey. A middle-aged man with a hawk nose walked over to them from the wood building. This is my brother-in-law's house. Anfey pointed at the wood building and asked in surprise, Who are you? What are you doing here? Us? We are bringing pleasure to your sister. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man with the hawk nose laughed. You, F***ck off. I will beat the crap out of you if you continue to hang around here, the big guy yelled. I got it, Anfey said timidly. Wait, you can leave. This girl can stay. The middle-aged man with the hawk nose pinched Susanna's cheek. Susanna had kept her head down the whole time. They could only see her little sexy mouth, which was already such a temptation for the middle-aged man with hawk nose. Susanna shook his hand off her cheek and suppressed her desire to pull out her sword and kill him. She moved closer to Anfey. Huh, you got some temper. The middle-aged man with the hawk nose seemed to be more interested in Susanna, and tried to grab her chin. Anfey waved an arch with his arm when he saw no one else on the street. It was time to kill them. If he killed them a little later, Susanna could have lost herself and things would get bad. The big guy with a lazy look had blood splashed from his throat. The fast speed, sharp knife and the force Anfey put on the knife did not allow the big guy to make any reaction before his throat was cut. The other man's eyes were bulging, with his mouth wide open. Anfey thrust his knife forward and pierced through his throat. The middle-aged man slowly fell to the ground. He grabbed Anfey's arm as he fell. He gathered the only strength he had left and tried to attack Anfey. Anfey just moved his wrist a little bit. The middle-aged man with the hawk nose could even hear his own bronchial tubes and esophageal tubes get cut off. He lost all strength immediately, without even strength enough left to keep his eyes open. Anfey listened with his ears against the door to see if anyone was in the room, and then he pushed the door open and dragged the dead body into the room. Susanna dragged the other dead body behind him. Susanna gently closed the door behind her. They heard a woman crying and screaming from the room above them and men talking and laughing beneath them. Anfey waited for a second before he bent down and took off the Glory Mercenary badge from the middle-aged man with hawk nose. He carefully wore it on his chest and gently took off the hood for Susanna. He even tidied her hair for her. Her silky black hair on her shoulder accentuated her charm even more. Susanna looked up at Anfey. She had this unspeakable feeling every time she saw him killing people. She had killed many people as well, but she had thought it was so cruel to kill anyone. She was not sure how Anfey thought about killing. The way Anfey killed people and his facial expression after the killing made it look like it was as easy as crushing bugs. Anfey glanced at Susanna up and down and said, "Okay." Susanna bit her lips but did not say anything. Anfey smiled and started to walk loudly to the room. Susanna walked slowly behind Anfey. It was a diner inside, with 4 big men sitting around a table with few bottles of liquor. Judging from the amount of liquor left in the bottles and cups, they had not been sitting there for long. They did not have a chance to drink to their fill. They were shocked for a second when they saw a strange man and woman walk into the room. "Hey, you are." One of the guys saw the Glory Mercenary badge on Anfey, so he believed Anfey was their ally since they were all in the Glory Mercenary. They had never seen Anfey before, so they felt a bit strange. "Bill asked me to find Master Orwell." Anfey had a bright smile on his face. Bill was the middle-aged man with hawk nose. "Let me introduce this lady to you guys. This is Miss Jenny, a junior swordswoman." "Oh." The 4 guys all looked at Susanna. Blackwater City and White Mountain City were the most important distribution centers for magic crystals on Pan-continent. Entertainment facilities usually went hand in hand with distribution economics. There were definitely many beautiful women in those entertainment facilities. It was undeniable that Susanna was the most beautiful one, no matter where she was. Naya was famous for her beauty in Saint City, but she was not as beautiful as Susanna. There was no point in discussing how beautiful Susanna would be in Blackwater City and White Mountain City. Those 4 guys were fascinated by Susanna's beauty. They just stared at her without even trying to hide it. Their greedy looks were disgusting. Anfey coughed. He winked at those 4 guys as he talked. Miss Jenny was from Alibaba Mercenary Group. Something unfortunate happened in Alibaba Mercenary. The whole mercenary group with more than 20 mercenaries were killed by a manticore. Only Miss Jenny survived, so she wanted to join our Glory Mercenary Group. She only needs a person to introduce her to our mercenary group, so I am taking her to see Master Orwell. Anfey explained in a simple way, but also clearly made his point. He wore a look of "you know what I mean." These 4 guys finally understood what was going on and what Anfey meant. One of the guys immediately showed a sincere look on his face. "Miss Jenny, please accept my sincere condolences. If you join Glory Mercenary Group, you will like it." "Right, our Glory Mercenary Group is the best. We welcome Miss Jenny on board," another guy said. "Thank you." Susanna still had her head down. She knew her acting was bad. Her eyes would have sold her out, so she had to keep her head down, which in turn accentuated her female features and made her look more adorable. "Do you have more glasses?" Anfey smiled. "Come here, bro." "Here you are." One guy pushed a glass over and winked at Anfey, signaling Anfey they got what was going on. It was Bull's Carrot * tea that Anfey wanted to introduce her to Glory Mercenary Group. He was trying to send a woman to Master Orwell. If Anfey had not said Miss Jenny was a junior swordswoman, which they felt could cause trouble, they would have pressed Susanna on the table. Anfey took the glass with a smile and poured some liquor in it. He also moved the glass out of Susanna's sight and took out a small paper package. He poured the powder from the paper package into the glass. This action could not be seen by Susanna, but the guy sitting across from Anfey saw it clearly. Their eyes brightened up. They had done this kind of thing many times before. They knew very well what Anfey was doing. One of the guys even hid his hand under the table and secretly raised his thumb for Anfey. It meant, "Good job, man. You prepared everything. Awesome." They had not met Anfey before, but since they were in the same mercenary group and were the same kind of people, they already considered Anfey as their brother. Anfey pushed the glass over to Susanna. "Miss Jenny, would you like to have a drink?" Those guys' eyes moved with the glass, waiting for Jenny to fall into their trap. Susanna glanced at the glass and shook her head. "I don't drink this kind of liquor." "Do you have wine?" Anfey was shocked and looked up. "Bro, do you have wine?" "Yes, I am going to get it." A guy stood up and hurried over to the wine cellar. "I am a little hungry. Do you have steak?" Susanna said with a blush. "Sure." The guy couldn't help heaving a sigh. This little girl was a bit much to handle. Why couldn't she just freaking drink that glass? Anfey smiled bitterly and gave that guy a look. The guy had no way but to stand up. He muttered something and turned around. He walked to the storage room to look for steak. They had to do what she wanted before she would drink the liquor with the powder in it. They were worried that if they fought with Susanna, a patrol would come by because of the strong combat power. They would be fine with the patrol, but they would let Susanna off the hook. Anfey put his arm on Susanna's shoulder with a smile. "Miss Jenny. Get away from me." Susanna's face suddenly darkened. Anfey looked awkward and shrugged. He stood up and walked over to the two guys and took a seat between them. Those two guys were not suspicious about Anfey's move. They even gave Anfey a gloating look. They thought to themselves, "Man, you are running into trouble now. Why do you have to rush into things?" Suddenly, they heard a bang from upstairs. It sounded like something fell on the floor. Anfey looked up. Was Master Orwell in bad mood for the past few days? Maybe his mood will get better today. Ha ha ha. That guy felt cold on his throat before he finished his laughing. He could not laugh anymore. The other guy had all his attention on Susanna and did not know what Anfey had done. He smiled and asked, "Miss Jenny, are you from Alibaba Mercenary Group?" "I never heard of that mercenary group." "When did Alibaba Mercenary Group register?" "Hasn't registered yet." Anfey smiled. "Oh?" The guy turned around to look at Anfey in surprise. He thought to himself, didn't he say they were all killed by a manticore? How come they haven't registered their mercenary group yet? He saw a metal reflection when he turned around, and then fell onto the chair and died. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, Hard to Escape. Chapter 104, Hard to Escape. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey wiped his bloody dagger on the man's shirt. He stood up and walked towards where he had been watching from earlier. As he rounded the corner, he saw another man hurrying toward him with a jug of wine in his hands. "Look," the man said, grinning proudly. "Look at this wine. Some of the best." "It's a bit murky, isn't it?" Anfey asked. "No way," the man said. He raised the bottle to his eyes. The bottle obscured his eyes, so he did not see Anfey making a move to slash his throat. He felt his body weakening, and when the bottle fell from his limp fingers, he looked at Anfey in confusion. He could not understand why Anfey would do something like that. Anfey caught the bottle in his hand. He grabbed the man and lowered him to the ground, silent. In the storage room, another man was cursing and rummaging through the room. Steaks were readily available to everyone, and didn't seem to be available in this room. Anfey pushed through the door and entered the storage room. "What are you doing here?" the man asked. "She didn't want steaks anymore," Anfey said, shrugging. "Asking for turkey this time, dot." "Where am I supposed to find that?" the man asked. "What can I say? She's picky. Just try and look for it. Something is better than nothing." "God damn it," the man cursed. "Wait. Help me look for it." Anfey nodded and began flipping through things on the shelf. Soon he stumbled across the steak the other man was looking for. "Isn't this steak?" "You found it," the man moved over and asked. "It's raw, though," he said. "I'll go cook it," Anfey said. He handed the man a packet of loose powder. "Don't let her see this," he said. "Don't worry," the man said. He accepted the powder. "Is it powerful?" "Of course," Anfey said, grinning. "Very much so." The man smirked and nodded. He hid the power packet in his left hand and left the storage room. As he walked past Anfey, he saw a silvery flash out of the corner of his eye. He was the highest-ranking man under Orwell, just after Orwell himself, and was a junior swordsman. Anfey's movement was sudden and fast, and he was distracted, but he was still able to grab the dagger. Anfey's wrist twisted, and left the dagger partially in the man. He took out the manticore's sting and stabbed the man in the face with it. Before the man could summon his combat power, his body had already frozen in place. Anfey removed the tail and pierced the man's throat with his dagger. The man fell to the ground limply. Anfey walked out of the storage room calmly. Once outside, he saw Susanna's angry face. "You were going to drug me?" she asked. "It's an act, Susanna," Anfey said. "Don't take it personally. You can't just try to drug me." All right, Anfey said. "I'm sorry, all right?" Let's take care of that guy upstairs first. Susanna snorted and turned her eyes away. Anfey took out a piece of black cloth and hid his face behind it. He then handed one to Susanna, who looked at him curiously. If you don't want to kill every witness, you better wear that, Anfey said. Don't forget, there's an extraneous woman up there. All right, Susanna said. She tied the cloth around her face carefully. Anfey moved over and pulled a hood down over her hair. Her hair was too distinctive and should be hidden in case someone saw it and linked it back to her. This move, purely out of concern for secrecy, seemed less innocent than it was. The two were close enough that, if someone was watching, they could be mistaken for a couple about to kiss. Anfey had treated Susanna as a friend, and so felt nothing. However, Susanna felt slightly uncomfortable. Whenever Anfey breathed on her, she felt a strange sensation in her stomach. However, she did not say anything. All right. Anfey took a step back and looked at her. The two ascended the stairs carefully, avoiding any unnecessary sounds. There were only 4 rooms, and Orwell didn't care who heard him. Please, a woman's voice said. My husband will kill me. Orwell laughed. He didn't care if the woman's husband would murder her. He knew that the husband didn't have enough power to come after him. Stop, the woman cried. It was too late. Her refusal meant nothing to Orwell. Anfey stood quietly by the door and waited. Next to him, Susanna was flushed red, and her breath was getting heavy. Scenes like this did not have an effect on Anfey, but they did on Susanna. If she wasn't on a mission, she would likely have fled the scene. The woman's moans were getting louder. Orwell's movement was clearly getting faster as well, evident from the creaking bed frame. Susanna turned to Anfey. Seeing that he was unaffected, she turned back and decided to endure. Her hands were slightly shaking, however, because it was all too much for someone like her to take in. Finally, Orwell groaned loudly. Anfey kicked open the door and hurried inside. He then jumped into the air and lunged towards a shocked Orwell. Orwell suddenly flipped and placed the woman on top of him as a shield. Anfey moved his wrist and avoided the woman. His dagger made a deep cut on the left side of Orwell's face. Orwell yelped in pain. He threw the woman at Anfey and reached for his long sword. Just then, Susanna dashed into the room. Her sword, coated in white combat power, aimed straight at Orwell's chest. However, she was stunned by his nakedness, and her aim was slightly off. Her sword only caught him in his abdomen. Anfey jumped upwards and around the woman. Then he held out his dagger and jumped towards Orwell. Because of his wound, Orwell was slower than he otherwise would have been. His fingers had only found his sword when the dagger pierced his wrist. Even though Orwell had used his combat power, it was too weak and couldn't shield him from that level of attack. The dagger left a deep wound on his wrist, severing even one of his wrist bones. Anfey blinked in surprise. If it was a normal man, the whole hand would have been severed from the body. Orwell screamed in pain. His right wrist was severely damaged, and he had no more strength left to draw his sword. In a moment of panic, he swung his left fist at his attacker. However, he was in too much pain to properly fight. Anfey avoided his attack easily and buried his dagger in Orwell's neck. Susanna stabbed him in the chest hard with her sword. The sword went through Orwell's body and nailed him to the bed. Orwell's body twitched a few times, then his head rolled to the side. Blood dripped down from the side of his mouth, and then he was still. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, Confrontations. Chapter 105, Confrontations. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Done, Anfey sighed. He pulled out his knife and gently blew on the streams of blood. Obviously, the material of the knife was far from the best in the world, so the blood was still left on the knife after a few blows. Susanna also heaved a sigh. Her face turned to the side as she lifted the sheet with the sword to cover Orwell's body. Her heart was still pounding fast. She thought to herself, a man's body is so weird. Anfey slowly walked to the candlestick and blew hard to put out the light. He thought to himself, even though I cannot blow off the blood on the sword, I could at least blow out the light. He walked to the window and gently lifted the curtain to see if anyone was on the street. The street was still empty. The combat power was released but was withdrawn very quickly, so no one should have noticed it. The woman lay still on the floor. She looked like she had passed out. She lay flat, so they could see her curvy body. Anfey relit the candle and looked down to see the woman clearly. Her face was pink. Hey, Susanna called out unhappily. She almost made a mistake by calling out Anfey's real name. Luckily she realized it and stopped herself. Anfey fixed his eyes on the woman and then bent down to open her eyes with his fingers. Anfey stood up, thought for a while, and looked at Susanna. His fingers felt a little resistance when he tried to open her eyes. It meant this woman had not passed out. She seemed to be very smart to protect herself. "We will bring so much trouble to the master," Susanna said with a coarse voice. "Do you think the master would be afraid of Glory Mercenary Group?" "Don't forget the princess has reached Blackwater City," Anfey sneered. "This bastard killed 9 of our people. Are we going to just let it slide?" "But," Susanna said. "But what? Even if this issue gets out of control someday, I am not afraid of it." "He killed our people first," Anfey said. Susanna sighed. "What are we going to do with this woman? She has nothing to do with Orwell. She is just a poor woman being used by Orwell." "I do not want to hurt her," Anfey said. "Orwell died right here." "Glory Mercenary Group would not let her go," Susanna said. "I have no control over Glory Mercenary Group." Anfey sounded helpless. He looked outside to see if there was anyone on the street, and then he said, "Let's go. We need get out of here right now." ********. The celebration during the day had finished. Leftover flower petals were everywhere on the streets. They were dancing with the wind, giving the air a hint of fragrant flowers. It was dark, with neither stars nor moon in the night sky, while the station of Tumon Commercial Union was bright with countless torches and lanterns. This station had turned into a sleepless city. They had high security, with 4 junior swordsmen on watch on both sides of the door and a senior swordsman beyond the door. On the street, passing the Tiger of Tao mercenary station, an old man around 50 years old slowly walked out of the dark. His gait was very noticeable. After every step, he paused before taking another step. His eyes shone with coldness, looking straight ahead. One of his hands lightly held onto the sheath. Looking at his face and hands, it would have been hard to believe they belonged to the same person. His face wore many wrinkles, while his hands looked young without any age spots. The veins on the back of his hands were vague and did not look like the hands that'd been through many fights over the years. There were people walking out of the darkness one by one behind the old man. More people appeared in the alleys on both sides of the street and on the fences around the houses. They continually joined the main force. When the old man walked to an area about 400 feet away from the Tiger of Tao mercenary station, he already had over 300 people behind him. Some of them were swordsmen, some mages, even warriors from Dwarf tribe and archers from Elf tribe. That old man looked calm, but with a pair of furious eyes. The people behind him looked nervous. Since the day the country of mercenaries was established, the 4 largest mercenary groups were closely matched in power. No matter how many conflicts they had and how many traps they had set for each other, they neither confronted each other in public nor had any bloody fights. Today they gathered here to fight with Tiger of Tao mercenary. It was a rare moment in history. Therefore, they could not help being nervous. For junior swordsmen on watch at the entrance of Tiger of Tao mercenary had noticed something unusual. One of them rushed into the station to report, while the other 3 nervously watched the newcomers. A junior swordsman forced himself to walk up to the man when he was 90 feet away from the gate. He asked, "Master Davidson, how can I help you?" Davidson was the 3rd most important person in Glory Mercenary Group, but he had nothing to do with Tiger of Tao mercenary group. The commanders of the 4 largest mercenary groups were respected very well. They were all called masters. Actually, it was an appropriate way to address them. "Ask Muli Tao to get the F***ck out here," Davidson said coldly. "What? What did you say?" The junior swordsman could not believe what he had just heard. Davidson went to the party that Muli Tao held 3 days ago. They were talking and laughing at the party. Why did Davidson suddenly curse him today? "Ask Muli Tao to get the F***ck out here," Davidson yelled. He pulled out his sword, and his body radiated with strong combat power. With sword radiation breaking through the sky, the sword hit the gigantic festive red lantern hung at the entrance of the station. The lantern split in half. It shook a little before it fell to the ground and burned into 2 bright flames. The junior swordsman took a breath because he knew they would have a rough night. He did not dare to stop the furious Davidson. Therefore, he turned around and hurried into the station to report to his supervisor. In a little while, the sound of heavy steps came from the station. With a huge explosion, the unlocked entrance doors flew forward, rolled more than 30 feet, and fell hard on the ground. The entrance door was made with 15-inch thick agala wood. It was so heavy that anyone who could kick it so far only showed how strong he was. Davidson's face twitched out of fury instead of fright. Sadie slowly walked through the broken door. He was the third eldest son among the 9 children of Muli Tao and Hachbini. His talent, ability, and even his looks were remarkable, otherwise he would not marry the princess of Shansa Empire when his elder brother had not married yet. Maybe because his single life had been disturbed or for other reasons, Sadie looked furious. Kicking down the door showed his bad mood. His eyes met Davidson's, and they stared at each other. No one wanted to look away. He even sneered, "Old madman, if you had Viagra, you should have gone home and slept with a female pig. How dare you come here and try to make a mess? Are you looking to be killed?" Both Glory mercenaries and Tiger of Tao mercenaries were so shocked by his words that their jaws dropped. Sadie was a gentleman. He always talked with courtesy. What happened to him today? He scolded that bodyguard with cursing words. They could not understand what happened to him. Davidson was one of the people in charge of Glory Mercenary Group, while Sadie just assisted in the management of mercenaries. Sadie had lower ranking in the mercenary group. He was only the age of Davidson's nephew. He should not have talked to Davidson in such a disrespectful tone. It did not matter why Sadie said what he did, Glory mercenaries still ran behind Sadie in case the opponents would start the fight. Davidson was so mad. His younger brother had been brutally killed. After an investigation, he found out that someone in the Tiger of Tao mercenary group had killed him. He came here to demand an explanation. Before he could even blame them for killing his younger brother, a nephew-aged kid scolded him in front of hundreds of people. He was humiliated. Luckily, as a senior swordsman, he was tough, otherwise he would have died of rage. Okay. He laughed angrily. His face twisted and looked scary. The blood vessels even showed in his eyes. From a distance, it looked like his blue eyes became red. Most people would have panicked under Davidson's furious stare. Sadie was not scared. He even stepped forward and slowly and determinedly pulled out the swords on his waist. Davidson brought his people here, but he did not mean to fight. He was one of the few important people in a super mercenary. He completely understood what made the country of mercenaries survive among other countries. He only wanted to force Muli Tao to hand over the person who had killed his younger brother. However, facing a young man scolding and cursing, his rationality slowly gave way to anger. His hot temper made this situation even worse. Davidson held the shaft of the sword tight. He was positioned to attack Sadie at any time. Suddenly a female voice was heard from the station of Tiger of Tao mercenaries, "Sadie, back off." After hearing this voice, both parties felt relieved. That voice represented a legend. Hachbini enjoyed even more fame than her husband. Muli Tao was renowned for his strong power, while Hachbini earned many people's respect because of her kind heart and mercy to others. Glory Mercenary Group, Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group, Brothers Union Mercenary Group, Wind Thunder Mercenary Group and many others had benefited from Hachbini's help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, To Shoulder Justice. Chapter 106, To Shoulder Justice. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Hachbini was very fair. After her son killed a mercenary after being careless with his carriage, she knelt in the street to apologize for his misdeeds and paid a large amount of money to the deceased man's parents. Not only that, she began treating his parents as her parents, and would take care of them. She was kind, and as an elven priestess, she knew the ways to heal a man's body. She would often use magic to cure the mercenaries of their injuries. She was also just. The country of mercenaries had a complicated geography. Not only that, magic crystals were concentrated there. Naturally, thieves living there began to band together and eventually formed gangs. There were many people who enjoyed the benefits but did not put in any work. Therefore, every year Hachbini would lead the mercenaries of Tigers of Tao out to eliminate the bandits. In a world where only the strongest survived, Hachbini was a beacon. When mercenaries talk about leaders of other groups, the opinions would differ. When someone mentioned Hachbini, however, the mercenaries would be full of respect. The intensity in Davidson's eyes dulled a little. His fingers relaxed, and he stood there quietly, waiting. A slender shadow walked through the door. Hachbini had a head of golden curls, her green eyes, set on her gentle face, were bright and clear. Her well-shaped lips were a deep pink, and her nose was slightly hooked. Normally a nose like that would make a person appear sly, but on Hachbini it only made her look wise and collected. Hachbini appeared so much younger than her actual age. She looked she should be a teenage girl, but in reality she was the mother of 9 children. When she was with Saeed, she looked more like his younger sister. Hojebelai did not like to dress up and had often appeared in simply white dresses. This made her appear somewhat otherworldly. Mother, Saeed called. Stay back, Hachbini ordered. Saeed was brave enough to fight Davidson, but in front of his mother he was still a boy that followed her orders. Ma'am, Davidson said. He took his hand off the sword and bowed to her. He could attack her son, but he must respect her. Davidson, why are you causing so much commotion? Hachbini asked. Do you know what kind of influence this will have once the news gets out? Ma'am, my brother Orwell was killed by your men, and all I want is justice, Davidson said, his voice cold. After any other incident, he could pause and take a step back. Only when Orwell was involved would he make such rash decisions. After all, Orwell was his only brother. Orwell was killed? Hachbini asked in shock. What does that have to do with my people? Davidson waved his hands and a woman was brought to the front. Ma'am, she was the only survivor. Not only did she witness the murder, she heard the killer's conversation. Where did this happen? Hachbini asked the woman. In my home, ma'am, the woman replied fearfully. Hachbini saw the fear in the woman's eyes and the sadness in her face. She remembered Orwell's reputation, and it wasn't hard imagining what had taken place. Hachbini was once a slave, and she hated the men who would act on their urges without a second thought. She smiled coldly. Keep going, she urged the woman. When Lord Orwell was, 2 people came in. A man and a woman. To keep Lord Orwell. Don't be scared, Hachbini said gently. Be more specific. Don't worry, no one will hurt you here. Thank you, ma'am, the woman said gratefully. She thought about the event for a few moments before continuing. That's all I saw, ma'am. When the killers came inside, Lord Orwell threw me at those people, and after that I just laid on the ground and pretended I had fainted. What a man Lord Orwell was, Saeed mocked. Everyone had heard the woman's words. Orwell was clearly using the woman as a shield against the attack. The mercenaries chattered and murmured amongst themselves, laughing at how heartless Orwell was. Davidson's face twitched. He was Orwell's brother, and he knew how terrible Orwell could be sometimes. He knew full well that Orwell would not hesitate using someone else to shield an attack. He felt his face turn red from the embarrassment. Hachbini snorted. Even though she was a very controlled and sensible woman, she had a bottom line as well. She could not stand men who oppressed and took advantage of women. Whenever she heard about it, she would uncontrollably get angry. Then? The man looked at me, and I was so scared and kept still. Then the two talked. What did they say? The woman said doing this would cause trouble, and the man said the princess is already here, and there is no need to be afraid of Glory mercenary group. The man also said that the bastard, Lord Orwell, killed 9 of his men and he couldn't take it anymore. Davidson's body tensed up at the word bastard. On the other hand, Hachbini and her son had only laughed. Truthfully, everyone had thought Orwell was a bastard, and who knew how many innocent women he had assaulted. If it wasn't for Davidson, Orwell would have never lasted this long. Saeed had no problem displaying his emotions. Hachbini was calmer, but she was as uncaring as her son was. Orwell should never have lived as long as he did. What else did they say? Then the woman asked what they should do with me, and the man said I was just a poor woman and he didn't want to hurt me. The woman said. She couldn't control her emotions and started sobbing. Hojebelai walked up to her and patted her back. Anything else? She asked gently. The woman said Lord Orwell had died in my home and that Glory mercenaries would never let me go. The man said he couldn't do anything about it, the woman said. She suddenly grabbed Hachbini's arm and shrieked, "Ma'am, please. Help me, please. I said no one would hurt you, didn't I?" Hachbini said gently, taking the woman's hand into hers. "Ma'am, you heard what she said," Davidson said coldly. "I would ask you to hand over the killers." He was, in fact, at a disadvantage. It was strange trying to find justice for Orwell, since many of his victims did not get justice, but in the end Orwell was still his brother, and he couldn't let his death go unavenged. Hachbini was silent for a few moments, then said slowly, "I want to investigate this first. We do, in fact, have a team missing right now. I will give you an answer when I finish investigating. What does your missing team have to do with Orwell? What does his death have to do with us?" Hachbini asked coldly. The woman heard what they said. "The princess is here. Which other princess is coming to Blackwater City except for the princess of Shansa? If Orwell had nothing to do with the missing team, why was he killed?" Hachbini asked. "I told you. I will give you an answer after I've conducted a thorough investigation. If the missing team is related to Orwell's death, may I say he deserved it. Kindness and generosity didn't mean weakness. When Elysian Empire's bandits were captured by her people years back, even the leader of the Glory mercenary group Anthony himself had come to her, asking her to release the prisoner. She resisted the pressure and executed the royalty of Elysian she had captured. So you are protecting the killer? I am trying to find the truth, Hachbani said. Saeed, take the poor thing inside. You, go find the images of the missing team. Please, this way, Saeed said to the woman politely. With Hachbani against him, Davidson couldn't do anything. Saeed had the upper hand, and had won the day, but for some reason he could not feel joy. Instead, he found himself frowning and strangely anxious. Davidson's eye twitched a few times, but he did not stop Saeed from taking the woman. First it was Orwell's death, then it was the insults from his nephews, now this clash with Hachbani. His anger was ready to boil over. The only thing that kept him from attacking was the woman's status and fame. If he had really attacked her, it could potentially turn into a devastating power struggle between the mercenary groups. Now, he did not expect Hachbani to hand over the killers. Even if she only verbally promised to find the killers, he would take his men and leave immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, Interlocked Stratagem. Chapter 107, Interlocked Stratagem. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. In a short while, the housekeeper walked out with a crystal ball in his hands and gently passed to Hachbani. She took over the crystal ball and quietly chanted for a little bit. Images appeared in the crystal ball one after another. When a sweet and cute priestess appeared in the crystal ball, Hachbani was shocked for a second and turned around, looking at Davidson coldly. Davidson felt his heart skip a beat. Davidson thought to himself, did Orwell really harass that priest, and when he found out she was from Tiger of Tao mercenary group, he killed the whole mercenary group to cover it? Davidson, you can leave now. Hachbani looked disgusted. Obviously, she speculated the same thing. Madam, are you asking me to leave like this? Davidson's vicious mind encouraged him to reach his hand to the sword shaft. No matter what would happen, he could not go back like this. Even though he did not have to take revenge for his little brother, he had to save his pride. So? Do you want to come in to have some tea? My place is too small to have so many guests. Hachbani slowly moved back a step. She had noticed Davidson's evil intention. Goddesses were very powerful on the battlefield, but they had to stand at the back of the army. If senior swordsmen and goddesses were fighting face to face, goddesses could be killed in a second. Fine, Davidson screamed with rage. He decided to kill her without thinking of consequences. An angry yell came from the distance, Davidson! A person covered with white combat power rode a horse quickly towards them. The person rushed to them in the blink of an eye. With a banging sound, dirt arose in the air when the person got off the horse. He was the second most important person in Glory Mercenary Group, Chanteller. Davidson, what are you doing? Chanteller yelled. Bro, someone in Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group killed Orwell. I am coming, Davidson explained. Go back, right now. Chanteller interrupted his talk. Bro, Davidson called out. I said go back. This is an order. Chanteller's whiskers trembled intensely, which showed that his anger had almost reached its limit. He was only 1 year older than Davidson. But he looked 7 or 8 years older than Davidson. Capable people tended to work more. Smart people tended to think more. Commander Anthony only gave directions on big issues. Chanteller was in charge of all other issues. Chanteller had worked diligently for over 20 years. With the hard work over the years, he looked old for his age. Chanteller was working on something in the station when a mercenary came in and reported to him that Davidson had taken his comrades to Tiger of Tao mercenary group station. His little brother, Orwell, had been killed, and the witness had claimed that the killer was from Tiger of Tao mercenary group. Chanteller was astonished by it and rushed over to Tiger of Tao mercenary group immediately. Tiger of Tao had just had a political marriage with Shansa Empire. They were still at a sensitive stage, where anything could trigger a conflict and turn it into a disaster. There were loud noises from the street. Chanteller was a deep thinker and very cautious. His intention was to stop conflicts, but he also sent the main force in his mercenary group to Tiger of Tao mercenary group just in case he had no control of the situation when he got there. He could not watch his mercenary group get hurt. He would take it when it was necessary, but he was not afraid of fighting with anyone if it was needed. Davidson quietly watched Chanteller as Chanteller looked at Davidson. They looked at each other for a while and then Davidson put his long sword back into the sheath, turned around and walked away. They were brothers who had experienced ups and downs together for so many years, so Davidson knew Chanteller's temper. He was used to listening to Chanteller, so he made a compromise at the last moment. Chanteller sighed with a relief. He turned to Hotchpenny. "I am sorry for the inconvenience caused to you, madam." Hotchpenny opened her mouth a little bit, but did not come up with any words. She looked far down the street, while group after group of glory mercenaries surrounded her. They had blocked the whole street. "Chanteller, what are you doing to me?" Hotchpenny said calmly. "It was a misunderstanding." Chanteller heaved a slight sigh, raising up his hands. Glory mercenaries saw his signal and slowly moved back. The mercenaries in the front stepped back while the ones in the back tried to move forward. It was a mess, and they did not know which direction they should go until the section commander blew the whistle. "Madam, if there is nothing else, I will be leaving now," Chanteller said quietly. "Take care." Hotchpenny still looked very calm. Chanteller helplessly nodded at her and walked away. He knew what Davidson had done already created a great divide. This divide would not diminish anytime soon. It would not matter what he said anyway. Misunderstanding? Hotchpenny watched Chanteller's back with sadness in her eyes. Asterisk. Susanna, can you knock anyone down without using combat power? Susanna, what are you thinking? Anfey asked quietly. Huh? What? Susanna acted like she just got woken up by someone. You? Anfey shook his head. What are you thinking? I am thinking you are a formidable person, Susanna said. Me? I am formidable? What do you mean? Anfey was confused. Anfey, how did you know Chanteller would send the main force there? Susanna stared at Anfey. Silly, it was so easy to guess. Anfey just realized what was going on. He could not help smiling at Susanna. But how come I could not guess it? Susanna asked. That is why I said you were so silly, Anfey said. You? Susanna was so mad that she turned her head away. She did not want to look at Anfey. Okay. What are you mad about? I am stating a fact. Anfey made it even worse by saying so. He found he got strangely interested in just seeing Susanna get mad. Susanna tightened her lips. She neither talked nor refuted him. In fact, she did not have anything to refute. Seriously, Susanna, can you knock a person down without using combat power? Anfey secretively pointed somewhere in front of him with his hand. I cannot do it, Susanna said. In fact, it should be easy to do. The key is the area you attack. Anfey had a serious look on his face. He decided to show Susanna some basics about martial arts. How to do it? Susanna asked. You can slowly thrust your sword out, aiming at this area. Anfey turned his head, pointing at his artery on the neck to allow Susanna see it clearly. Did you see it, the area I pointed at? As long as you thrust upward, you can cut off the opponent's artery. Your opponent would not have any chance to make a sound. Susanna kept quiet, but she started to make some moves. Anfey pointed at his own artery on the neck more than 10 times without hearing any responses from Susanna. He turned around curiously to see. He suddenly saw Susanna's sword tip shaking around his neck artery area. Anfey was shocked and jumped back. What the heck? What are you doing? You could have killed me. Susanna tried not to laugh. She twisted her wrist a little bit and hid the sword at the back of his arm. Say something. Do you think you can do it? If not, we will have to just fight with combat power. These people should not be able to stop us. The key is the speed. It would be too late if we wait for Chanteller to come back, Anfey said quietly. I should be able to do it. Susanna nodded. Okay, watch me, and we will attack them together. Anfey quietly moved to the other side. Glory Mercenary Group Station was quiet. The yard in front of Anfey and Susanna was an important area. Usually 24 junior swordsmen in 8 different groups were on watch in turns. Chanteller sent his best teams out today to deal with the potential conflicts, so the soldiers on watch in the yard now were just regular soldiers. 3 medium-level swordsmen had the highest level among other soldiers. Most mercenaries crowded into the rooms and chatted with each other. There was a mercenary lazily leaning against the wall at the corner, while 2 other mercenaries squatted in the grass next to the fence. They only had one topic: Orwell had been killed. This was sensational news. They knew Sadie had a hot temper and would not just let the killer go. If he had conflicts with Tiger of Taao mercenary group at other times, they would not be so concerned. However, it was a sensitive time right now. The wagons of the princess's caravan had just arrived. Thousands of soldiers were not nothing. If the wagons and Tiger of Tao mercenary group fought together with their mercenary group, they could only run away. The mercenary leaning against the wall at the corner yawned. He suddenly noticed a person's shadow on the fence facing him out of the corner of his eye. Before he could respond to what he saw, that person had already thrown himself on the mercenary, while the other two mercenaries were still chatting not far from him. That mercenary was shocked. He felt the pain on his neck and saw a cloud of blood mist in front of him before he could warn others. Anfey slowly pulled out a knife and listened to his surroundings. He looked at a magic array 90 feet ahead of him. Glory Mercenary Group was one of the 4 super mercenary groups, but there was a huge difference in power and finance compared with other 3 mercenary groups. This magic array was only a medium-sized one and it would not start unless it was necessary. Seeing mercenaries chatting about Orwell being killed in the rooms and no one noticing anything outside their rooms, Anfey hunched in the grass and rushed towards Susanna. Susanna moved to the side to save some room for Anfey. They hid in the dark together. Anfey took out a bow from his dimensional ring and aimed at the crystal above the magic array. Susanna slanted her head and glanced at Anfey. She had a good memory and she remembered the first time Anfey could only tighten the bow 70 or 80% of the full stretch. He could easily stretch the bow to its utmost now. Susanna was not stupid. She knew what this meant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Secret Unveiled. Chapter 108, Secret Unveiled. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The arrow struck the magic crystal in the middle of the portal. The crystal was covered with tiny cracks, then shattered with a loud bang. The light above the portal grew incredibly bright, runes flashed into sight then disappeared as fast as they had appeared. Let's go, Anfey called. There was no need for hiding anymore. Susanna summoned her combat power and dashed out. The portal's explosion had drawn many mercenaries. They hurried out of their residences and ran towards where the explosion took place. If the mercenary group's high-ranking members were here, or if there were some swordsmen or magisters present, they could pose a potential threat to Susanna. However, the ones that were left at the campsite were some low-ranking mercenaries. Susanna was able to cut through their ranks like a hot knife through butter. The ones that arrived later saw that Susanna had slain a dozen mercenaries in a few seconds' time, and were terrified. They hurried out of her way. This was the difference between mercenaries and actual soldiers. Actual soldiers had rules that needed to be followed. The mercenaries, on the other hand, had much more freedom and fewer rules. If this had been an army camp, the soldiers would have tried to stop Susanna with their lives. A few senior mages tried to attack Susanna with fireballs, wind blades, and ice arrows. Anfey used his bow and defended Susanna from the mages. The shields the mages used were not very effective. Anfey's bow had no name, but it was no normal bow either. Its powerful wind arrows destroyed the shields easily, and the arrows easily killed the mages. After 2 mages were killed, the other ones ran for their lives. The magical attacks ended. Susanna and Anfey easily made their way through the crowd. They flipped over the high wall and onto the street. A carriage stopped in front of them, and the two jumped onto it. By the time the mercenaries hurried into the streets, the carriage was long gone. Anfey sighed in relief. He sat down on the carpet and asked, "Won't we encounter patrols?" There have been 3 robberies, 1 break-in, and 4 rapes. There are patrols to spare, Black 11 informed him. Good, Anfey nodded. I trust you. Black 11 felt strangely repulsed by his words. He opened his mouth and wanted to object, but in the end did not say anything. Why did you destroy Glory Mercenaries' transmission portal? Don't forget how powerful they are. It won't take more than a day to fix that. A day is more than enough, Anfey said. He grabbed Black 11 and whispered into his ear. Black Elven looked surprised. You're mad, he said. Never mind about that, Anfey said. Are you brave enough for this? This is the last step. If you don't want to help me, everything else will go to waste. Did you even think about the consequences? Consequences? My goal is to make this place as chaotic as possible. Then why don't you wait until the Shansa Princess's caravan leaves the city? This way both Glory and Tigers of Taal mercenary groups will fight each other until one side is completely defeated. It doesn't benefit me to have both sides seriously harmed. I'd rather leave the Tiger of Taal in full force and have Anthony avenge his mercenaries later. Anfey, you have a good plan, but let me be honest with you. Anthony, Chanteller, Muli Taal, Hotchbini, these aren't the people you can fool. If they realize that something was off, if they can keep their composure, then your mistake is nothing but a failure. So what if they realize something? I'm not trying to discourage you, Black 11 said. I'm speaking the truth. You have never worked with them, but I know. Muli Tao, for example. It may look like he follows Hachbani's every order, but really, he was the one pulling all the strings. He pushed Hachbani out, so people pay little attention to him. In reality, he is the one truly in control. Anthony is good at keeping himself out of the eyes of others. There are very few people who have actually seen him. Most of the power is in Chanteller's hands. Unless something major happens, he wouldn't actually show himself. He may seem harmless, sure, but think. Anthony took over the group more than 10 years ago, and even now it still ranks at the top of the 4 mercenary groups. Anfey had never heard Black Elven talk so much, and was intrigued. He watched the man, and did not say anything. After Muli Tao married Hachbani, she helped to lead his mercenary group, but they could never beat the top 3. Now they must use political marriage to gain an upper hand. Think about it. What does that mean? It means that the other 3 leaders are people to be reckoned with. They are not people you can easily manipulate. Of course, Anfey said. You're right. However, you have ignored the power of hatred. Hatred? Yes. If enough blood was shed, it doesn't matter how powerful these people are. Even if they do realize something was off, they could do nothing about it. Think. Even if they can keep themselves calm, can they keep everyone else calm? Plus, they must have ambitions, as well. Turning the 4 groups into 3 means more power for everyone in charge, Anfey smiled. You said Anthony is mysterious and dangerous. What about Davidson? What you say makes sense, Black 11 said hesitantly. Just a little. Alright, let's talk about our plans. Can you find something suitable? Anfey watched Black 11 carefully. Don't tell me you don't know a single person close to Chanteller. Black Elven thought about it and said, I do know someone, but I do not have power over him. There are a few dozen of them all over the world. We don't have any contact with them. I cannot activate him, nor will he work for me without a letter from His Majesty himself. Glory Mercenary Group's transmission portal is destroyed, but yours is still functional. I need that person immediately. So I need you to obtain that letter as fast as possible, Ot. Alright, Black 11 said. The king isn't dead, is he? What? You don't need to hide anymore. Your expression when you talked about him has already betrayed you. If he really died, who would give you the letter? The commanding general would, just fine. Too late for that. There's no need for explanations. We are on the same side, Black Elven smiled bitterly. His own mind was on how to deal with the impending war in Blackwater City, and he had trust Anfey. Otherwise he would have never made such an elementary mistake. That's who's been following us, Anfey said. Clearly, out of the 3 people that had been following them, at least one worked for Yolanthe, who would have never wanted harm to come to Naya. He is doing this because of the war, isn't he? Yes, Black 11 said. Anfey already knew the secret, and there was no need to hide it. This is a secret, Anfey. Right now I should be thinking about killing you 2 off. This is a secret, and I need you to keep it at that. Else hundreds of others would die in vain. Don't worry, I will, Anfey promised. Black 11 sighed and shook his head. When this is no longer a valuable secret, I need you to tell me. What? I need it for an exchange, Anfey said, smiling. Else how am I supposed to get close to Anthony and the royalty of Elysian Empire? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Accident. Chapter 109, Accident. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Chanteller quietly looked at the destroyed magic array. He looked serious and cold. Glory mercenaries, including Davidson, all believed Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group had sent their people to destroy the magic array. Only Chanteller knew none of these had anything to do with Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group. The death of Orwell had nothing to do with Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group. How could any killer be stupid to leave a trace after he killed Orwell? Others did not know that he knew well about Morta and Hachbani. They were cruel and cold in fact. If they wanted to, they could have killed that woman. It would not be possible to chat at the killing scene and talking about the princess. Chanteller thought all of these were just to cover the truth. Who actually did it? Why would they do it? Chanteller was deep in thought. He felt something big would come soon. He had thought to report to the commander after he returned to the station. He could have asked him to come to Blackwater City as soon as possible. However, the magic array was ruined, and the connection between Blackwater City and White Mountain City was cut off. It had become hard to report to Anthony, not to mention sending him here with the magic array. Right now their commander should be practicing the sword skills to pursue the highest level in legend, and he had no idea what sensational news was coming out of Blackwater City. How long does it take to repair the magic array? Chanteller asked with a concerned voice. Not so sure. Master, we will try our best. A mage looked up with a bitter smile. What is the longest amount of time it could take? Chanteller was not happy with that mage's answer. He needed a specific time in order to make a series of plans. The enemies hiding in the dark must not be simple. It would take a lot of courage to plan a scheme that involved both Glory and Tiger of Tao mercenary groups. One day. Master, magic array will be able to work again in a day. The mage said. With that mage's answer, Chanteller heaved a sigh of relief. Compared with regular mercenary groups, Glory mercenary group was very powerful. If they wanted to hide away for just one day to avoid potential dangers, they should be able to do it. Chanteller. Davidson came to the yard with a group of mercenaries behind him. Go back to your room. Chanteller had no patience for Davidson and gave him a dirty look. Chanteller, what are we going to do about Orwell's death? Are we just letting the killer go? Davidson asked with a distorted face. Orwell would not die for nothing. I will investigate his death and give you an answer. You need go back to your room and wait for the results of my investigation. Pass my order that everyone needs to stay inside the station and no one is allowed to go out from now on. All other assignments will be postponed, Chanteller said with a serious voice. Davidson looked down. Although he and Chanteller had similar positions and they only had 1 year difference on age, he had respected Chanteller for the past few decades. A long time ago, Anthony had similar powers as Chanteller, and Davidson was far from them. After Anthony took over his family business, he asked Chanteller to be in charge of the daily management of Glory Mercenary Group. Everyone could only do so much in one day. Chanteller spent a lot of time managing the mercenary group, but he also had to spend a decent amount of time on practice. It was really hard to balance both. After giving it serious thought, Chanteller made the decision to take the responsibility of managing the mercenary group so he could spare some time for Anthony to focus on practicing sword skills. Anthony became a master swordsman and Davidson became a senior swordsman, while Chanteller remained a senior swordsman. Chanteller's sword skills were not as good as before, even a little worse than Davidson's. Both Anthony and Davidson knew what Chanteller had contributed to the mercenary group, so Davidson had to take some crap from him and was willing to take it when Chanteller asked him to do certain things. Chanteller had been in the wagon, thinking about how everything had been fine a few days ago and how could things just suddenly changed. Chanteller felt confused and could not find reasons for all the things that had taken place. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A poor mercenary hobbled on the street. Life had its ups and downs. There were many rich people in Blackwater City, but also many people who could not feed themselves. It was not strange to see both poor and rich people in the city. A wagon passed by a poor mercenary. That poor mercenary sneered, and then he rolled pretty far and laid on the ground, screaming in pain. He had his eyes opened wide, watching the wagon. If the people in the wagon did not care about him and continued to drive, he would report to the patrol. If they were nice people, maybe it was a good thing for him to be hit. He could get some compensation at least. An idea flashed in his head: should I look for opportunities to be hit? A new profession had developed. The wagon stopped, an old man jumped off and walked up to that mercenary. He only talked a little bit before the patrol came to the accident. Justice could only be provided by patrols. They would be able to facilitate the communication between the two parties. Chanteller's wagon just passed the crossing of the streets and suddenly stopped. He frowned and asked, "What happened?" "Master, it seems there was an accident ahead of us." "Patrol was there," the wagon driver answered. "Patrol?" Chanteller had an almost unnoticeable smile on his face. His fingers touched the sword shaft like he was caressing his lover. "Are you sure it is a patrol?" A smart person was usually very suspicious. Chanteller used to analyze it from different angles when something happened. He did not think it would be simply an accident. It was Tiger of Tao mercenary group's turn to have control over patrols this year. If Chanteller was attacked by a fake patrol, it would make the conflicts between Glory and Tiger of Tao mercenary groups even worse. "Master, it's a patrol. The wagon ahead of us hit someone. Patrol is taking care of it," the wagon driver said. Chanteller lifted the wagon curtain and looked outside, seeing a familiar back among a group of patrols with torches. The person facing the opposite direction seemed to notice something. He turned around to look. His eyes met Chanteller's. Chanteller smiled even though he was worried about things that had been happening. Seeing that person, he could not help smiling. That person was a tycoon in Tumon Commercial Union. His name was Robert. He was a very capable person, having many businesses with 4 super mercenary groups. He was one of the aggressive businessmen among others who had business with the country of mercenaries. The most important thing was he was a good friend of Robert's. Under the torchlight, Chanteller could see some hesitation on Robert's face. He called a housekeeper out and whispered something to him. That housekeeper turned around and ran towards Chanteller. After Robert left the country of mercenaries, that old housekeeper was in charge of managing everything. Chanteller had many contacts with him as well. He did not suspect anything. He lifted up the door curtain himself to welcome the old housekeeper. "Master," the old housekeeper whispered with half of his body inside the wagon. "My master said the next few days would not be peaceful. Please be careful." Chanteller was shocked and then he asked, "What do you mean?" "Master, these are the words my master asked me to pass on to you." "I did not know the meaning either," the old housekeeper said quietly. Chanteller looked up at Robert, but Robert looked away. Robert's body was relaxed. It seemed that he sighed. Chanteller seemed to understand something. Robert's capability was self-approved. In the past 20 years, Chanteller had seen young Robert grow from a regular businessman into a tycoon. He had enough people to help and protect him and only needed to hire a few mercenary groups as bodyguards. Robert was generous. He was a people person, so he had many friends. Chanteller believed Robert must have heard of something. However, for some reason, he could not tell him everything, so he sent his old housekeeper to give him a hint. Chanteller thought a little and gently knocked on the wagon. "You guys can go back now. I have to deal with something right now." "Master, take some fellows with you," the wagon driver said. "No need." Chanteller shook his head. He was a senior swordsman. As long as he was alert, he should be able to rush away from enemies even when he was in trouble. In addition, he had an SOS magic scroll and other magic tools in his dimension ring that he could use to save himself, so he was not afraid. In other words, he subconsciously trusted Robert. If he had to suspect their 20-year friendship, what else he could trust? "Master, take a few people with you," the wagon driver said. "If I said I do not need them, then I don't need them." Chanteller had already jumped off the wagon and walked in big strides to Robert. The patrol had almost finished its work. The injured mercenary did not care about his pain and had smiles across his face. It was obvious that Robert was generous and gave him a decent amount of money as compensation. Robert saw Chanteller walking over. He looked a little panicked and smiled bitterly. Chanteller seemed not to see his panic and bitter smiles and continued up to Robert. He smiled, "My old friend, I need to discuss something with you. You won't refuse me, will you?" "My old friend, why would I refuse to talk to you? Come on in and we can talk." Robert could not stop his bitter smile. He had a regretful look on his face. He seemed to regret leaking some secrets on impulse to Chanteller. Chanteller also felt a little bad about it. He did not like to put people in awkward situations. In fact, he really appreciated that Robert had given him some hints. However, at this very crucial moment, he had to dig up as much information as possible. He had to make Robert feel uncomfortable this time, but he would return his favor hundreds of times more once he could pass this dangerous period. Chanteller skipped the courtesy greetings and stepped into the wagon. He was a good friend with Robert, but they were different kinds of people. Chanteller's wagon looked like a regular wagon. Beside a carpet, there was nothing else in the wagon. He did not care for luxury goods. People who enjoyed luxury goods would not indulge themselves in so much work as he did. Robert's wagon was very fancy, with all kinds of luxury goods. Chanteller was looking at the wagon but could not take everything in at once. He was thinking what to say as he looked around the wagon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Bait. Chapter 110, Bait. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Robert, what happened just then? Chanteller asked. He needed something to start the conversation. He was the one asking for help, and if he asked what he needed without any warning, he could come off as too direct. My carriage hit someone, Robert told him. You could have just let your men take care of it. Why stay and do it yourself? It's my responsibility, Robert said. Chanteller nodded, his eyes was filled with admiration. He knew Robert very well after 20 years of friendship, and he knew that Robert's best traits were that he was responsible, loyal, and honest. Sometimes he could be a bit careless at times, but as the years went on, this trait was replaced by maturity due to his experience. Chanteller remembered, many years ago, when they went out to a gathering one night and all got seriously drunk. Robert and his lover of many years went to a tavern. The next morning, Robert woke up and thought the woman next to him was not his lover but a random prostitute. He threw a few silver coins on the bed and left without waking the woman up. When his lover woke up, she was furious after finding the coins. She found Robert and berated him loudly for it. They mended their relationship soon after, but this event had already made its way around. Of course, it wasn't seriously damaging to his reputation. There were very few people that refused to pay the prostitute, since the women did bring them pleasure. It was because Robert had paid the wrong woman that made the situation interesting. Many people spoke of the event and imagined Robert as someone who was adorably careless. We must have known each other for at least 20 years, Chanteller said. Say no more, old sport, I know what you're thinking, Robert sighed and said. I will never forget how I came by my first deal. If it wasn't for you selling me that batch of high-tier magic crystals at a discount, I would not be the Robert the First am today. Chanteller remained silent and smiled. All smart people had one tendency, and that is to observe others quietly while acting as if the other person was the center of the world. Sometimes, these people were able to understand what kind of person they were observing. Others would be baffled by the people they were observing. And others were fooled by the people they were observing. The last two types of people were often these smart men's downfall. The last type was especially dangerous. Chanteller had known Robert for 20 years, and was very familiar with what kind of a person he was. He didn't need to play the emotional card. All he needed to do was help Robert recall some memories. There were many truths that were buried by the flow of time. When Robert first started doing business, he often found himself at a disadvantage. Sometimes he knew he was going to be tricked, but as long as he made a promise, he would stubbornly follow through with it. Luckily for him, he had some secret patrons helping him, and every time he was down in the dumps he would always find a way to start making money again. Slowly Robert established the reputation of being honest and responsible, and more people began to do business with him. Everyone trusted him. Robert had become what he was largely because of his reputation. Of course, there were things Robert didn't know about Chanteller either. The story Chanteller told Robert about the magic crystals wasn't the full story. Back in the day, Anthony hadn't yet inherited the mercenary group, and they were still out in the world, training. They were on the way to White Mountain City when they discovered a few secret guards. Cargoes that required secret guards was usually very valuable and few in number. For unknown reasons, they didn't travel by the usual road due to the fear of being seen by others. Anthony and his men discussed the matter and, in the dark of night, attacked the guards. They found out that the guards were mercenaries from Brotherhood Mercenary Group, and that they were guarding some top-tier magic crystals they had stolen from the group. After that, Brotherhood Mercenary Group was meticulous about checking every merchant in the city. Anthony, however, wasn't one to surrender valuables. In the end, Chanteller found Robert, whom they had trusted, and sold him the crystals at the much lower price than the market price. He told Robert that there was another story behind how he had came by the crystals, and that Robert should immediately leave the city. After careful consideration, Chanteller made the choice he thought was best. He waited for Robert to make his own decision. Robert would tell him everything he should, and nothing that he shouldn't. Robert's expression changed. One moment he appeared hesitant, another he seemed troubled, the next looked nervous, as if he was fearing something. To Chanteller, this was normal. If Robert had immediately made a decision and told him everything, it would appear suspicious to him. "Sir, we're home," the old butler called from outside the carriage. Chanteller stared at Robert, who hesitated for a second and said, "Come in for a cup of tea, old sport." "All right," Chanteller said. If Robert wasn't going to tell him anything, then inviting him in for tea would be pointless. Robert was a business tycoon, and his home was decorated very lavishly. If he purposely made it seem squalid, it would appear strange and unlike Robert's personality. They walked through numerous strangely shaped doors on cobblestone paths. They passed through a blooming garden and towards a small building protected by magic. Chanteller lifted a brow. He had visited Robert's home many times and had been to every corner of the estate except for this building. He had always only observed this building from afar. Now that Robert was taking him there, it meant that whatever he was going to tell Chanteller, it was something serious. "My lord." A shadow walked out of the door. Robert waved his hand. The person began whispering a spell, and the light on the building began to dim. Chanteller narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that Robert was able to recruit an intermediate magister to work for him. Then he realized it wasn't anything serious. Everyone had a trump card, and Robert was no exception. He would show Chanteller this meant that he had trusted him. "Come in, old sport," Robert said quietly. He then turned and walked into the building, his slightly stooped back looking troubled. Chanteller walked in behind him. The magister whispered a spell and the light of the magic began to shine again. They walked into a lobby. The room was lavish and clean, and was clearly the home of a rich man. The large chandelier hanging from the ceiling was an everlasting light using magic crystals. This kind of lighting was impossible to find in a commoner's home. Even Glory Mercenary Group didn't use this kind. If Robert had used low-tier magic crystals, he could have wasted several dozen a day. Top-tier crystals could last for a few days at best. Chanteller was almost left flabbergasted by Robert's display of wealth. "Old sport, what should I say?" Robert said. He smiled bitterly and sat down on a chair slowly. He motioned for Chanteller to sit as well. "It's not that I don't want to tell you. That's like I'm conspiring with someone else against you. If I do, I am betraying others' trust in me. You're putting me in a very difficult position, old sport." Chanteller sat on the chair and looked at Robert, but didn't say anything. He knew in this situation listening would do him more good than talking. Robert invited him inside to offer him information. He couldn't express his gratitude with words. "Don't put me in a difficult situation now, old sport," Robert said. "I'll talk. You'll listen. Don't ask me anything. I can only tell you some things. I think it will be hard for you piece them together." Chanteller smiled and nodded. He appeared calm but was in fact very nervous. What was it that could make Robert so nervous? "You know how Shansa Empire invaded Manhwa?" Chanteller nodded. It wasn't a secret anymore. When Anthony told him about it, he had laughed about the situation and Anfey. He said that thank God Anfey had died early, or else he would be worried sick now. Manhwa Empire's people were contacting Brotherhood Mercenary Group. Chanteller felt his heart skip a beat. It was a short sentence, but it described a difficult situation. Manhwa Empire's people had contacted Brotherhood Mercenary Group? What were they talking about? Cooperation? Was Brotherhood Mercenary Group behind all of this? Chanteller thought about it for a second, and said, "Anfey is dead. None of the princes had the guts to do something like this. Could it be? Anfey died too unexpectedly, and didn't leave a will. All the princes had the right to the throne, so they have a lot to offer," Robert said, smiling. "Like I've said, I'll speak, you'll listen. Don't ask any questions." "Sorry," Chanteller said. Robert was right. The princes would offer amazing conditions in order to draw followers. Manhwa Empire was being invaded by two empires. Even if they weren't aiming for the throne, they could be doing this to preserve their empire. "There's something else, but you should hear it from an insider and not me," Robert said. "Let Hui Wei come in here." "Hui Wei?" Chanteller searched for the name in his mind, but couldn't find anything. After a moment, a young man with black hair and a blank expression walked in through the side door and sat down next to Chanteller. "Ask what you want, old sport." "Hui Wei, this is my old friend and my closest ally. Tell him everything that you know. Don't hold anything back." Robert stood up slowly and said, "You guys talk. I'll be outside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 111, Being Stupid. Chapter 111, Being Stupid. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Chanteller was shocked. It took him a while to realize what Robert meant. Robert must have agreed with someone that he would never tell the secrets to anyone. Robert chose the way he did under the obligation of friendship. Chanteller took a close look at Hui Wei and smiled. "I am the vice commander of Glory Mercenary Group. My name is Chanteller." "I know," Hui Wei said coldly. Chanteller's attitude did not change, and he still smiled, even thought Hui Wei was rude. He did not have patience to be courteous to Hui Wei, so he went directly to the topic. "I do not know what you can tell me?" "I can tell you something you definitely do not want to hear," Hui Wei said. "Please go ahead and tell me," Chanteller said. "I want you to die," Hui Wei was brutally direct. Chanteller was shocked, and a thick cloud of combat power appeared immediately. He was an old man, but his reaction time was actually shorter than a young man's. He reached his right hand to the sword shaft, while his left hand released a magic SOS scroll at the same time. Chanteller's heart dropped the moment he found that his magic signals were blocked by the magic array in the building. Chanteller's moves were done in the blink of an eye. A waving light circle diffused from Hui Wei. If Chanteller's combat power could be described as white snow, Hui Wei's light circle was more like boiling water. If a pot of boiling water was poured onto the snow, the white snow would be dissolved immediately. When the light circles passed through Chanteller, the thick combat power disappeared in places where the light circles passed through. If Chanteller had not been an experienced commander, this dramatic change would have caused him to panic. A proud, powerful man had been turned into a helpless person. Even thought he was cool, Chanteller was quite helpless in front of Hui Wei. Chanteller still quietly watched Hui Wei. It seemed whatever just happened had nothing to do with Chanteller. The side door opened again and Anfey slowly walked in. He was shocked when he saw that Chanteller's look hadn't changed a bit. Because of Anfey's experience as a killer, he had seen all kinds of reactions at the verge of death. Some were angry, some struggled, some begged, some tried to exchange wealth for their lives. Of course, some people remained calm. Anfey had the experience of killing a retired mafia leader. His hand was already on that old mafioso's neck while the mafioso just calmly looked at him without fighting back. Anfey was curious and asked him why he was so calm, knowing he was going to die. The old man told him that everyone would die someday. When Anfey gave him an admiring look, the old mafioso started his last strike. Anfey almost died at his dangerous game. Since then, Anfey understood the saying, curiosity killed cat. However, curiosity did save him once. Once Anfey took an assignment to kill a mainland businessman who was on a business trip to Hong Kong. At the beginning, everything went well, but he suffered vicious attacks at the end. Anfey was more experienced and skilled than the businessman, and he was winning. The businessman suddenly asked Anfey why he did not work for the country but instead lived in the dark. Anfey did not know whether he should laugh or cry about this question. He chatted a bit with him and learned that the businessman was a special agent in police department. Anfey realized that he was being used by his employer. It also could be a setup by the man's enemies to kill the special agent. He would have no good days left if he killed that special agent. No matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to against the government. He was just a 2-year beginning killer. His experiences were not so great. He knew what he would end up with if he fought with the government. Since then, Anfey had been smarter. He hired informers and created several identities. Every identity had certain social networks. Once he got an assignment, he would do a thorough investigation on the target and then decide whether he was going to kill the person. The informers gave him different information, some even conflicted with another. He had to find the reasons for the conflicting information. He gradually developed his own way of doing things. He would proactively cancel the assignment if he thought the target could not be killed or did not deserve to be killed. Did you do all of these? Chanteller laid his eyes on Anfey. Anfey slowly walked to Chanteller and did not say anything. Anti-magic Terra? It was amazing. I thought anti-magic Terra the stuff of legend. Chanteller smiled. Can I see Robert? I want to ask him a question, only one question. I am sorry. Anfey finally talked. His wrist moved a little bit and a cool light appeared and passed through Chanteller's throat. Hui Wei could not help opening his eyes. He thought Anfey would attack Chanteller after at least saying a few sentences to him. Chanteller did not ask for too much. To fulfill what a dying old man wanted was a good deed. He did not realize that Anfey did not intend to talk to Chanteller at all. Anfey quickly took Chanteller's life. Black 11 hurried in from the side door and saw that Chanteller had died on the chair. The blood from the wound on his neck had dyed Chanteller's leather armor. He could not help smiling bitterly. Anfey, you killed him too early. Anfey calmly turned around to look at Black 11. Chanteller knows many secrets of Glory Mercenary Group. Since you had control of him, why did you have to kill him so early? Black 11 asked. It looks like Mr. Robert has told you about anti-magic Terra, Anfey smiled. Black 11 nodded. Yes, but unfortunately I came here too late. Do you think Chanteller would tell us? If he told us some fake information, how would you know which pieces of information he said were true or false? Chanteller has seen anti-magic Terra, but he still could keep calm. It showed how determined he was. What do you think you could do to make him tell secrets? Torture him? Anfey shook his head. How do we know if we never tried? Black 11 asked. Black 11 heaved a long sigh and then turned to look at Hui Wei. Robert was also looking at Hui Wei. Both Black 11 and Robert were good at controlling their facial expressions to hide their real emotions, but the two pairs of eyes were like the bright stars in the lonely dark sky, telling Anfey they were very excited inside. It was easy to tell what level of power Hui Wei had, which meant that the anti-magic Terra must be released in some way. Once Anfey's mercenary group learned the method to release it, they could create an anti-magic Terra as well. The power of anti-magic Terra was well known. However, it was still unknown what anti-magic Terra could do to master swordsmen, archmagi, and other people with high powers. However, the effects of the anti-magic Terra was not all-powerful. As long as they had a regular bow, they could kill any swordsman or magister once the anti-magic Terra was released. Wasn't it enough? Hui Wei still sat on the chair with his hands firmly holding onto the arms. His body was slightly trembling. For the past few days, when Anfey was not around, he tried to talk to Christian and others to build their relationship. He could tell only Anfey was cold-hearted in the whole team, while the rest of the team was easier to negotiate with. Anfey had done so much for the whole team. When Anfey wanted to force him to tell secrets in crude and torturing way, the team would be against him. When Anfey asked him to fight with a senior swordsman, he agreed without any hesitation. He meant to make Anfey like him, but who would think Anfey sold his biggest secret out? Hui Wei was very scared by it. Black 11 and Robert looked at Hui Wei up and down. If the stairs had any power, they would have torn his clothes off him. Who did not want to know about his secrets? We need send Chanteller's body to the station of Tiger of Tao mercenary group immediately. Who is going to do it? Your people or my people? Anfey asked calmly. I will have my people do it. Black 11 only glanced at Anfey and returned his gaze back to Hui Wei. Okay, let's go. Anfey smiled. Hui Wei, what are you sitting there for? Hui Wei could barely stand up. He slowly walked to Anfey, staring at him without words. His look was so complicated. Anfey walked outside. He seemed not to notice anything wrong. Hui Wei followed him. He could feel the stares on him. He wanted to get out of there as fast as he could. Anfey, you did it on purpose. Hui Wei yelled as soon as they had walked out of the building. He could not hold his anger or horror anymore. I just lost my patience with you. You can either tell me the secrets about anti-magic Terra or I will give you to others. You make a choice, Anfey said calmly. Are you crazy? Do you know that if this secret is known by others, many people would want to kill us? Even if I tell you about the secret, how long do you think you can survive? Hui Wei said. That would be my business. Anfey shook his head. You only need to know if you want to collaborate with me, you will become one of our mercenary group from today. You will experience everything with us, no matter whether we are in good or bad times. I am not going to die with you, Hui Wei yelled. You can leave as long as you leave behind the things I need, Anfey said. Hui Wei thought for a while without saying a word. He smiled bitterly. Anfey, I thought you were a very smart guy. I did not think you would do something so stupid. Go? Where am I going to go? No matter whether you will be able to survive or not, I will be their target. Then you have to trust me. Do you really think I would do something stupid? Anfey said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Counterattack. Chapter 112, Counterattack. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the middle of the Tiger of Tao mercenary group's campsite, there was a small building. It appeared to be a mage's tower, but in reality it had nothing to do with mages. Muli Tao commissioned this building simply because he enjoyed the view of the landscape around him. A group of mercenaries hurried towards the building, led by an intermediate swordsman. The rest of the mercenaries halted outside of the building, and only the swordsman pushed open the door and entered the building. It was one of the forbidden places within the mercenary group, and not everyone could enter it. Inside the building, Muli Tao was entertaining himself with a nature sound bird. These birds were very rare and valuable. Its feathers were radiant, and it sounded like a beautiful, constantly changing harp. When the bird was satisfied, it would sound bright and clear. When it was upset, it would sound sad and hoarse. The bird had become the staple of wealth among the wealthy and the powerful. However, because of the increased demand, the number of birds in the wild had decreased, and it had become more and more expensive. Hachbani sat next to Muli Tao and was deep in thought. Her son Sadie was sitting nearby and quietly conversing with an old man. Sadie appeared to be enraged, but he would never dare to explode here in front of his mother. The swordsman hurried inside and said, "My lord, we found this in Orwell's residence." He held out his hand and showed Muli Tao some Tiger of Tao badges. Muli Ta glanced at the badges, then turned his gaze back to the bird as if he did not care at all about the discovery. See, father. Orwell was the one that killed our men. Sadie shot up from his seat, angered. Sit down, Hotchbinny said, frowning. Sadie froze. He clenched his teeth, then unwillingly sat back down. My God, stop playing with that cursed bird. Don't you have something to say about this? Hotchbinny turned to Muli Tao and said. About what? Muli Tao asked, turning around slowly. What do you think about this? Why are you asking me? You make the decisions. Hotchbinny slapped the table and made a loud noise. Muli Tao jumped up from his chair and walked towards the swordsman. He grabbed the badges and played with them in his hands. Do you really need my opinion on this? Of course this had nothing to do with Orwell. Father, they found this in Orwell's residence. These aren't coins, there's no reason to collect them, Muli Tao said, shaking his head. Why would Orwell leave this in his home? Did he worry about everyone not knowing he was the killer? Or did he have a habit of collecting these? Found anything else there? No, my lord. It's clear, Muli Tao said, tossing the badges to the ground. This is planted evidence. He looked at Hotchbinny, then he went back to his seat and began entertaining the bird again. Sadie, you see? You need to pay more attention to your father, Hotchbinny said, shaking her head. What's the hurry? They're still young, Muli Tao said. Young? They are in their 20s. Think about us. What were we doing when we were their age? Hotchbinny asked. She finally found a chance to discipline her son, and she wanted Sadie to learn something from this. She didn't need Muli Tao ruining this opportunity. Usually the father was the one to discipline children, but in this family, the roles were reversed. Hotchbinny wanted to discipline her kids, and the nice parent was always Muli Tao. Muli Tao grinned and didn't say anything else. Just then, a mercenary hurried into the room and screamed, My lord! Urgent news. Chanteller is dead. Everyone in the room turned around, and their expressions hardened. The bird seemed to have realized its master's change in emotion and returned to its cage. Its song stopped, which plunged the room into utter silence. Are you sure? Muli Tao asked. He looked very serious, and the earlier carelessness was gone. Definitely, my lord, the mercenary said. What should we do? Hotchbinny asked. Even someone as inexperienced as Sadie realized the impact of Chanteller's death, let alone Hotchbinny. Asking this question didn't mean Hotchbinny did not know what to do. It meant that she trusted her husband more than she trusted herself. In the past, Muli Tao stayed away from the group's business and only made appearances during the most urgent situations. He tended to relay his orders through Hotchbinny, and time again proved his wisdom in doing so. For most people, Muli Tao did not have the charisma of a leader, but the ability. It was assumed that he led his mercenary group to glory because of his brilliant wife. Hotchbinny, however, knew her husband's true intentions. They had been married for 20 years, and no one knew him as well she. Muli Tao suddenly laughed. Whoever it was, they had to force Anthony to appear? Soon this person will learn the price of angering Anthony. My lord, Glory Mercenary Group's transmission portal was destroyed. They are completely cut off from White Mountain City. Muli Tao's hand shook. He stared at the mercenary, his eyes froze in rage. Looks like we need a plan immediately, Hotchbinny said, shocked. One accident wasn't enough to change anything, and they had the ability to reduce the impact. 2 accidents, however, produced a knot no one could undo. Knowing Davidson, he would come for revenge without consulting Anthony's first. Hotchbinny was worried because of the impending crisis. We're at war, then, Muli Tao said slowly. My lord! Hotchbinny cried out. I know what you're thinking, Muli Tao said. But we have no other choice. It's better to strike first than to sit here and wait to die. Hotchbinny frowned. She knew what Muli Tao meant. It would be better to attack first, before Davidson, because that way they could mess up Davidson's plan. Even though Davidson's commanding skills were dubious, Glory Mercenary Group wasn't one to mess with. The quicker they could calm the storm, the easier it would be preserve themselves. Muli Tao was right. It's just frustrating, Hotchbinny sighed. I know it is, Muli Tao said, shaking his head. We have other choices, Hotchbinny offered. If we immediately send men to Anthony and explain the situation. No, Muli Tao shook his head. If we don't send the right person, Anthony would never believe them. Unless we show up ourselves, of course. But have you thought about how Anthony may react? Write his order and have us bring it back? Do you think Davidson would believe anything we present? Anthony would never use our transmission portal. If he did, I think I might alter the portal and cause the greatest mercenary of our time to disappear. Anthony could just take us out. Glory Mercenary Group would suffer great loss here, and he would want some compensation. We would be stupid to go. Hotchbinny fell quiet. Anthony would, no doubt, try to hold them prisoner. It was a risky move. You forget about time, my dear. The men who did this must have made sure Davidson heard about this before us. Davidson must have already prepared himself. Even if we could go to White Mountain City and explain everything to Anthony, conflict would have already ensued by the time we got back. All right, Hotchbinny said. All right. We are at war, then. It's a good opportunity for us, Mooly Taw smiled and told her. Don't forget about the army outside the city. The kingdom is only so big. Better for it to be in 3 people's hands than 4. That way we all live better. If we could eliminate those glory mercenaries, Brotherhood and Thunderwind would take the chance and strike as well. I'll go prepare. The two, in a few minutes, decided the fates of Glory Mercenary Group and themselves. Wait, Mooly Taw suddenly said. I think it might be time to trouble your kin. Anthony is a master swordsman. We need our own trump card. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, Punishing the Wrong Person. Chapter 113, Punishing the Wrong Person. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The horrified residents of Blackwater City witnessed a sudden and bloody fight break out. Davidson led 2 groups of glory mercenaries in a surprise attack on the station of Tiger of Taw Mercenary Group. However, they were badly defeated as a result. Each individual had different personalities and ways of doing things. Davidson was brave, but he tended to rush into things. If Chanteller was still alive, his plans would have been more thorough. Davidson was simple and direct. He did not even bother to send people to check on Tiger of Taw Mercenary Group before he took revenge. Davidson first saw the scene where his little brother was killed and then heard that his respected brother had died. Hot-tempered Davidson almost went crazy. The stupid moves he did were predictable and understandable. The problem was whether his apologies would be accepted by others, especially the mercenaries who had trusted him and were willing to fight for him. Would they forgive a stupid leader? Morta hurried to the outskirts of the city. He had the chance to contact the bodyguards of the Shansa Empire princess and then, taking advantage of his administrative authority, asked the patrol to open the city gate. The Shansa Empire military, led by 4 senior swordsmen, marched into Blackwater City. The situation totally flipped. The people led by Davidson, even with help from the mercenary group led by Anthony and White Mountain, would be no match for an alliance of Morta and Shansa Empire. There was no doubt which side would win. Waves of intense magic surges were flashing in Blackwater City's sky. Countless people were running, killing, and screaming in the streets and alleys. One party asked their soldiers to kill all the enemies, while the other party struggled to fight back. Both parties went crazy killing people. Hatred actually could develop so easily. Different-sized mercenary groups in the city were so confused about what had just happened. The mercenary groups with some capability kept themselves in their stations to avoid confrontation, while the ones with low capabilities stayed in hotels to keep themselves safe. Regular citizens shut their windows and doors super early, afraid that something disastrous would fall on them. However, there were some people who liked this chaos instead of peace. Anfey was one of them. He hid himself outside the battlefield early, quietly watching it. At this critical moment, everyone did not have time to hide their real ability. Anfey could clearly sense the positions of the powerful men around him. As the leaders of mercenary groups, Davidson and Morta were fighting hard with each other. They were suddenly tied by a cloud of entangled ivies from the sky. The ivies were so tough, especially because hundreds and thousands were entwined together instead of just a few. Hotchbinny released the life magic, which only belonged to the elf tribe. It sped up the process of defeating Davidson. Davidson was thinking of rushing out into the sky. Morta and Hotchbinny had been husband and wife for more than 20 years, so they did not have to verbally communicate to know what the other wanted. The moment Hotchbinny released life magic, Morta had already rushed into the sky and got control of Davidson. Ivy was flying everywhere in the sky, which was fatal to Davidson but helpful to Morta. Only a couple of vines wrapped around Morta's waist, which allowed him to stay in the sky. His left hand was constantly making all kinds of moves while Hotchbinny sent Ivy to where Morta wanted to go. In the beginning, Davidson destroyed many ivy vines with his strong combat power. Hotchbinny was a senior cleric of life. She had similar power levels as Davidson, so wherever Davidson destroyed ivy vines, more ivy would grow up. The ivy was trying to wrap itself around Davidson. Davidson had missed the opportunity to escape from the sky. He was positioned to only do defensive moves without any offensive moves under the couple's attacks. This was a street fight, not a justified battle. Morta and Hachbani did not feel bad about fighting him together. Davidson was not stupid. He did not bother to ask them why the two of them fought against just one. He just tried to fight back as hard as he could. The 4 senior swordsmen from the wagons of the Shansa Empire princess joined the battle, which decided Davidson's tragic fate. The moving ivy suddenly disappeared. Davidson was exhausted. The swords thrusted towards him and sword radiance from the top had sent Davidson to hell in the blink of an eye. With the death of Davidson, glory mercenaries started to flee. Morta would not let them run away so easily. The main force was sent out searching for glory mercenaries. He wanted to weaken Glory Mercenary Group, which would allow Band of Brother and Storm Mercenary Groups the chance to weaken Glory Mercenary Group even more. Sadie was at the City Hall of Blackwater City. He took advantage of Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group's administrative authority to demand patrols to collaborate with Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group. He sent a few patrol lieutenants to the jail because they failed to follow his orders. Since the day the country of mercenaries was established, patrols remained neutral among mercenary groups. Patrols never took sides against any mercenary group. Although they needed to follow the orders of the mercenary group in power, they had the authority to overthrow the mercenary group in power if the mercenary group in power was harmful to other mercenary groups. What Morta had done was definitely against the law of country of mercenaries. It looked like the start of a chaotic period. The influence of Morta's action would be significant and have serious consequences. Even though Brand of Brother and Storm mercenary groups wanted to divide the benefits from Glory Mercenary Group for the time being, Morta's actions would be a problem once those two mercenary groups finished their benefit segments. No one knew why Morta did that. Was it because he wanted to wipe out the rest of the Glory Mercenary Group or take the opportunity to make a claim against others? Morta sent his main force throughout the city to search for Glory mercenaries. He had to try to make time. It was not because he worried about Anthony's coming, but because he wanted to prove his capabilities. If this conflict lasted several days and nights, he would not feel proud even if he had one. If Glory Mercenary Group was wiped out in one night, it would make all the mercenaries open their eyes wide to look up to Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group. He would not only win the battle, but also the reputation and fame. The opportunity Anfey had been waiting for finally came. He put on the badge of Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group. He strutted out onto the street, where blood had not dried yet, and buried himself in the crowd who were cleaning up the battlefield. Morta was actually very cautious. He only sent his own people out to search for Glory mercenaries. He kept some of soldiers of Shansa Empire in his own station to be on watch and other soldiers to clean up the battlefield. It seemed reasonable to send some of the soldiers to clean up the battlefield since they were trained for it. Shansa Empire had a different system in their military than Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group, so they would not even care what Anfey was doing. Even when Anfey met other mercenaries, the excitement on his face appropriately showed a winner's pride. Others could tell he had been through many bloody fights from the blood on his body. Regular people would not be able to tell anything wrong by observing Anfey. Anfey just walked to the station of Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group without any trouble. He had already seen the map of Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group's station. He memorized every route. Right before he reached his destination, Anfey had his face scratched by tree branches on purpose. He was in thought with his hand on his cheek. He made sure there was no body around and quietly emerged into the dark. It took a lot of money to make a model of the princess's house, but they did not do it for nothing. After Black 11 saw Anfey shooting the arrow piercing the wall and hitting the bed beams, he stopped doing half-assed jobs. He put a lot of effort into making this model. With limited time, it was a rough model, but it included a large area with more than 10 rooms and hallways. The benefit of having a model showed at just that moment. Anfey walked around there like it was his backyard. He swiftly passed the hallway and made a turn. He met the princess's servants twice on the way. He was able to quickly find a suitable place to hide. He finally got close to the princess's bedroom. The bedroom's door was not closed all the way. She must have felt safe, so she did not lock the door, Anfey thought. Anfey did not walk to the door immediately. He looked around and even up in the sky. He found a few places where he could hide before he slowly walked to the door. If anything happened, he could find a nearby place to hide, just like when he had met Princess's servants before. Anfey slowly pushed the door open a slit with his finger. Luckily, he only needed to move his body a little bit to be able to see what was inside the room through the slit. He saw a woman reading a thick book on the chair. Anfey frowned after he saw her. He had seen the magic image of the princess. He knew this woman was not the princess after just one glance. But the badge she wore belonging to the royalty did not make sense. He looked through the slit again. He felt she looked familiar. Anfey had a super memory. He tried to think and remembered she was the female bodyguard who had whipped him before. Anfey was 100% sure that she was not a princess, since others did not show respect to her. Even if Black 11's information was false, or the princess disguised herself as a bodyguard, how could those soldiers dare to laugh out when he flirted with a princess? They should have fought with him for life. Anfey jumped up onto the house beam. He was wondering what that female bodyguard with a royal badge was doing there. Was she the cover for the princess? But what was the reason to have a cover for the princess? Suddenly, something flashed in his head. Black 11 got information that the princess's wagon route was in trouble a few days previously, but he was not able to find out what happened. Did the princess run away from the marriage? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, Turning Point. Chapter 114, Turning Point. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Did you do it? Susanna asked. They were worried about Anfey, who was out by himself. The group was gathered in a room prepared by Clark and waiting. When Anfey had returned, they turned their curious gazes on him. No, Anfey said, shaking his head. As long as you're back safely, we can find another chance, Christian said. It's not that there wasn't a chance. It wasn't the princess inside, so I left her alone, Anfey told them. Where's Clark? In bed already, I reckon, Blavi said, yawning. You all should go to rest as well, Anfey said. Did people from Tiger of Taw come today? They did, and looked quite angry as well. Wanted us to show them proof. They calmed down after seeing Susanna, though, Rizka said. Don't know when I'll become a senior magister. Where's your ambition? Blavi joked. You should say you will one day become an archmage. Because I don't live in a fantasy world, Blavi. All right. Everyone, let's go to our rooms, Christian said, waving his hand. We should rise earlier tomorrow. This is a critical time, and we should all be careful. Everyone stood and left the room, but Christian and Susanna stayed. Anfey sat down next to the table and began formulating his plans. Anfey, there's something I need to tell you, Christian said slowly. What is it? Everyone's been off lately. What happened? Are you guys hiding things from me? Can't you see? Anfey, you're the reason, Christian told him, his face grave and serious. Do you remember what Rizka just said? He wanted to be a senior magister. Everyone has their dreams. It's not a dream. It's a hope. Rizka has said the same thing many times. Dreams? Hopes? Anfey asked, smiling bitterly. I don't understand. Christian, tell me what you need to say. When we were learning with Master Saul, we were children. After everything that happened, we left to explore the world, with you. Christian smiled. We were stupid. No, Anfey, listening to me. We were stupid. We once doubted and we united against your decisions. Obviously, we were wrong. The world wasn't what we expected it would be. Even though no one said anything, after everything we've been through, we have all come to our own understanding about the world. Anfey's face grew serious. He thought he had taken enough care of his friends. He took care of them like a babysitter, and whenever they encountered danger, he tried to take care of everything himself. Like the assassination tonight. He could of course have let someone else take care of it. If the assassination had been successful, he would still receive the credit. If it failed, he wouldn't have to take the fall for it. If he treated the assassination the way he would a business transaction, he would act to benefit himself and try to avoid risks. However, was it the right thing to do? No, it was not. After listening to Christian's words, Anfey realized he had ignored his team members' change of heart. Whenever they encountered a danger or obstacle, he would tell them what they should and should not do. However, he had never told them why they should and should not do certain things. Anfey felt he needed to keep listening to Christian. This opened our eyes and increased our knowledge. We all wanted to prove that we are useful, that we aren't just children that need sheltering. Lately, though, you always tell us to stay here and only leave with Susanna. We all know we are not as powerful as Susanna and can't do as much, but you've got to let us do something. Christian, I'm sure Anfey is doing this out of goodwill, Susanna whispered. I sure he would hate to see you hurt. Anfey, I don't know how you became so skilled in fighting, and I won't ask. Think about it. Would you have this power if someone tried to clear every obstacle and danger for you when you started training? Christian asked slowly. Lately, even Rizka and I have to stay here in the tavern. The others were too scared to leave. Maybe some people enjoyed this, but not us. For us, this is a precious chance to train ourselves. We don't want to waste it. Anfey sighed but didn't say anything. Do you know who we are so envious of? Von Merge. He can leave any time he wants to gather information. We know that he has a lot of connections, but he wasn't born with them either. We can't help much, but whatever Von Merge can do, we can too. If you keep on telling us to hide, we'll never find a chance to change. 10, 20 years from now, we will still be as childish and clueless as we are now. Christian sighed and continued, Anfey, all we need is a word from you. Let us do something, even if it's small. Give us a chance to prove ourselves. Let them know that they matter. You've been so secretive, and you only talk to Susanna. Even I felt uncomfortable and useless. What must they be thinking? I've been wrong, Anfey nodded and admitted. This was one of his good traits. Whenever he realized he had done wrong, he was always quick to admit his fault and would never argue against it. No one's right or wrong here, Christian said, smiling. We all understand that you're concerned for our safety. That's all I need to say. Everyone's been practicing really hard lately to overcome their obstacles. That's not the right way to practice magic. It's too dangerous. Let's go out tomorrow, Anfey said. We can go around the city and gather some information. I'll go with you. All right, Christian said. I'll be in my room. Night. Anfey, you're not angry at him, are you? Since you're doing this because you're concerned for them. Seeing that Christian had left the room, Susanna moved over and asked Anfey. What kind of a man do you think I am? Anfey asked, amused. Christian was right. My way of doing things has not benefited everyone. If he didn't say anything, I would never realize my mistake, but. As long as you're fine with it, Susanna said, relieved. Susanna, you should be more like Christian. Whenever you think I'm doing something wrong, you should immediately tell me. The key to a good plan is communication. We're all friends here, and we can all come to an agreement. If we keep our thoughts to ourselves, fights are inevitable. Then I need say something, Susanna said. What is it? Why didn't you let me go and kill the princess? Do you think I'm too weak for this? You have to realize I am more powerful than you. That's not my intention, Anfey informed her. I was thinking. Oh, another thing, you should go check on that little unicorn. It hasn't seen you for a few days and is really sad. Susanna smiled and stood. I'll be going. You should go to bed soon as well. All right, Anfey said, nodding. Susanna walked over and pushed open the door. Hui Wei? What are you doing here? She asked in surprise. Is Anfey back? Over there, Susanna said as she moved out of the way. Hui Wei walked into the room and stared at Anfey. Susanna left the room and closed the door behind her, giving them space to talk. Know what you want now? Don't have much of a choice, now, do I? Hui Wei sighed and sat down in front of Anfey. Give me my ring. Anfey fished out Hui Wei's dimensional ring and handed it to him. Hui Wei accepted it and put it on his finger slowly. After a few moments, he sighed, and a bright ball of light appeared in his hand. So this is the secret to the anti-magic Terra? This is a piece of the will of the god of war, Hui Wei told him. If you can activate it, it will create a Terra around you. It can only last 30 seconds, though. How do I activate it? It's easy. It all depends on your mind power. Hui Wei had already told Anfey everything he knew without holding back. Anfey was already familiar with using mind power. The fights between spirits of the evil abyss depend on mind power. He was still relatively weak compared to the power spirits, but was nevertheless fairly skilled with mind power, or else he wouldn't have been able to control the fireballs with ease. Anfey slowly robbed the light with his mind power, but found the shattered will of the god of war was empty. Nothing was inside, and there was no reaction. What is it? He asked Hui Wei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, Testing. Chapter 115, Testing. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Do you think anti-magic Terra can be started at any time? It was restricted. Hui Wei smiled bitterly. What kind of restriction? Anfey asked. Shattered will of God of War can be started 3 times a year, Wei Wei answered. Only 3 times a year? How many times have you used it? Anfey continued to ask. It has already been used 3 times, Wei Wei said. Anfey had a half smile on his face. Do you mean this shattered will of God of War was just a waste now? How can you call it a waste? Cooling time will pass soon and you will have the anti-magic Terra in the legend. Anfey, I did not lie to you. If you still do not trust me, you can wait and see. Let the facts tell the truth, Wei Wei hurried to explain. I do not have time to wait, Anfey said, shaking his head. Wei Wei was startled for a second, and he felt his heart drop. He did take out Shattered Will of God of War from his dimension ring, which was the secret to operating anti-magic Terra. Before he decided to tell Anfey about the secret, he had given it a lot of thought. He wondered how Anfey would treat him. If Anfey did not trust him, he would end up in a very dangerous situation. The problem was he could not release anti-magic Terra to prove himself. The explanation did not matter to someone like Anfey, who was cold-hearted and only believed in facts instead of a person's explanation. Anfey, there is a secret that my ancestor died for in my dimensional ring. I think these secrets are more precious than anti-magic Terra. As long as you have my dimensional ring, I would not run away. Wei Wei passed his dimensional ring to Anfey. He was giving it his last try. He even threw out the secret that his ancestors tried to protect with their lives. Of course, no matter what would happen later, he would not give out the rest of the secrets. He needed to get Anfey's interest first. As long as he had value to Anfey, Anfey would not want to kill him. He could think about ways to escape later. Dimensional ring? Anfey took over the dimensional ring. He took a look at it with a smile and tossed it back to Wei Wei. This is your stuff, dot. Huh? Wei Wei hurried to catch the dimensional ring. He stared at Anfey. You did not look like you were lying to me. Anfey played with the shattered will of God of War. I have promised you that you will have your freedom if you can tell us the secret of anti-magic Terra. By then, you can choose to leave or to be our friend. Are you serious? Wei Wei asked. It does not look like there is any need to lie to you, does it? Anfey asked. I got it. Wei Wei put the dimensional ring on his finger seriously. The difference in his manner before and after was huge. He looked excited. Then, I choose to stay. Aren't you afraid of me asking about your secrets? Anfey smiled. If you really want to do it, you would not easily give my ring back, Wei Wei said. Good. Since we are friends now, I have to let you know that I was not proud of taking away your stuff, but as you can see, I was not affected in the anti-magic Terra. I really need it, but it would not be that useful for you. If archmages and master swordsmen are also affected by anti-magic Terra, I could easily kill very powerful men. When I saw Susanna's combat power was affected in Orc's village, I decided to get it no matter what it would cost me, Anfey said. I know, Wei Wei nodded with a smile. Anfey, there is a question I have always wanted to ask. Why were your martial art skills not affected? Did you practice the skills of gods? Wei Wei asked. I did not mean to know your secrets. You are trying to ask about mine. Anfey had a weird smile on his face. Sorry, I did not mean it. Wei Wei shook his hand immediately. I was just curious. You are one of us from today. You need think about what you can do for us. Anfey switched topics. All right. You can go back and take some rest. If there is anything you want to talk about, we can talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Wei Wei nodded. He stood up and walked outside. He stopped at the door. Anfey, aren't you scared? When the anti-magic Terra is known by others, maybe the whole world would be our enemy. There is no need to get scared. Anfey smiled, paused, then said, I know it is risky to do so. However, things will come sooner or later. We need to make a decision for ourselves. Asterisk. In a faraway city in Manhwa Empire, there were 2 people talking about the same thing as Anfey and Wei Wei were. Anti-magic Terra? Is it really an anti-magic Terra? Yolanthi asked in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty. Black 11 and Robert both have sent the same information back. The second important person in Glory Mercenary Group was Chanteller. He turned into a regular old man in the anti-magic Terra. There was not even a struggle before he was killed by Anfey, the Grey Shadow said. What do you think? Yolanthi asked. Your Majesty, I think we should immediately arrest the guy named Wei Wei and gain control of him, the Grey Shadow said. Yolanthi did not say anything. He slowly closed his eyes and thought. That gray shadow did not say anything either. He kept quiet. The hall became unusually quiet. After quite a while, Yolanthe opened his eyes. Ask Black 11 and Robert to pass my order that anything related to anti-magic Terra should stop. Ask them not to tell anyone about the anti-magic Terra. If it gets leaked out, they will receive the harshest punishment. Your Majesty, how about Hui Wei? The Grey Shadow asked. You don't have to worry about him. Let him do his own thing, Yolanthe said. Your Majesty? The Grey Shadow could not help raising his voice. With your protection and so many royal followers, I do not think my safety is under any threat. Taking control of Hui Wei would do nothing good to us. Getting the secret of the anti-magic Terra? Ha, if things are getting that bad, I do not think you guys can protect me. It means that Manhwa Empire is coming to its end. What could an anti-magic Terra do? Yolanthe said. The Grey Shadow was startled, not knowing how to respond to Yolanthe. Do you know about Anfey's plan? What do you think of Anfey? Yolanthe asked. Intelligent, determined, and mature. He is good. Do you think it is necessary for him to tell Robert the secret of anti-magic Terra? Yolanthe asked. No, not necessary, the Grey Shadow answered. Then why would he tell him the secret? Yolanthe asked. The Grey Shadow thought for a while about the possibility that Anfey may feel it necessary to tell Robert the secret of anti-magic Terra. He smiled bitterly and decided not to tell his real thoughts. Maybe he has a big mouth. I remember you said Anfey is very mature. Yolanthe smiled. Your Majesty, everyone would make mistakes, the Grey Shadow said, smiling in return. I do not think so. Yolanthe squinted his eyes. I think Anfey is testing me. He knows what kind of person I am. He wants to know if I am worth him working for me. What? The Grey Shadow asked in surprise. Okay, my old friend. We have experienced so much together. I do not think you could not understand Anfey's little trick, Yolanthe laughed. Your Majesty, I could not hide anything from you, the Grey Shadow said, smiling bitterly. I adore Anfey more now. He killed Chanteller really fast. It showed his martial arts skills were not affected in the anti-magic Terra, Yolanthe said. I think so too, the Grey Shadow said. Then we will give him what he wants. Anti-magic Terra is the most helpful for him. If it were me, I probably would have no way to release the anti-magic Terra with my whole being. Yes, Your Majesty, the Grey Shadow said. Oh, where is Robert now? Yolanthe asked. I have asked him to come back without anyone noticing, the Grey Shadow said. Young people tend to do things without caution. When Tiger of Tao mercenary group had total control of Blackwater City, he would start doing investigation of these things. The patrol in Blackwater City and the bodyguards of Chanteller had seen that Robert had contacted Chanteller. Robert's identity must have exposed. Old man, you did well and in good time, Yolanthe said. Your Majesty, do we need remind of Anfey and let him know we noticed Robert's flaw, the Grey Shadow said. I hope it would not hurt his pride. Yolanthe nodded with a smile. It feels good to be young. Only young people have time to make mistakes and correct them. I understand, Your Majesty, the Grey Shadow said. Anything new on Brofit's side? Yolanthe asked. He has been very active, the Grey Shadow sneered. He seemed to describe a clown. He has thought himself a palace chief mage and had a better and better relationship with the big prince. Did Wester do anything to make Brofit suspicious? Yolanthe asked. The prince has done a good job on it, the Grey Shadow said. I do not like some parts of Wester, Yolanthe suddenly sighed. The Grey Shadow shut his mouth. He never hesitated to offer his opinions on state affairs, but he had been quiet on Yolanthe's family issues. Wester is a little too cunning, Yolanthe said, shaking his head. The most important trait for a king is to have a great personality. Being cunning would keep others away from him. The look on the Grey Shadow's face was strange. He was thinking to himself, it seemed cunning to pretend to be dead to allure Dark Moon Magic Legion of Elazan Empire to the Jedi. Obviously Yolanthe was considering who would inherit his throne. The Grey Shadow did not want to offer his opinion on this issue. Let's wait for few years to see. It's too early to talk about it now. Yolanthe heaved a sigh. It had been a pain for any king to think about who would be his successor. If 3 of his sons fell in the water and were about to drown while he was only able to save one of them, whom would he save? 2 different questions, but the answer seemed to be the same. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, Caravan. Chapter 116, Caravan. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Daylight arrived at last. The situation in Blackwater City had calmed down significantly. People returned to their normal daily routines. Merchants returned to tending their businesses, and mercenaries returned to completing their missions. Normal people's lives were not directly impacted by the night's events, except for the fact that the place Glory Mercenary Group's camp once stood was now a flatland. Blackwater City was unchanged. This was a show of Morta and Horchbeanie's power. As he was observing the situation, Anfey couldn't help but feel anxious. He knew his own limits very well. He could cause chaos in the city, but it wasn't guaranteed that he would benefit from this chaos. He might even lead all his companions to their doom. He had too little to offer, and didn't even qualify for sitting at the gambling table. Judging from the current situation, the biggest winner would be Morta, not him. Anfey didn't know, and neither did Yolanthe, that envoys from Elizan Empire and Shansa Empire had already met. Because of the news from Blackwater City, the envoys had a disagreement. The treaties they discussed before were worthless because of this argument as well. Elizan and Shansa wanted to split Meho Empire equally, so their strength would grow at a similar rate and maintain a balance. After what happened in Blackwater, however, they had to reconsider their empire's futures. After they divided Meho Empire, whoever controlled the country of mercenaries would be the master of the land. After 3 days of absolute silence, Elizan Empire reacted. They claimed that Anthony's wife had fallen ill and sent out a team to take care of her. This team's combined power was higher than the team Shansa sent out to escort the princess. At the head of the team was Archmage Mike, and it consisted of 8 senior swordsmen and 4,000 experienced soldiers. However, it was questionable whether they could reach White Mountain City successfully. Geographically, Blackwater City was closer to Elizan Empire and White Mountain City was closer to Shansa. Like Shansa's team must pass White Mountain City, Elizan's team must pass the city that had just become ensnarled in the hands of Shansa Empire and Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group. Morta and Horchbeanie would never let them through easily. Thinking from the other's point of view, Shansa was worried that Anthony would do something as they passed, which was why their team was so large. After Yolanthe learned about this, he sent a message to Blackwater and gave Anfey the title of Baron. Anfey didn't care about the noble title. He observed the situation for a few more days, and discovered that the city had approached the point where it had become more tense inside the city than outside. He knew that Morta and Horchbeanie meant to control the entire city. Being strangers to the city, Anfey knew they would draw attention very soon. Anfey spoke with Black 11 and decided to temporarily leave the city. What surprised him was that Black 11 handed his work in the city off to another man and decided to leave with them. This meant that he was very interested in his team, which meant the higher-ups were, too. The group left the city very easily with credentials provided by Black 11. They had received a new name as well, Alibaba Mercenary. The group wasn't sure who or what Alibaba was, but they trusted Anfey and therefore did not argue against the name. The road between the two cities was not in the best condition. Even though 20 years had been spent fixing it, an era like this was still lacking technologically. As Anfey sat in the cart, his body shook with the rhythm of the carriage. The young unicorn sat by his feet, its silver head raised and light blue eyes scanning its surroundings. It didn't appear sad at all, and if it could waggle its tail like a dog, it would look like a little pug. Susanna, Naya, and Shirley sat in the same carriage, but not because Anfey had planned it that way. Both Susanna and Naya had requested to sit with him, since the road was long and playing with the unicorn was a way to pass the time. The road was full of carriages heading to White Mountain City, and only a few headed towards Blackwater City. Clearly people were still unsure what Morta's next step would be. Whether they were merchants or mercenaries making their livings completing missions or hunting for crystals, everyone wanted to live in a relatively peaceful place. Some caravans traveled fast, some slow. Anfey wanted to let his friends relax a bit, and so their carriages traveled the slowest. In the end, only one merchant's caravan from Grus Principality remained close to their carriages. The two caravans had gotten familiar with each other after a few days of traveling. After they had set up camp for the night, Anfey left his own camp and headed towards the camp of the merchants. After learning that the merchants were from Grus Principality, Susanna became visibly upset, and often appeared to be in a daze. Whenever Anfey tried to talk to her, it would take him several tries to gain her attention. He would lose her attention again after a few sentences. Anfey felt that he needed to learn more about the principality. One day they would go there and help Susanna take back what was hers. It was a slave owner's caravan. When Anfey walked into the camp, the merchants were unloading their merchandise. The ones what were cramped into smaller carts were women over the age of 30. The girls and children's treatment was better, since they would sold for a better price. Anfey had always associated slaves with inhumane treatment and torture. After seeing them in person, he realized that it wasn't entirely true. The older women were treated terribly, but the younger girls all had colorful clothing. There were 4 artists in the caravan to apply their makeup, and 2 teachers to teach them how to act properly. The girls must learn how to walk like ladies of noble birth. Whoever failed to do so would be punished. Not whipping, of course. If the punishment left a mark on the slave, there would be a price to pay. There were 2 senior mages there as well who were responsible for bathing and cleaning the women. The slaves all appeared healthy and radiant, but it wasn't hard to ignore the confusion and deep-rooted fear in their eyes. They knew that even though they were dressed up beautifully, they were still cargo and not people. Christian looked at the caravan with disgust. He hated business like this, but he knew that as long as there was war, there would be slaves. Males would become workers, working the dirtiest and most dangerous jobs. The females could make up some debts. Wars cost money, and those in power would not miss any chance to pay their debts. It didn't matter what his ideas were. Christian could declare war on the entire continent, but he could not destroy the current system just by himself. Smarter men would try to ignore everything, while the kind ones would try to help the unfortunate. For the entire world, however, it wasn't worth much. "My lord! Can't believe you found time to come around here," the leader of the caravan, Ahab, walked over and said with a smile. "Thought I would walk around to pass the time," Anfey said. "Interested in picking one up?" Ahab winked at him. "Be at rest, my lord. I won't charge you extra. We're all friends here, and I don't do that to friends." Anfey's eyes swept over the slaves, and he shook his head. "They're too average," he said. "Not interested." It was an excuse. Even if he was interested, he wouldn't try to purchase any of them. Surely his companions would react badly. Especially Naya and Susanna. Who knows how they would react? His words made Ahab slightly upset. "Come this way, my lord," he said. Anfey walked with Ahab to a lavishly decorated carriage. Ahab yanked on the fabric that covered the carriage and pulled it off. "How about them?" he asked proudly. There were only 4 women in the cart. It seemed like their treatment was even better than the young girls. They all had light green hair with tall nose bridges and pointy ears. Even their proud and distant expressions were the same. "Elves? What do you say, my lord?" Anfey glanced at the women's wrists. They all wore expensive anti-magic bracelets. Clearly they could all fight. "I don't like elves. They all look the same and it's not interesting enough." "They certainly are not all the same. Look at her eyes. Their expressions are all the same." Ahab sighed. If it had been anyone else, he would think they were bluffing, and only saying they weren't interested because they could afford the price. He was speaking with someone who had 2 junior magisters as companions, and he knew Anfey could afford it. "I have another one," Ahab said. "Way better than the elves, I assure you, but I must warn you. She is insane." "Insane?" "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 117, Evil. Chapter 117, Evil. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. "Yes," Ahab said with sympathy. "Do you mean her temper is still hot or?" Ahab shook his head. "She has some mental problems. She said she was Shansa Empire's princess and claimed to sentence me to death." It was ridiculous. Anfey had always been calm, but he could not help being shocked at that moment. Ahab was squinting his eyes, feeling sorry for that nut. He did not see Anfey's look, otherwise he would have been able to tell something from it. Christian had been following after Anfey. He did not know the whole story. Seeing Anfey zoning out, he secretly touched Anfey's arm. Anfey snapped out of it. "Where did you meet that nut?" "We bought those girls from Shansa Empire's military." Ahab's eyes shone. Anfey could tell Ahab was lying with just one glance. With the information he had, the princess of Shansa Empire must have fled and crossed Ahab's business route. Ahab must have seen a lonely, beautiful girl in the deserted prairie and wanted to catch her. He would be happy no matter whether he sold her or kept her for himself. "My bro, I remember you said you have tried to sell female slaves in Blackwater City for 2 days. Didn't anyone want to buy that nut?" Anfey smiled. "Master Anfey, you must be kidding. The 3rd oldest son of Sadie and Tiger of Tall mercenary group is getting married to the princess of Shansa Empire. The princess is in Blackwater City now. I could not let that nut get on the stage. She would yell that she was the princess of Shansa Empire on the stage. If Tiger of Taal mercenaries heard about it, they would stop my business. I am just a merchant. I do not dare to offend them, Ahab said, smiling. Anfey did not know whether he should laugh or cry. After the wagon route noticed the princess had fled, they must have searched for her everywhere. After they failed to find her, they must have replaced the princess with another girl to cover it. The upper-class and Tiger of Taal mercenary group must have known about it, since Sadie acted very weirdly. If Anfey calculated right, Ahab's merchant caravan must have reached Blackwater City a day earlier than the princess's caravan. The princess's wagons had been searching everywhere without knowing their princess was in Ahab's merchant caravan. The upper-class and Tiger of Taal mercenary group would never think their princess had become a slave. Failing to see the princess by a narrow chance made a huge difference. It must be a joke played by God. Did you say that nut was a lot better than elves? Anfey squinted his eyes to leer at the nut. Only squinting his eyes could accentuate his dirty mind. Of course. Ahab nodded. What do you think, Master Anfey? Are you interested in her? Let me take a look first. Anfey smiled. A few elves were sitting in a fancy wagon while the poor nut, covered by a canvas, stood in a cage which was only big enough for a person to stand up in. When Ahab took the canvas off her, a pretty girl appeared in front of Anfey. Suddenly, Anfey did not have the words to describe this girl. Stunning? But she was not like a vulgar rose, rather an angel. Beautiful? A little subjective. The word beautiful was not enough to describe the girl in front of him. Pretty? She had a young girl's appearance to her. She gave out a different and indescribable feeling. She also looked energetic. She had a full forehead and a pair of bright and innocent eyes. This kind of eyes made men have the desire to win her heart over. Her nose pointed slightly upwards, which made her look naughty. Her lips were small and pink, a natural pink color, not flower juice-dyed redness. They looked so alluring. She was not extremely beautiful if just judging by her face, but she gave people an unspeakable feeling. Even calm as Anfey was, his eyes were brightened up for a second when he saw her. The princess squinted her eyes when the bright light suddenly hit her, and then she looked into the distance. It looked like she did not even see Anfey and the others. Her bun was messy, and she only wore a light blue denim dress which only country girls wore. She did not wear any shoes. Her toes and lower legs were fair and silky, but they were trembling. Anfey knew it was because she had stood in the cage for a long time. Her bones were reaching to their limits to support her weight. Anfey glanced at Ahab and wondered if the denim dress made Ahab neglect other things on this girl, or Ahab wanted a good price for this beautiful girl, or even Ahab was drowning in her beauty. Ahab neglected something he should not have neglected. Her silky skin alone should be enough to prove she was not a country girl. Master Anfey, do you like her? Ahab waved his hand. A bodyguard walked over with a bucket of water. Ahab took over the bucket and poured it on the girl. He laughed obnoxiously. You can see it more clearly this way. Water had wet the girl's body. The denim dress stuck tightly to her skin. 2 black spots showed on her chest. Her breasts, crotch, and even her butt showed clearly in front of everyone. Anfey looked first at her face instead of at her body. It was weird that she did not scream, get angry, or get scared. That girl still stood there quietly, looking far away. How is it? Very clear, right? Ahab obnoxiously smiled. He reached his hand out and touched her and squeezed her butt cheeks hard. That girl did not move her body to fight him. She looked down at Ahab and said, "You ugly pig. I have told you that someday you will pay for what you have done to me." The reason she could talk so calmly under such conditions was unknown. Maybe it was because she had given up fighting or was angry to the point she did not care about anything. Pay what? Tell me, Ahab laughed weirdly. He even touched her breasts and rubbed her nipples with his fingers. In fact, only Ahab himself knew he felt uneasy every time when this girl talked to him in a calm voice. He had to act more relentlessly to give himself confidence. He had decided he would take her to his bed tonight if Anfey did not want to buy her. After sleeping with her for a couple of nights, he would bury her somewhere. He did not want to have those uneasy feelings anymore. The girl seemed to sense his uneasiness. She knew fighting and struggling only could make him feel proud of what he had done. She stayed still. She held onto the metal cage so tight that her knuckles had turned white. How much is she? I will buy her. Anfey did not want this obnoxious drama to continue. He had made a quick decision to buy her. If that woman is a beautiful flower, then Ahab actually was just a pig trying to ruin the flower. He looked so disgusting. Ah, Master Anfey, I knew you would buy her once you see her. Ahab rubbed his hands with excitement. I do not make much from you. Okay. 200 gold coins. I bought her for 190 gold coins. She's been drinking and eating for the past few days. She cost me pretty a lot. That girl did not even bother to tell Anfey about Ahab's lie. No one would believe what she said under these circumstances. She could only keep quiet. Deal. Let her out, Anfey said, smiling. Sure, sure. Ahab was so happy. He nodded and few bodyguards walked up and pulled the woman out of the cage. Of course, those guys took the opportunity to touch her all over. Master Anfey, she is yours now. Ahab smiled. He reached his hand out and grabbed her but again. He was worried when he could not sell her. Once she was sold, Ahab did not want to let her go. What kind of person was he? The girl suddenly turned around and punched Ahab in the eye. Ahab never thought a woman who never showed any violence would attack him. He was just a businessman and could not take such a punch. He immediately put his hand over his eye and screamed. His bodyguards got mad. One of them grabbed the girl's shoulder. What are you doing? Anfey sneered. Christian stepped next to Anfey. He had seen too much up to that point and would not mind showing off what he could do. Wait. Ahab yelled immediately. Ahab knew the rules of purchase. Once Anfey agreed to buy the female slave, they did not have any right to hit her. 210 gold coins. Bro, those 10 extra gold coins are for you to see doctors, Anfey said calmly. Ahab was shocked for a second. He looked regretful. When he asked for 200 for the girl, he had been prepared to accept Anfey's bargaining. Who would think Anfey did not care about the price? He had figured Anfey had money, but did not think he would have that much money. If being hit on the eye could make him 10 gold coins, geez, he wished that Nut could have hit him more. Where is Isis? The girl suddenly asked. Who is Isis? Anfey was shocked by her question. Master Anfey, Isis is her companion, Ahab answered quietly. His hand was still covering his eye. Obviously, the punch was pretty hard. Where is she? Anfey asked. Since I already bought her, I do not mind buying another one. She is at. Ahab hesitated a bit and said, she is with mercenaries. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, Power of Money. Chapter 118, Power of Money. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Christian closed his eyes slowly. He thought he had already seen some of the ugliest things in the caravan camp, but now he knew he was wrong. Anfey, on the other hand, was not affected. He already knew what to expect when he saw a mercenary walking out of the tent pulling his pants up and wearing a satisfied expression on his face. A repulsive scene was revealed. A woman was on the ground, her arms fell next to her body. Her wrists were slashed. Her legs were wide apart, and there were large wounds on the inside of her knees. Anfey narrowed his eyes. He was very familiar with human anatomy and knew that whoever did this to the woman was very cruel. The woman must have been powerful enough to be a threat, but the mercenaries didn't want to use any anti-magic bracelets and instead resorted to the most primal and painful way to weaken her. The woman must have been beautiful once, but an ugly scar on the right side of her face had destroyed her beauty. Perhaps that was why Ahab abandoned her to this fate. A mercenary was thrusting into the woman and looked like he was about to reach the peak of happiness. He was completely unaware of the new parties in the tent. The princess suddenly let out a heart-wrenching wail. She jumped forward and leaped onto the mercenary, beating him with her fists, trying to get him away from her friend. The mercenary shoved her aside and the princess fell to the ground. She was only a junior mage, and not in the best physical shape. She was no match for a mercenary. Christian, get him away from her, Anfey instructed. Christian hesitated. If he could unleash his full power, he would not hesitate in doing so. He was fully capable of killing the mercenary in the blink of an eye. However, his mind was telling him to hold back. His was a newly found mercenary group, the other was an established merchant's caravan. Both sides exist legally. If he killed someone, his group would attract attention and could become wanted criminals. Christian released a wind blade that hit the mercenary on the leg. The mercenary screamed. He jumped up and grabbed his longsword. Mercenaries were very aware of their surroundings. A few moments after the mercenary screamed, a group of mercenaries already surrounded the tent. Don't worry, Ahab explained hurriedly. We're all friends. No enemies here. The leader of the mercenaries was a man with a thick beard. He looked at his wounded companion, then turned his gaze to Anfey and Christian. He narrowed his eyes in malice, but did not act. The two parties had been traveling alongside each other for a few days and had some understanding of each other's power. The mercenaries didn't know about Susanna, or else they wouldn't have done anything, even if Christian had killed the man. They would keep their anger to themselves until they reached White Mountain City. The mercenaries knew there were mages in Alibaba mercenary group, with two of them being junior magisters. They were worried about the consequences. "Make him shut up. I'll give you 40 coins for him," Anfey said. He turned to Isis and said, "I'll give you 50 for her. That's 300 in total. Satisfied?" Of course, Ahab said. He never expected the two women he had found to be so valuable. Normally, even if he had sold all his slaves, he still wouldn't make 300 gold coins. The bearded mercenary nodded and looked happy. He kicked the wailing mercenary and said, "Shut it." Money was undeniably powerful. It could buy obedience, friendship, and power. It could also turn foes into friends in seconds. "My lord," Ahab said, smiling. "You know that the journey is tiring and they can't touch the other ones I have. The older ones aren't as much fun, so—" "Yes, my lord," the bearded mercenary said. "That woman injured a few of our men. All they wanted to do was to have a little fun." "I understand," Anfey said, smiling. "We're all men, aren't we?" Christian was angry, but when he saw Anfey smile, he felt relief. He knew that whenever Anfey smiled, it was a prelude to murder. Ahab and the mercenaries laughed. They thought that Anfey was a good man. He didn't hesitate when making a move, and was very understanding. The princess looked as if she couldn't understand what they were saying. She moved over to her friend and cradled the woman in her arms. Tears rolled down her face and fell onto the woman. Isis kept staring at the ceiling of the tent. "Send someone to take her to my carriage. You come with me to get the money." "Of course," Ahab replied. The princess held Isis tightly in her arms and would not let go. The mercenaries didn't want to shove her aside, so they found a stretcher and carried both women with them. Ahab and the bearded mercenary followed Anfey closely. Rizka was organizing their camps. Seeing that Anfey and Christian had returned with men he did not know, he walked over and looked at him curiously. "Rizka, go find our money chest with Feller." "What?" Christian looked at Rizka and nodded. The latter hurried off to go find Feller. Susanna was talking with Naya inside the carriage. She heard his voice and asked, "Anfey, what's wrong?" She reached out to pull the curtain back. "Stay inside," Anfey said loudly. Susanna's hand, which was already out of the carriage, froze and quickly disappeared again. It was just a glance, but Ahab and the mercenary could tell the hand looked very small and soft, very similar to the princess's. A woman with hands like that shouldn't be too ugly. "You?" Naya called out, angered by Anfey's attitude. She didn't say anything else after that, clearly stopped by Susanna. "Be quiet. Can't you tell?" "My lord is angry," Susanna said softly. "What lord?" Naya said, but she fell silent again. Ahab and the mercenary glanced at each other. They now knew that there was another woman in the carriage, and that Anfey must have been a noble who thought it would be fun to be a mercenary. Anfey had always admired Susanna. Seeing that she cooperated with him so seamlessly, he thought even more highly of her. Anfey glanced at Ahab and knew that they did not notice whether anything was off. Rizka and Feller returned. Rizka stopped the levitation spell, and the chest fell to the group. It was apparent that the chest was very heavy. Anfey opened the chest. Light bounced off of the gold coins inside and shone brilliantly, coating everything around it in a soft gold. Anfey didn't care for it, but people Ahab brought with him all stood there, stunned. The chest was full of coins. For people like Ahab, there was nothing more beautiful than that. "Feller, get me 300 coins," Anfey said. Feller walked over and counted 300 exactly. He put them all in a pouch and handed the heavy bag to Anfey. When Feller was counting the coins, the people accompanying Ahab all stood there, staring. Their bodies were shaking, and if the gold coins were edible, they would have devoured them. 300 coins, Anfey said, raising his voice. "You want to count it?" Ahab turned around and looked as if he had just woken from a pleasant dream. He took the heavy pouch, a muscle on his face twitching slightly. "Count it," Anfey said, smiling. No need for that," Ahab said, smiling awkwardly. "If there are any other good ones, save them for me, eh?" Of course. "All right," Anfey said, waving his hands. "We're done, then." "We'll be on our way," Ahab said. He elbowed the mercenary, who mumbled something and nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Smart Enough to be Omniscient. Chapter 119, Smart Enough to be Omniscient. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey, what are you doing this for? Christian asked quietly while watching Ahab and his merchant fleet hurrying away. Nothing. I just wanted to find a legal opportunity to kill someone, Anfey sneered. The money Anfey paid to Ahab gave him the opportunity to kill a person. Susanna had not shown up yet. With only 2 junior magisters at the scene, they were not able to have control of the situation, especially when it was getting dark. As everyone knew, mages' fighting abilities would get affected at night, which would give Ahab a lot courage to fight them. They may not dare. Christian had already known what Anfey would do. You take a close look at how they walk. What can you tell? Anfey said with a pregnant pause. Christian stared with his eyes wide, watching Ahab walking into the dark. He could not tell anything. Maybe, nothing special. They walked away fast. There was a smile on Anfey's face. Why did they hurry away? Did they hurry to hide those 300 gold coins or rush to plan something big? Christian tried to recall, and remembered that the speed of Ahab and his merchant fleets coming and going was quite different. The way they hurried away looked more like they were trotting. Christian heaved a sigh and looked at Anfey with admiration. Anfey, I really do not know how to describe you in words. I think most people are not as good as you. Are you trying to say no one is as good as me? Anfey smiled. Did you forget what you have promised me? Christian curled his lips. Anfey and Christian had been honest with each other. Christian had said clearly that he had some secrets that he could not tell Anfey. Anfey seemed okay with it. He never went after Christian for that reason. He only secretly tried to guess what Christian's secrets were as if he was playing a guessing game. In fact, Anfey could already guess what Christian's secrets were. As he walked with Christian on the street, a wagon passed by them. A guy with a pair of bright and sophisticated eyes looked at them with a warm smile. Anfey knew he was an outsider in this magic world, and there was no way he would know that guy. Who was he smiling at? This was an easy question. By then Christian was quite shocked to see that guy and said without conscious thinking, why did he come? After Anfey persisted in asking, Christian told Anfey that the guy's name was Barry, the commander of Roaring Dead Legion, the most powerful legion in the Empire. He was also a famous master swordsman. Christian asked Anfey to keep the secret for him. He told Anfey that Barry secretly going back to Saint City must have something to do with military secrets. It showed Christian that the guy must have a special identity. It was totally different wording when Christian said he's back and the commander is back. Even spoiled Naya called Ernest with a respectful title Mr. or Uncle. What did the he out of Christian's mouth mean? Anfey was so smart that he could even be called omniscient. If Christian knew what Anfey was thinking, he would have called Anfey omniscient. He did not think Anfey could tell so much from just one word. In fact, thinking about it more deeply, it was not that hard to guess the way Anfey did. If Anfey could tell Ahab and his merchant fleet were anxious and acted on impulse from their trots, of course he could guess Christian's secrets, even though they were unspoken. Christian was quiet in thought for a while and suddenly smiled. Anfey, it was not like you. What is not like me? Anfey was confused for a second. If it were me, Blavi, or Rizka seeing that scene, we probably would have fought with them, but you. Christian said. What about me? Anfey asked. You would never have gotten mad over 2 women. You are calm, way too calm. A few days ago, you proposed to assassinate the princess of Shansa Empire and ruin their political marriage. I was not so sure about your plan, but since it was good for the country, I did not say anything against it. Now you got mad over 2 women. Did these happen because of Tears of Stars? Christian said slowly. I would not get mad over 2 women, but I would do anything for hundreds of women, Anfey said. Bullshasterisk T. Christian rolled his eyes at Anfey. Christian. Think about what Ahab said. Where did he buy those female slaves? Anfey asked. From Shansa Empire's military. Shansa Empire? Weren't they all supposed to be in this battle anyway? Christian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Definitely, Anfey smiled. Are you sure you want to take risks for them? Christian emphasized every word he asked. You are wrong. It is not taking a risk. It is assassination. Anfey strategically avoided Christian's question. With the desire to be part of this magic world and become a powerful man, there were 3 necessities: capability, political power, and fame. Ahab had more than 80 slaves. If all the female slaves were saved, they would go back to their hometowns with gratitude towards Anfey when the war ended. There would be no doubt that they would tell others about Anfey's good deeds. Word would get around, and then Anfey would acquire some fame in those areas. Assassins needed both bright and dark lives and many more different identities. It was not contradictory with the need for the assassin to keep his real identity secret. The fact that Anfey stirred up trouble between Tiger of Ta and Glory mercenary groups needed to be kept secret, otherwise Anfey could be subject to brutal revenge. This story could be told in another book. When one mercenary group violently attacked another one, the latter group had the right to fight back and was allowed to take over anything in the attacking group if the latter group won. This rule between mercenary groups was key for Anfey in making his plans. Anfey could take advantage of this rule to avoid some risks. This rule was originally made to punish those outlaws. If Anfey initiated the fight and let anyone run away, Alibaba mercenary group would suffer from being on the wanted list. Even if Anfey could kill everyone in a merchant fleet and a mercenary group disappearing would be a big news as well. The country of mercenaries valued catching gangs above all else, but they had no authority or ability to control whatever *TTY things happened in the Forest of Death and Wild Prairie. They did care about the safety of the merchant fleets. Right then it was Tiger of Ta mercenary group's turn to be in power. Hachbini and the Tiger of Ta mercenary group hated those gangs to the core. Even though she was busy with many other things in Blackwater City, she still spared time to investigate those gangs. Anfey did not lead a merchant fleet in a quiet way. It was not hard to find something fishy about his merchant fleet after the investigation. If the other party attacked Anfey's merchant fleet first, the whole thing would be flipped. Anfey could wipe the other party out and legally take over everything that belonged to the other party. Anfey should be fine as long as he could give some unimportant people in that party to the mercenary union. In this magic world, if a person's level rose above swordsman and magister, he could have some ability to defend himself in court. Those unimportant people he sent to the mercenary union would be very easy to deal with. A horror magic would scare them to death, and they would open up and explain the whole thing from beginning to end. What are you talking about? What slaughter? Susanna asked in low voice. Naya and Susanna had walked out of the wagon. Naya had the little guy in her arms. If Ahab saw the little unicorn, he could have passed out. Luckily, he did not have the chance to see it. You will know it soon. Anfey smiled. Oh, right, there are 2 more women in our mercenary group. Women? Naya frowned. 2 poor women. You can ask Christian about any details. He can tell you a vivid story about it, Anfey said. Vivid? Christian did not know whether he should cry or laugh. How could he tell this kind of story vividly? He would be dead if Naya misunderstood him. Feller trotted over and said, Anfey, I have settled those 2 women in the east side tent. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Feller did not know the story of those 2 women. He was not sure whether he should be aware of them, watch them, or treat them as friends. Just be careful. Don't let them escape. Also, ask Blavi and Rizka to come. I need talk to them. Anfey smiled. The possibility they could escape would be slim. He kept them in the tent just in case they wanted to escape. Isis had become crippled. The tendons on her knees were cut off. Walking had become a luxury to her. Seeing how the princess acted after she was bought by Anfey, she should not escape without Isis. I got it. Feller nodded. Feller, what do they look like? Are they pretty? Naya asked loudly. Well, compared with the 2 of you, they are far less beautiful. Just regular girls, Feller said. He sounded pretty assuring. He totally forgot he had gasped when he had seen the princess for the first time. Oh, I see. Naya nodded. When she just turned around, she saw Christian trying to run away from the group. She called out immediately, Hey, Christian, stop. You have to tell us the story. Why did Anfey say they were poor women? Tell us. Christian stood there helplessly. He heaved a long sigh. Anfey smiled. He took the little guy from Naya and went back to the wagon by himself. He had to admit Christian was a gentleman. Anfey wondered maliciously how a gentleman would not be able to tell a dirty story. It was getting dark. Christian, Susanna, Rizka and Blavi ducked out of the wagon and then Anfey started to plan a battle. Although there was no doubt that they would win this battle, Anfey still wanted to be extremely careful about the safety of Naya and others. Anfey leaned against the wall of the wagon and lifted the curtain to look out through a slit. There were more than 10 little fireballs hovering above his palm. Those fireballs suddenly disappeared and then circled around Anfey with gusts. Maybe it was because of the unicorn blood or Anfey's strong telepathy, or even Anfey's hard work in practice. The number of fireballs he was able to control had gone up dramatically. After he was able to control over 200 fireballs, Anfey was trying to release another series of magic. These attempts had allowed him achieve more success. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Fighting Practice. Chapter 120, Fighting Practice. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Through a crack in the curtains, Anfey spotted a shadow walking towards his carriage. It was dark outside, but he still recognized who was walking over. The wind blades around him disappeared. The shadow stopped outside of the carriage, then pulled the curtains aside abruptly and jumped into the carriage, as if she couldn't do it unless she did it quickly. Anfey looked at her. He was still leaning against the wall of the carriage, expressionless. The princess seemed very nervous. She weaved her fingers together, then she placed her hands next to her legs. Her eyes were shifting and she clearly didn't want to make eye contact with him. Anfey was very attentive to details. He observed all her body language and came to his own conclusion. He kept his expression cold. In situations such as this, it was better to remain silent than to talk. It didn't matter what she was going to say or do. The silence alone would be enough to make her nervous. The princess's hands were shaking. If Anfey had talked, even if it was a greeting or question as a master, she could use it as an opportunity for communication. Now, however, the silence was making her uncertain. The princess couldn't bear the dreadful silence anymore. She reached for her dress strings. It took her a long time to undo the strings, even though it should have been easy to untie. She then lifted her dress softly. Inside was her white underclothes. It was still wet from when she was drenched by Ahab. It clung to her body tightly, accentuating her body's curves. Sometimes, scantily clothed women were more tempting than naked women. The princess's curves, bright skin, full breasts, and sad, fearful eyes were enough to arouse most men. Anfey, however, was not most men. He did not notice the princess's body. Instead, he focused on her feet. She had 2 wounds there. The blood was still drying, and it looked like scratch wounds. She may look good with no shoes, but they were still in the wilderness and not a palace. There were many things that could scratch a princess's feet. When the princess was trying to take off her underclothes, Anfey said quietly, "Do you want me to avenge you?" The princess hesitated, then she ripped her underclothes off to prove her determination. She moved closer to Anfey. Perhaps it was because she was inexperienced, she carefully avoided touching any place that may carry a sexual subtext, and only leaned against Anfey's shoulder. Anfey sighed. His camp had seemed calm, but was in fact very heavily guarded. He didn't know how many people saw the princess going to his carriage. He didn't want any rumors circulating among the group. "You don't have to do this," he told the princess. "Ahab won't live to see the morning sun." The princess froze. She looked at Anfey, trying to process his words. "Anfey, they're coming," Christian called, knocking on the carriage wall. Anfey was thankful that it was Christian who came to warn him. Sante probably would have lifted the curtains without knocking. "If you don't want your body being seen, I suggest you put on some clothes," Anfey told the princess. She lifted her head and looked at Anfey, her eyes filled with confusion. In the past, she had seen many men staring at her or looking at her. She was very confident in herself. Before she came, she had already prepared herself for every possible outcome, including the worst ones, like if Anfey had taken advantage of her but would not do as he had promised. Now she realized he was not interested in her. He didn't even try to touch her. He didn't look at her as a woman. Anfey narrowed his eyes. He could already see suspicious movements through a crack in the curtains. The princess grabbed her clothes and kept her head low. This trip did not accomplish anything. She had just taken her clothes off, and now she had to dress herself again, and they did not even do anything. In the past, Alibaba mercenary group didn't need any sentinels. As long as there were fires, Eye of the Sky could see everything. The vigils were responsible for patrolling the campsite with the magic. It was another form of training. Ahab didn't know that, though. He had once told Anfey that it would be safer to have sentinels. Even if they did not run into bandits, sentinels could protect them against magic beasts. Anfey only smiled and did not explain anything. For Ahab, this was proof that Anfey and his friends were inexperienced and ignorant of the rules of the forest. Levels didn't necessarily equal power. An experienced junior magister could easily defeat a new junior magister. The strength of the magic depended on releasing the right magic at the right time, not how powerful the spell was. Back at Saul's mansion, Christian did not release powerful magic. He released a lightning arc that effectively ended the fight. Ahab didn't know what they had been through. He was very careful when he was making the decisions and considered every possible outcome. When he really acted, the attack turned out sloppy. Ahab clearly did not consider the possibility of an ambush. He was right, though, since Anfey did not prepare an ambush. When the caravan's guards and mercenaries surrounded the carriage, the curtains were ripped off. Anfey climbed out of the carriage and stood on the front of the carriage. The mercenaries and guards all froze. "Ahab, you've gone too far," Anfey called loudly. He could easily see Ahab's swollen figure in the dark. Ahab must worry that his men would try to steal the gold, and chose to come with his men to prevent that. Ahab froze as well. However, he was too worried about the money to hear the sarcasm in Anfey's voice. He thought that Anfey was only questioning why he was doing this. It was too late to pull back, and Ahab didn't care for friendships. "Attack," he called as a reply to Anfey. Two guards dashed forward and lurched towards Anfey. The dark red combat power around them proved that they were senior swordsmen. Anfey waved his hands. Several small fireballs appeared in the air. Hundreds of fireballs surrounded Anfey, hiding his body and illuminating the space around him. The swordsmen weren't afraid of the fireballs. The two jumped upwards with their combat power to attack Anfey. When they were a few feet away from him, the fireballs disappeared. In Anfey's right hand was a burning longsword. On his left arm was a large, burning shield. Anfey reached forward, the longsword pierced his enemy's combat power easily. He flicked his wrist and threw the man's body back. Then he took a step to the side to avoid the attack from the other man. He swung his left arm, and hit the man in the face with the shield. The swordsman was thrown back before he could even make a noise. When he landed on the ground, his face was black and his clothes were aflame. "A paladin!" someone called, terrified. Anfey's attack shocked the mercenaries, and a blinding flash of sword radiance made the mercenaries realize how hopeless the situation was. Susanna's entire body was hidden in bright combat power, and her combat power cut mercenaries in half before her swords even reached her enemies. The mercenaries did not know what to do. They did not have any swordsmen or mages. Any logical person would know a single senior swordsman could kill all the mercenaries there. The guards and mercenaries scrambled away from the fight. Waves of strong magical surges reached the veldt. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Rizka's team had begun its attacks. "Everyone! This is an ambush. Take him. That's the only way we can live," Ahab called to his men. His voice calmed many of the despairing mercenaries and guards. They dashed towards Anfey together. Wind blades fell onto the enemies. Sante and Zubin led half a dozen people and appeared above them. This team included Feller as well, at Anfey's request. Ahab did not have any powerful men working for him, so his men wouldn't be much of a threat. Even if there wouldn't be any one-on-one fighting, Anfey knew it would be good practice for his friends. Except for Blavi and the few that were protecting Naya and Shully, everyone must join the fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, A Big Victory. Chapter 121, A Big Victory. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Just as Anfey had estimated, this was undoubtedly a slaughter. The great flame sword in Anfey's hand had created a flaming swirl in the battlefield. Where the flaming swirl moved to, people close to it were killed. Susanna was more like a harvesting machine, passing through people horizontally and vertically. Where her sword passed, there had been a smog of blood appearing in the air. Sante, Zubin and others were still releasing their magic. Although mages and swordsmen were on the same level, the ways they fought were quite different. If mages got the chance to fly in the air, swordsmen would be at a disadvantage and could only passively defend themselves without any chance to fight back. This was because the swordsmen could only fight back with sword radiance. Once the mages were in the sky, the swordsmen would have no chance to release their sword radiance. And vice versa, mages' shields and defensive magic arrays were quite weak. If they were attacked by bad-intentioned swordsmen at a short distance, the result would be disastrous. The battle between swordsmen and mages on this level was not so fun to watch. The key to the victory lay on which party was the offensive one. However, the fatalities were far more than in the battles at the senior level. Senior-level fighters usually could decide the winner and survivor quickly. If Zubin, Sante and others were suddenly attacked by a group of swordsmen, their fatality would be no better than the swordsmen who were losing right now. Wind blade could be countered by combat power. Big fireballs were a challenge though. When the heat waves swiped through people, they would not necessarily die, but definitely be burnt to some degree. If Christian and Rizka joined the Legion, or if a meteor appeared in the sky, they would die without even any chance to counter it. The powers could be quite different even when the same magic was released by mages and magisters. A mercenary ran towards Anfey like a crazy monster. Few wind blades were slayed on him, but all were countered by his combat power. The last slay of the wind blade got him and cut deep into his skin. The wind blade turned into moving elements and disappeared in the air. The reason that mercenary was hit by a wind blade at the end because it was released by Christian. The bloody battle was quickly approaching the end. There weren't many people in a merchant caravan and a small-sized mercenary group. More than half their number had been fatally injured. Christian and others had stopped to watch how Anfey and Susanna did on the battlefield. Everyone felt Susanna's sword skills had gotten a little better than before, and her attitude changed a little as well. Once she was in a state of fighting, she became cold and treated people's lives like bugs. Seeing people dying one after another in front of her, she neither slowed down nor showed any sympathy on her face. She had plus undetectable calmness in her. Anfey's sword skills made watchers feel they were enjoying a show. If looking at their faces, Susanna was undoubtedly more beautiful and enjoyable than Anfey. Girly-looking Susanna looked adorable. Anfey was not a bad-looking guy, but he was not comparable with Susanna in terms of looks. If looking at their sword skills, Susanna was skilled with a strong killer vibe, while Anfey had dance-like moves to it. After watching the two of them on the battlefield, everyone felt they had illusion that Anfey did not kill those mercenaries and bodyguards. Instead, they were rushing to Anfey's sword one after another one. The reason for that illusion was Anfey's foot movement. Regular swordsmen's forward, diagonal and side moves were only to help them speed up their offensive attacking or to dodge the opponent's attacks. Anfey's foot movements were systematic on their own. To Anfey, every foot move was an attack itself. Even if he held a sword in his hand still at an angle, with the foot movements, he still could kill his opponent one after another. Anfey's sophisticated sword skills added more effects to his performance. It was more than just a simple calculation of 1 + 1 = 2. It was unknown when the Shansa Empire's princess had come out of the wagon. She hid in a far corner with a person in her arms. She focused on the battlefield from a distance. Isis did not have that numb face anymore. Instead, she had a smile on her face under the moonlight. When the gang only had just over 20 people left, they could not take the terrifying feeling anymore and started to run away in all directions. Christian slowly landed in front of Anfey and gave him a questioning look. Anfey nodded at him and then Christian waved. Rizka and his fellows chased after those people in the gang. Great flame sword and flame shield turned into elements and disappeared. Anfey walked over 10 steps to the side. He smiled. Bro, get up, I know you are not hurt. No one answered. There were dead bodies everywhere whose blood had gathered and merged into streams. Anfey kicked on the waist of a dead body. That dead body sprang up like he was just hit by lightning. Master Anfey, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Looking at the chubby body, who else could he be? He was Ahab, with blood on his face and body. Anfey knew he was not hurt at all and had been lying on the floor for quite a while. He suffered while people stepping over him without making any sound. His willpower was plausible. I will decide whether to kill you, Anfey said, smiling. Master Anfey, it was not my fault. Ahab knelt on the ground. It was that guy. He made me do it. Master Anfey, please forgive me. I can give you all I have. Why did I hear you said fight before? Anfey obviously was playing with him. That guy had a knife to my back. I had to give that order. Ahad had already had regretful tears in his eyes. Master Anfey, we are friends. Can you forgive me this time? Is this how you treat your friends? Did you say the guy who had a knife to your back was a commander of a mercenary group? So, after he laid down among the dead bodies, you laid down as well. You are of the same batch. Tell me what happened. You mother F***. A guy yelled in anger. The guy with thick sideburns sat up in the blood. Of course, he was not cursing at Anfey. He was cursing at Ahab. Ahab, you motherfucker. My people all died because of you. You are still lying. The big guy suddenly stood up and threw himself at Ahab. Ahab was just a muggle, so he fell on the floor before he could make any defensive moves. That big guy was smart. He knew Anfey had not killed both of them because they still had value to him. He punched Ahab hard, but did not mean to kill him. Even though Ahab had not died from the punch, his head swollen like a pig head in a blink of eyes. Enough. Tell me whose idea it was? Anfey asked calmly. It's his, master, the big guy with thick sideburns yelled. It's him. Ahab's yell sounded a lot weaker. It sounded as if he was dying. It does not matter whose idea it was. I do not care. Anfey pointed with his finger. Did you see over there? I will have them decide whether you will live or die. If they do not want to kill you, I will let you go. The big guy lifted his head and looked into the distance. His bloody face twitched. He recognized those two people. He knew what he had done to them. He cut off Isis's tendon. He was also the first guy who raped her. How could that woman forgive him? If he had known what his situation would be like, he would have treated Isis like she was his family. Unfortunately, there were not so many ifs in the world. There was no point to think of ifs. If the princess of Shansa Empire did not flee, if Isis did not run away with the princess, all of these events would not have happened. That big guy had no position to think about ifs. The big guy with sideburns suddenly jumped up and ran towards Christian. He did not dare to fight with Susanna and Anfey. Compared with Susanna and Anfey, Christian looked easy to pick a fight with. Susanna quickly put her hand on the sword shaft, and then she relaxed because she saw Anfey stepping forward and kicking that guy with his left leg super fast like a tornado swept through. That big guy with sideburns got hit on his face while his body continued to move forward by momentum. His legs swung in the air and he fell on his back hard. His face was bloody, but this time it was quite different than when he was faking it before among the dead bodies. Magic World had its own systematic sword skills, but there was no martial arts skills that focused on legs. Anfey's kick was fast and brilliant. Susanna's eyes brightened up and then she looked down to think about something. Hui Wei, Anfey called. Coming. Hui Wei ran over from a distance. Take them to those two girls. Do what they say. If those two girls do not know what to do with them, give them a hand. Anfey pointed in the direction of the princess with his chin. Women tend to more sympathetic. Hui Wei curled his lips. If those two girls wanted them to leave, should we really let them go? Hui Wei had just officially joined the Legion, but he already had fought for the Legion. Letting these two guys go would bring trouble for the Legion. It would not only bring revenge to the Legion, but also cause troubles in the courts. If he could make a decision, Ahab and the big guy were already dead. If those girls let them go, wouldn't you know what to do? Anfey smiled. Master Anfey, please forgive me, Ahab said. The big guy had already passed out, but Ahab was still sober. Ahab screamed when he heard what the conversation between Anfey and Hui Wei. I will give you all those female slaves. Please forgive me. Shut up. Hui Wei stepped forward and gave him a kick. Those female slaves would be ours anyway according to the rules. How dare you say you are giving us the female slaves? You are such an idiot. Anfey, those female slaves? Christian asked. Take a few people with you and control those mercenaries. You do not have to do anything to those female slaves. I got it. Christian nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Desire. Chapter 122, Desire. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The aftermath of the battle was all taken care of. However, since many people were unable to sleep because of the excitement of the battle, they were all gathered in small groups chatting. Because of ingrained stereotypes, a lot of people did not consider killing orcs to be a form of murder. For most in the Legion, this battle had been their first time killing humans and was very memorable. Susanna and Anfey were strolling around. They kept a healthy distance between them. Not far enough to seem like they were newly acquainted with each other, but not close enough to appear intimate either. There was no love blooming between the two. Susanna enjoyed talking with Anfey. If she had to share her secret with someone, it would be him. This was because Anfey was mature, witty, and careful. Whenever she heard his voice or saw his face, she would feel calm. Anfey, you should begin practicing intermediate magic, Susanna said. Paladins do not pose a real threat to the best and the most powerful, but for a normal mage they are very hard to deal with. Imagine, a paladin with magic would be very terrifying to mages. I know. I need a good foundation before continuing on, but judging from your surges today, you are completely capable of practicing intermediate magic, Susanna said. We should congratulate you. You are a mage now. Your growth is incredible. It's not a surprise. Anyone would grow as fast as I if they had drunk unicorn blood. You drank the blood? Feller gave it to you, didn't he? Christian will be hearing about this. You wouldn't. Anfey said, realizing his mistake. You're the one that betrayed our trust. I didn't get any benefits from this. It's your fault for trying to drink the blood without telling us. Betraying? Anfey asked, shaking his head. If I let you in on this, aren't we then friends with benefits? He suddenly remembered another meaning to the phrase friends with benefits. He coughed to hide the awkwardness. Susanna wasn't as sensitive as Anfey. She smiled and said, actually, I think Christian already knew. Really? Anfey asked, surprised. He thought drinking the unicorn blood wasn't a big deal. If he wasn't there to help them, this team would have never made it this far. However, if people found out, it could damage the unity. Christian treated the blood like it was his child, Susanna said, and he had to measure it every day. I usually went and helped them. Whenever he wanted to go over the inventory, Feller got nervous and tried to find an excuse to keep Christian away. Feller is a good person and wouldn't try to take what isn't his. The story explains itself. So I'm not a good person? Anfey asked, smiling. It seems like you already knew before hearing about this from me. I took an educated guess. Christian must have figured it out as well. After a while, he stopped trying to measure the unicorn blood. I figured that made Feller sleep better at night. Anfey sighed and shook his head. It's not that big of a deal. Everyone knew that without you, they wouldn't still be alive today. All right, Anfey said, feeling awkward. Let's forget about this matter. Anfey's eyes fell on a nearby wooden post, where the bodies of Ahab and the bearded mercenary were hung. The bodies were mangled, and both clearly had been in great pain before they died. This was done under the order of the princess and Isis, and Huiwei was the executioner. Women were much more terrifying than men when they wanted revenge. The two women were still unsatisfied, but Huiwei could not carry on, and ended the men's lives and their suffering. Looking at the bodies, Anfey suddenly remembered something. He turned to Susanna and said, Susanna, there's nothing wrong with your combat power, is there? No, why? I thought it felt strange when you were fighting. You felt murderous. That's not a good thing. Susanna hesitated, then said softly, my combat power isn't like normal combat powers. It's difficult to explain. You wouldn't understand. How do you know? You didn't tell me anything about it. Susanna shook her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted someone. She turned to take a good look and called out, Anfey, look. What is she doing? Anfey turned and found a shadow crouching next to a tent. Isis held a dagger between her wrists and was kneeling on the ground. She tried to stab herself in the neck with the dagger. It was difficult, and she missed 2 times, but she continued stubbornly. Under the moonlight, it was easy to see the blood dripping down from her neck. She gasped in pain, but continued on with her movements. She was very determined. Susanna was going to run over to stop her, but she was stopped by Anfey, who shook his head slowly. Susanna stood there, and tears began streaming out of her eyes. Just then, Isis's cries of pain alerted those who were still awake. Christian and Blavi were among those who ran out of their tents to check on the situation. The dagger between Isis's wrists flashed a cold, silvery light. She fell forward stiffly, and fell onto the dagger. Her body tensed, then slowly relaxed. Everyone knew what had happened to Isis, but watching her killing herself was too much for them to handle. Someone cried out in shock, some covered their mouths with their hands. All eyes were focused on Isis. Why didn't you try to help her? Naya asked angrily. You can save her today, but tomorrow? Do you think you could save her every time? Anfey asked coldly. Naya, don't blame him, Susanna said, wiping her tears away. You don't know what she had been through. It would be hard for anyone to continue on living after that. If she wanted to live, she could use time to ease the pain of what had happened to her. No one would purposely try to remind her of her past. Even if she did not want to stay with us, she could find a place where no one knew her in her past and live there. If she had lost all will to live, why force her to continue on with us? Naya turned her head away. Even though she hadn't known Isis for long, she knew Isis had gone through hell. Her untimely and unfortunate end had touched everyone present. Making a decision like this had a lot to do with Anfey's personality. If Isis had wanted to live, he wouldn't treat her any differently. If Isis had wanted to die, he wouldn't try to stop her either. If there was someone who had grown up without any darkness or hardship present, they might try to talk to Isis and stop her from killing herself. However, Anfey could not. He was under a lot of stress, and he did not have the time or the energy to deal with someone he barely knew. He could only watch and let Isis make her own choice. Anfey walked over slowly. Isis was still breathing softly. He could tell from her eyes that she had conflicting emotions. However, he knew there was no hesitance or regret. Anfey peeked into the tent. The princess was still asleep. She had spent days in a cage, and that night she had witnessed a battle. In the end, she had punished the prisoners to avenge herself and her friend. She must be physically and mentally exhausted. She didn't know her friend had already ended her life. For her, it may be a good thing. Witnessing something like that would break her. Christian, bury her, Anfey ordered. Poor woman, Christian said, shaking his head and sighing. Poor? Anfey asked. Remember the girls in Lagan City? Yes. Remember. This is a world of survival of the fittest. Don't show your weakness, or else one day this may be your end. Everyone was quiet, trying to understand Anfey's words. After everything that had happened, everyone had their own understanding of power and survival. This tragedy was additional proof that they must remain powerful. They had remained alive up until that point because of Anfey and Susanna. What if they found themselves alone one day? With the woman still lying on the ground, dying, everyone felt an acute desire for power. What happened in Lagan City? Susanna asked. Let Naya tell you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, Furtive. Chapter 123, Furtive. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. You are free now. The words he said before did not matter, the last sentence was the most important. It needed to be said by Anfey. The female slaves stood shocked for a second before they cheered. Some of them cried out of happiness, some hugged and jumped up and down. The youngest girls did not understand what freedom meant, but seeing their sisters and aunties so happy made them happy as well. Anfey jumped off the wagon and walked to the 4 elves. Those elves looked excited. They looked at Anfey. Christian, take the anti-magic bracelets off them, Anfey said calmly. From Anfey's point of view, elves were proud and stubborn. They were not easy to get along with. However, they were better than most human beings. There were many people who did bad things to the people who used to offer them help, but very few elves did those terrible things. Taking a deeper look into it, maybe this was the reason the culture of elves was getting weaker. They were too pure for this magic world, while the world was too much for them. Elves either had to adapt to this world or be destroyed, which was a difficult choice the world had given them. Unluckily, elves had probably chosen the latter rather than being influenced in a bad way by the world. Their decision could not simply be judged by right or wrong. Thank you. The elves bowed to Anfey. You are welcome. Anfey simply waved. He turned around and walked away. Those elves stood still, shocked. Most human beings were interested in the world of elves or elves themselves. Anfey could have taken the opportunity to talk to them. Anfey walked away, which made the elves wonder. Anfey's idea about the elves was simple. These elves who ended up as slaves probably had unimportant roles in the world of elves. In other words, their power levels were average at most. Anfey was not interested in knowing them. After they reached White Mountain City, he would send these elves to Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group in the name of Alibaba Mercenary Group. By doing so, Anfey could gain the friendship of both Hotchbinny and the elves. Besides helping Anfey winning over friendship, they were not useful. Anfey had been dealing with many chores the whole day. Ahab's merchant caravan was just a low-level one, but there were all kinds of items in it. It already took a day to write down everything in the inventory. Anfey decided to camp where they were and take a day's break. When everybody was busy doing things, Anfey held little Sholi's hand secretively and walked with her out of the station. They submerged themselves in the grass and disappeared. Susanna saw them from a distance. She just smiled, shaking her head. She did not think it was a big deal. If it had happened in modern times, seeing so much news about perverts, she would surely have followed them. Anfey's furtive moves were suspicious, but Susanna did not worry about it at all. Anfey looked around and listened to their surroundings to see if anyone was around them before asking Sholi in low voice, Sholi, would you listen to me? Yes. Sholi nodded seriously. My sister told me to listen to you. Would you listen to anything I tell you? Anfey asked. Sholi thought about it and nodded, yes. Sholi was even purer than any elf. She did not have any idea that Anfey could do anything bad to her. Anfey's furtive look did not make him look like a good person. Good. Anfey smiled. He looked up and listened to the surroundings again. He thought for a while and finally made a decision. Shelley, are you ready? Ready for what? Shelley asked in surprise. Anfey whispered to Shelley to her ear. Huh? I don't want to do it, Shelley said. Yes, you will do it, Anfey said. No, Anfey, Shelley said. You will do it. Are you listening to me? What Anfey said was a typical conversation between a predator and victim. No one could imagine this kind of conversation could happen here. I am afraid. Shelley said. What are you afraid of? Just try it, just once, Anfey said. Luckily, Susanna did not follow them. If she had heard the conversation, she probably would not have been able to keep from jumping out to ask Anfey what he was doing to Shelley. Anfey, Shelley pouted. Did you just say you would listen to me and do anything I ask you to do? Anfey asked. But, Shelley said. Why are you talking so much? Just listen to me. Anfey was upset. If I hurt you, my sister would blame me, Shelley said. Are you kidding me? Do you really think you can hurt me? Anfey had to dare Shelley. Little kids were easy to comfort. Shelley frowned and looked like a little soldier. Okay. If I hurt you, you are not allowed to tell on me to my sister. Of course, I would not tell on you. I, Anfey, am not that kind of person, Anfey said. You promise? Shelley was still not so sure about it. Come on, hurry up. Anfey felt helpless. If he had not wanted to be a joke for others, he would not have found Shelley to do it with him. This little girl talked too much. Are you ready? I am firing now, Shelley said seriously. Yes, Anfey said. My greatest fire god. Little Shelley started to chant with sincerity. Anfey secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It was just a little fireball. She did not have to ask for fire god, did she? Luckily, he knew, if others saw Shelley looking so sincere, they probably would think she was releasing magic. After she finished her chanting, a little fireball appeared in Shelley's hand. She shot at Anfey. Anfey focused and tried to communicate with the fire elements that he could sense. This was a new idea he had yesterday. If the fire elements he called out would not hurt him, then maybe he could try to communicate with others' fire elements. Of course, he was not so sure it would work. Otherwise he would not have asked Shelley to shoot the fireball. As Anfey felt he was communicating with the fire elements with his telepathy, the little fireball hit Anfey's face. With a puffing sound, the little fireball turned into countless sparks and disappeared. Anfey felt warm on his face without any burning pain. He had done it. Immediately, Anfey realized a serious problem. This little girl aimed at his face. What would happen if he had not made it? You, Shelley. Anfey could only heave a long sigh. He could not do anything to little Shelley. Shelley was startled for a while before she ran to Anfey. She tugged on his shirt to ask Anfey to lower himself. She touched his face with her little cold hands. Anfey, your face got a thick layer of skin. It was Anfey's turn to feel shocked. From Shelley's point of view, without a magic shield and combat power, the only way Anfey could counter the fireball was because he got thicker skin even than magic armor. Anfey was speechless about the way Shelley thought. Shelley's comments did not sound so nice. Anfey, can we play again? Shelley screamed in excitement. We should go back now. Maybe we can play next time. Anfey was just trying to test whether his idea would work. He had completed the task, so he wanted to go back and give it a little bit more thought. I want to play again. Shelley twisted her body to whine to Anfey. Next time, Anfey said. I want to play again, Shelley whined a second time. Their conversation right then, as before, could easily make people think something else was going on. However, Anfey and Shelley did not feel there was anything wrong with their conversation. Shelley had no idea, and the other did not realize. Okay. Anfey nodded. He showed a serious face and said, not on the face, okay? Yes, I know, Shelley said. Okay, shoot. Anfey started to focus with his telepathy. It would be good for Anfey to test his new idea a couple of times more. He tried to control the fireballs Shelley fired at him as quickly as possible. If he could get control of the fireballs at the moment Shelley shot them out, then he could easily beat any mages at the same level when his magic skills reached a certain level. Great fire god. Shelley looked even more sincere. She wished she could improve the power of her little fireballs with more sincere chanting. 1, 2, 3, Anfey continued to have few feelings. They did not leave the forest for a long time. When they walked to the station, Sholi was so exhausted that she could not even walk. Her magic ability was low to begin with, and she had been trying hard to hit Anfey. She not only emptied her magic, but also physically exhausted herself. Anfey walked into the station with Sholi in his arms. Sholi had sweat all over her face. Her face was a little pale, with her eyes half closed. If any dark person saw the scene, Anfey would have a hard time explaining what happened between Anfey and Sholi. Susanna and Von Merge were talking when Anfey walked in. They hurried over. Anfey, where did you go? What happened to Sholi? Anfey, what did you do? Von Merge asked in surprise. I did not do anything. We were practicing magic, Anfey answered calmly. Anfey had not done anything wrong, so he was not afraid of being questioned. But... Von Merge looked at Sholi in surprise and thought to himself, look at poor Sholi. How could Anfey say they did not do anything? Sis, it was fun. Sholi opened her eyes and barely had strength to smile. What did you play? Susanna asked in curiosity. Anfey suddenly coughed. He did not want anyone to know his combat power. Sholi realized as well. This is a secret between me and Anfey. I am not telling anyone, Sholi answered proudly. She was proud to be able to share a secret with Anfey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Chance Encounter. Chapter 124, Chance Encounter. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. 2 days later, Anfey and the group arrived at White Mountain City. Geographically, White Mountain City was as important as Blackwater City. However, the latter was much older and much larger. Both cities, however, had tattered city walls. It seemed like none of the mercenary groups cared much about fixing the walls. In order to get a better view of the city, Anfey decided to ride on a horse instead of staying inside the carriage. The atmosphere around the city was tense. There were around 30 officers inspecting passing carriages and people. Tiger of Taw mercenary group ruled Blackwater City, and that was where the group's base was located. It was easy for them to control Blackwater City, but White Mountain City was another matter. Anfey knew that the inspectors would be a great advantage to whoever controlled them. He observed them carefully, trying to find something useful. A black carriage came out of the gate. Suddenly Anfey felt someone's gaze on him. He was very sensitive to people gazing at him. Even if someone was observing him in secret, he could still tell. Anfey looked around to find the source, but then the pressure suddenly disappeared, and he could only see the slight swaying of a carriage's curtains. Anfey narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze towards the front. When the carriage was a few feet away from him, his horse suddenly whined loudly and dashed towards the carriage. The driver reacted quickly. He called out loudly and pulled on his horses. Anfey's horse ran into the carriage's horses, causing a commotion among them. When his horse fell to the ground, he was already standing on the road, unharmed. It took the driver a while to calm his horses down. He turned and yelled, "Do you even know how to ride? Did you want to die? Do you know how to drive? Do you want to kill me?" Anfey called back. He took a step forward and grabbed the carriage driver's shirt. It seemed like he was ready for a fight. A blood vessel was pulsing violent on the driver's neck. He had never met anyone as unreasonable as the man in front of him. If it wasn't for Anfey's horse, none of this would have happened. The driver raised his whip and was going to strike him. The inspectors glanced their way but did not intervene. They were mercenaries, and conflicts like that were nothing new to them. They all had tempers. If they tried to resolve every conflict, there would be no time for anything else. As long as no one was hurt, they wouldn't do anything about it. "I apologize," a soft voice said. A pale, plump hand pulled the curtains open. A young woman in her mid-20s stepped out of the carriage. "Sir, it is our fault." The driver's hand fell to his side. He stared at the woman in shock. It seemed like he could not understand why his master was apologizing. Anfey snorted and pushed the driver. The driver was staring, and almost fell over the other side of the carriage. He stared at Anfey angrily and was about to lunge at him. The woman coughed softly. The driver's body froze, and he sat back into his seat. He was still staring at Anfey, enraged. "Are you hurt?" the woman asked softly. "No, but I am spooked." Anfey said. "Didn't you see? I almost fell into the horses. That is not the way a gentleman talks to a lady, sir." Anfey hesitated. The woman was dressed lavishly. Her face was covered with makeup, but her eyes and lips were not made up. Her black dress showed half of her chest and a slight cleavage. Dresses like this left things to the imagination. If she showed more skin, she could be called immoral, and if she covered up more skin, she could be called a prude. Anfey's eyes landed on her chest and darted away. "So sorry," he said, blushing. "I was too loud." "It is all right," the woman said. She fished out 2 silver coins and handed them to him. "Sir, why don't you take this money and go buy a drink or two?" "No, no," he said, "that won't be necessary." "Do please take it," the woman said. She took his hand and placed the coins on his palm. Her fingers purposely brushed against his palm. Anfey blushed and took the coins. Von Merge was worried that something was wrong and ran over, calling Anfey's name. The horse hobbled after Von Merge. "Sorry for the distraction, ma'am," Anfey said. "Don't worry about it," the woman said. "I hope we meet again." Of course," Anfey nodded. Anfey smiled as he watched the carriage drive away. He walked to the carriage in which Black 11 was riding. "What happened?" Black 11 asked. "Did you see that carriage?" "Yes." "You should have people in White Mountain City. Look for that carriage's owner." "All right," Black 11 said, nodding. "What happened?" "Someone was watching me," Anfey said. "For people here, I am just a normal stranger. Plus, I'm not as handsome as Christian." There was no reason for anyone to be staring. "Just that?" Black 11 asked. "Are you a little too sensitive? You may not be as handsome as Christian, but you aren't bad looking, either." "I didn't know you know how to make a joke," Anfey said softly. "I caused a commotion on purpose just then. I was hoping whoever was in the carriage would come out and see what had happened." "Didn't you?" "No. There was someone else in there," Anfey said. "Don't you think it's weird? I caused everything on purpose, but they were trying to resolve the matter without a huge conflict. She gave me 2 silver coins. If someone provoked me like that, I would beat them up for sure. I have nothing to hide. I am not afraid of anyone." "When you put it like that, it does seems weird," Black 11 admitted. "There's a saying where I come from, when you treat someone nicely when you don't have to, you must have something you want. When you're trying to stay low when you should not, you have a reason to do so," Anfey shrugged and told Black 11. "Your men had nothing better to do anyway. If it was because I was too suspicious, so be it. Better safe than sorry, eh?" "I'm afraid even the Lord General isn't as paranoid as you," Black 11 said, shaking his head. In the carriage driving the other way, another conversation was taking place. "Eddie, you're so careful lately. Did a village boy like that scare you?" "Village boy," the blonde youth said coldly. "If you had forgotten, that was Anfey. So? Don't forget. He was the one who killed Black Ghost." "Don't underestimate him," Eddie said, frowning. "I think we might have made a mistake." "What is it?" the woman asked. Eddie frowned and thought about the encounter. "Our attitude," Eddie said, sighing. "A long time ago, I met him once. At Tumon Commercial Union. He was with Saul and Ernest then. There was no way he would have recognized me. I should have confronted him. You told me to keep him away." "I know. It was my fault. I never thought he would be in White Mountain City. I subconsciously wanted to avoid conflict with him and raise alarms. I've made a mistake." Eddie shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You're saying he was provoking us?" the woman asked, smiling. "Eddie, you're thinking too much. He's not an easily embarrassed boy." "You're thinking too little," Eddie said. "Don't forget, he had Naya with him, and Naya was famous for her beauty." "Eddie, what are you trying to say?" The smile on the woman's face disappeared. She looked at Eddie coldly. Eddie's words were too blunt. Naya was famously beautiful, meaning that if Anfey were interested in women, he would choose Naya and not the woman. Sorry, Eddie said. He smiled bitterly. "I'm disturbed. If my words offend you, I apologize. Eddie, even if my lord had ordered me to work with you, you have to remember your place." The apology clearly did not satisfy the woman. Women hate being compared to other women, and Eddie's words clearly injured the woman's pride. She stared at Eddie coldly. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 125, Hero. Chapter 125, Hero. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" A few mercenaries dressed as swordsmen stopped Anfey. Two mages nervously stared at Anfey behind the mercenaries. The air seemed tensed. I am here for Hotchpenny. Could you let her know I am here? Anfey asked, smiling. I am sorry. Miss Hotchpenny is not in White Mountain City right now. Can you come by some other time? A swordsman answered politely. Sorry. Anfey hesitated for a second. Can you take a message for me? I am the commander of Alibaba Mercenary Group. Something happened on my way to White Mountain City, and I saved a group of female slaves. I personally have so much sympathy towards them. I hope I can find them a safe place. Those swordsmen looked at each other and felt Anfey was ridiculous. If this had happened in previous times, they would immediately have accepted this group of female slaves and sold them for money after Anfey left. They would make a profit by doing so. However, this was not a good time, since Glory Mercenary Group had suffered a big loss. Anthony still had not shown up. After receiving the order to withdraw, Tiger of Tall mercenaries had been worried all day long. They did not dare to sleep, not to mention accepting female slaves. I am sorry. We cannot help you, a swordsman said slowly. I have found a place for the female slaves. Only there are a few elves, and I do not know where I can send them to. I heard Miss Hotchpenny had saved a lot of elves. I am bringing them here in hopes that Miss Hotchpenny could take care of them. Anfey waved. Christian lifted up the wagon curtain, and a few elves ducked out of the wagon. Looking at the sign for Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group, they looked excited. Miss Hotchpenny had claimed that Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group would be a home for homeless elves. Once elves stepped through the gate of the Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group, they would receive the protection of Tiger of Tall. Anyone hurting elves would be seen as picking a fight with Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group. The swordsmen were shocked for a second, bowed to Anfey, and said, Thank you so much. You are welcome. It's our honor. Without knowing when it had happened, Anfey had become a hero. He even talked like a hero. Please take this. An intermediate swordsman passed something to Anfey. No matter when you need help, you can take it to Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group. We would never turn you down after this. This is... Anfey took that item. It was a small badge. It was green in the front with a flying elf with wings open. In the back it was white silver with the name of Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group. Sir, right now is not a good time, so we are not going to invite you to come in case anything happens to you, the intermediate swordsman said, smiling. It is our honor to have you visit us at this sensitive time. You know, we have not had guests for a while. I am from Blackwater City. I know what has happened, Anfey said. I am just sending these poor elves home. I think Master Anthony would not blame me for sending just a few elves home. The intermediate swordsman saw Anfey was neither arrogant nor too humble about himself. He was sentimental. He smiled and said, Is your mercenary group called Alibaba Mercenary Group? Under your leadership, I believe you will make a good name for the Alibaba Mercenary Group in the not-too-distant future. Thank you for your compliments. I am not going to forget you. Goodbye. Anfey smiled. Bye. The intermediate swordsman gave Anfey a long look before he waved at the mercenaries to close the gate. Before Anfey got back to his own wagon, the door of Tiger of Tall of Mercenary Group had already closed. Compared with other places, White Mountain City looked like a ghost town. The stores on the streets were closed. There were no pedestrians on the street either. Obviously, they were afraid they would get dragged into bad situations. No wonder you are a student of Master Saul. You have money. If it were me, I would sell those elves. Black 11 gave a fake smile. They would not sell for much. Anfey looked at the little badge in his hand with a smile. We broke the ice in the relationship with Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group. If anything happens later, we can look to them for help. Black 11 was so speechless that he could only heave a sigh. Glory and Tiger of Tall Mercenary Groups had become enemies, with Anfey planning everything behind the scenes. Now he tried to get connected with Tiger of Tall Mercenary Group. It just felt weird. Black 11's memory was not bad. He still remembered that Anfey had planned to use the secret of Yolanthi's fake death to get connected with Anthony after the war started and the secrets about the war had lost their value. He was setting them up one moment and wanting to be friends with them the next. Black 11 saw the gray shadow on Anfey. They were so much alike. Do you have any safe places? Anfey asked with a smile. Yes, we can go to my hotel, Black 11 said. A hotel again? Can we find somewhere else? Anfey asked. Is there any other place would not send out an alarm when a group of people came in? The hotel is the only safe place. It fits your identity the best, Black 11 said.
Don't tell me all of your hotels are the same, Anfey said.
They are similar. Not only are my hotels all similar, all the mid-level hotels in Blackwater City and White Mountain City are all similar, Black 11 said. Boring. Anfey shook his head. Anfey had been nervous since he had stirred things up in Blackwater City. After being so stressed, he needed to relax a little bit. Alternating his status of being stressed and relaxed was a way to keep him going. It is a boring world anyway. If you are a traveling poet looking for inspiration, I could find you a nice place, but you are just a mercenary, Black 11 said. Never mind, never mind. I can stay anywhere, Anfey said bitterly. Maybe Black 11 was against Anfey on purpose, because the Tuna Hotel they stayed in was even smaller than the one in Blackwater City. Tuna Hotel was a 2-story building. Anfey and his mercenary group took the whole upper floor, while 7 or 8 female slaves stayed in one room downstairs. The female slaves did not complain about their room being too small. They were happy enough, since they were no longer treated as sex slaves. In addition, Anfey had promised them they could go back to their hometowns. They had no position to complain. The hotel was small, but those women were happy to clean up their room. They not only cleaned the first floor, but did an even better job cleaning the upper floor. The outside of the hotel still looked like before, but inside was super tidy and clean. Anfey had asked Christian to take the captives to report to the mercenary union about being attacked. Christian also needed to handle some paperwork. Anfey just spread himself on the bed, enjoying his free time. 2 girls kneeled on the floor to clean it. They looked up to peek at Anfey once in a while and then looked down with a shy smile. They would not understand Anfey with the knowledge they had. They only knew Anfey saved them and killed all the bad guys in justice. Anfey had been very nice to them for the past few days. He never asked them to do anything. They did cleaning on their own. In their view, Anfey was a hero. He possessed the qualities of humility, honesty, sympathy, bravery, justice, honor, and many other positive traits. Anfey never used his authority to order them to do anything. It showed he was humble. Anfey did not bully them or sell them for money. He gave them freedom. It was honesty and sympathy. They heard that Anfey was a paladin. When his legion was attacked by the gang, he was on the frontier. It was heroic and self-sacrificing. Anfey was not greedy about Elve's beauty and sent them back to Tiger of Tall mercenary group. They could prove Anfey was a man with many good qualities with the many helpful and courageous things Anfey did. In general, those girls thought Anfey was a perfect guy. More important, he was still single. It was fortunate those female slaves did not connect with Susanna and Naya well, otherwise Naya and Susanna would faint if they told Susanna and Naya what they thought about Anfey. This nice atmosphere in Anfey's room was ruined the moment Black 11 stepped in. He called out, "Anfey." Anfey sprang up from the bed. Seeing Black 11's serious face, Anfey realized something had happened. He stood up and walked out of his room. When he passed the 2 girls on the way, Anfey said in low voice, "Everyone must be tired after walking the whole day. You girls can go to rest. You can continue your cleaning tomorrow." "Yes, master." The 2 girls answered quietly, but they scrubbed the floor even harder. They looked like they were in competition to see who could make the floor cleaner. They felt happy inside after they heard what Anfey said to them. This Tuna Hotel had a large backyard. Through the backyard was an access to a blacksmith shop. The blacksmiths were engaged in their work. No one even looked up to notice Anfey and Black 11. When they walked out of the store, there was a street and a fabric store on the other side of the street. Black 11 walked in front of Anfey into the fabric store. "Are they all your people?" Anfey asked in surprise. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 126, Nothing Can Remain a Secret Forever. Chapter 126, Nothing Can Remain a Secret Forever. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. "Yes, doing things like this would make it so much easier," Black 11 said. The clothes shop had a moderately sized backyard. After they crossed through the door, Black 11 stopped and turned to the stable to the right. A burly man was already waiting there. 3 horses were in the stable. Under the railing was a black hole. "Sir, you're here." 2 men in black were already standing in the basement. "Is it inside?" Black 11 asked. "Yes, sir." Anfey walked over, and the 2 men bowed in unison. "My lord," they said. "When did I become your lord?" Anfey asked, amused. "Anfey, now is not the time for jokes," Black 11 said. He walked into the basement.
It was a poorly furnished room with only a bed and a table. 2 candles were on the table, lighting the room dimly.
There was a man on the bed. He was breathing heavily. Black 11 lifted the cover sheet.
The wound was not dressed, and his body was covered with blood. Some blood was dry and crusted, some was fresh. The worst wound was on his abdomen. His stomach was slashed through, and through the wound his organs were visible.
Anfey frowned.
Injuries like this may be treatable in a modern hospital, but in a place like this, the man was as good as dead.
Is the news accurate? Black 11 asked softly.
Yes, sir.
Did you report to the Lord General?
Yes.
Black 11 sighed and sat down on the edge of the bed.
Anfey stood there quietly, lost for words. In a situation like this, he should ask what had happened, and have Black 11 recount the event for him. Then he needed to emphasize how urgent the situation was and how they needed more men. Then he would volunteer to sacrifice himself for the Empire. The actual events may differ, but the bulk of the story would remain the same. The problem was Anfey was not stupid, nor was he someone who treated Manhwa Empire as his home. He wanted to assassinate the princess because he wanted to remind his companions that they could help their nation without returning home. In this strange world, Anfey placed his own safety above all else. He didn't mind taking risks, but he needed a good reason to do so. He had caused the chaos in Blackwater City, and it seemed like he was working for Manhwa Empire. However, he had his own ideas and plans. Of course, he was going to fight for Manhwa Empire anyways. He couldn't risk angering Saul. When he first met Saul, he was only a normal kid to Saul. The care and friendship Saul offered him was unconditional. He could forsake benefits offered to him by the Empire, but he could not forget the kindness Saul offered him. Anfey made a clear standard for himself. He would work for Manhwa Empire, but would do nothing that could potentially endanger himself. Black 11 must have a reason for bringing him here. He would help, but he couldn't let himself agree to anything too dangerous. I didn't realize how much Shansa Empire had put into this war, Black 11 said.
Anfey stood there calmly, staring.
Yes, sir.
Blackania City is under siege. What should we do? Watch Blackania fall? Black 11 asked, shaking his head.
We must do something, sir, one of the men said. Anfey wanted to sigh, but doing so would put himself in an awkward situation.
He remained quiet and stood there without moving a finger.
Anfey, I am in a very difficult situation right now.
Do you have any ideas?
Seeing that he was completely silent, Black 11 wanted Anfey's input on the matter. Yes, Blackania City is very dangerous right now, Anfey said, nodding.
In fact, he didn't know where Blackania was.
He was merely repeating what he had just heard.
You know?
You just told me, Anfey admitted. Blackania City was one of the 10 great cities of the world, and one of the most important cities for Manhwa Empire.
Shansa did not try to attack the city with its armies this time.
Instead, they made an alliance with Tiger of Tao mercenary group. The mercenaries crossed the Transverse Mountains and entered the empire from where the defense was the weakest. They were able to cut off Blackania City from the rest of the empire. Even though Shansa Empire seemed to have the advantage right now, as long as Blackania City held out against the siege, they could not advance further into the empire. This was a long siege, and the army needed supplies. The mercenary group's support could not deliver supplies for a prolonged period of time, and Shansa Empire would not allow something like that to happen. They could ally themselves with mercenaries, and so could Manhwa Empire. If someone cut off the supply line for the Tiger of Tao mercenaries, and Blackania City could hold against the siege, Shansa Empire would not win the war. Whether they wanted to advance further or hold on to their current interests, Shansa Empire would need to focus all of its military power on Blackania City. It was their only option.
Black 11 shook his head. Shansa Empire sent out their Griffin aerial unit. Griffin? Anfey asked.
By asking a question, he switched his role with Black 11.
Yes, Black 11 said. What should we do then? Black 11 stopped mid-sentence and sighed. Anfey sighed with him.
He had no idea what Griffins were, and was surprised. He only sighed because he had to play along with Black 11.
Let's talk about it more when we get back, Black 11 said slowly.
He had watched the events in Blackwater City unfold, and was impressed by how carefully and quickly Anfey had worked.
After learning what had happened, Anfey was the first person he wanted to consult. However, Anfey's attitude made him anxious. He wanted to change the target and have someone else pressure Anfey.
Convincing Naya was much easier than convincing Anfey, but would achieve the same goal. If Naya decided to do something, Anfey would not stand by without intervening. After a few minutes, Anfey appeared in Tuna Hotel. There was a lot of activity in the hotel lobby. It was still early, and there were a lot of women and girls gathered there, chatting. Some were smiling, some were laughing, some were even singing. When Anfey walked into the hotel, the women fell silent and all bowed to Anfey. Anfey smiled and nodded. He walked upstairs to his room and was shocked by what he saw. The two girls that had been cleaning it were already finished. They were sitting on his bed with their skirts lifted up, showing their pale legs. They were touching each other's legs and mumbling something. When they saw him, the girls blushed and jumped off of his bed. "You're back, my lord," they said timidly. "The floor is very clean, I am impressed," Anfey said. "Thank you," the girls said. Their faces were even redder now. "I'm a bit tired now." "You should rest as well," Anfey told them and yawned. The girl seemed disappointed, then began walking out slowly. "Oh, by the way. See if Christian is back yet. And tell Susanna to come here." "Yes, sir." "You're looking for me?" Susanna was passing by and heard Anfey. She walked into the room and said, "I've been looking for you as well." "Ah, Susanna. You get more beautiful every time I see you," Anfey said, holding up his arms. He placed an emphasis on the word beautiful. Susanna frowned, but she didn't say anything to contradict him, and let him hug her. She saw the two cleaning girls and lifted a brow. She turned and rolled her eyes at Anfey. Seeing that the two girls had closed the door behind them, Anfey released Susanna and coughed. "What is it?" "The girl you saved. There's something wrong with her." "Something wrong?" "Something wrong with her head," Susanna sighed and shook her head. "She wouldn't talk or answer any questions. She wouldn't tell us where she was from either. I've never heard her talk. She just sits there and stares at the wall. She won't eat anything. I'm afraid she'll starve to death." "Did she have any other strange behaviors?" "Strange behaviors? Like what? Is she observing her surroundings? Like she was going to escape? You're afraid that she'll run?" Susanna asked, smiling. "I thought you were a good man after you let all the slaves go. Didn't know you were just saving the best." "Nonsense," Anfey said, smiling. "I'm not kidding, though. Feller told me he saw the girl putting her clothes on while getting out of your carriage the day of the battle. Tell me, what did you do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 127, Old Memories. Chapter 127, Old Memories. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. "We did not do anything." Anfey shook his head and gave Susanna a weird look. "You seem to really care about what we did. Don't change the subject. Did you really do nothing?" Susanna could not look into Anfey's eyes, but she still could keep a serious tone. "At that time, Ahab's people were ready to attack us. I did not have time to think about anything else. You know what, even if I had done something with her, I would not have to deny it." Anfey gave her a spicy smile. "Why are you uninterested in me and her? Susanna, are you? Ha ha ha. You wish." Susanna rolled her eyes at Anfey. "It was not just me. Everyone is interested in you and her. We have talked about it behind your back many times." Susanna seemed to answer with a sense of justice, but for some reason, she suddenly felt relaxed. "Don't you guys have anything better to do?" Anfey felt helpless, since he thought he really had done nothing inappropriate with the girls. Back in his world, he had sex with women, but never had any serious relationships. In this magic world, he never had sex with any woman. He thought to himself, how could people gossip about me when I am already so strict with myself? Is it because gold will shine no matter where it is? Susanna suddenly had a smile on her face. "Oh, right, what are you looking for me for? What do you know about griffins?" Anfey asked. "Griffins? Why are you suddenly asking about griffins?" Susanna asked. "Black 11 will ask me a difficult question soon. I have to get more information about what kind of magic beasts the griffins are, so I can decide whether I can help him," Anfey answered. Susanna thought for a while and said, "Griffins are vicious intermediate magic beasts. They live in groups. They can fly freely in the sky for a long time. They rarely fight among their own species. The male griffins are very protective of female griffins, and not just if they are a couple. Strong loyalty and pride have made griffins better companions than warhorses and other flying mounts. Griffins are born for battle. They are very brave. Flying a long time in the sky?
I think I know what kind of army it is. Anfey nodded. Continue.
Compared with war horses, griffins are not easily startled by wild rabbits, birds, and shadows. They would not hunt rabbit, wild deer, or other horses when they are hungry. They would not eat their riders out of anger, even when their riders beat them.
Griffins are brave but vicious. They are loyal but stubborn.
Susanna slowly said, you can ignore a griffin, but the fighting ability of a group of griffins is tremendous. Even a senior magic beast would have to flee in front of a group of griffins.
Do you know about the Griffin aerial unit in Shansa Empire? How is their fighting ability? Anfey asked. You do not even know about Griffin aerial unit? Susanna looked at Anfey in surprise.
It was a well-known military on Pan-continent.
The comprehensive fighting power of Griffin aerial unit was just below the Dark Moon Magic Legion in Elysian Empire.
However, they have incomparable advantages over Dark Moon Magic Legion. They are very flexible. Griffin aerial unit was composed of about 1,000 griffins and 400 silver knights. It would only take a day for them to show up and attack their opponents in surprise from 1,000 miles away. Even if the powerful Dark Moon Legion were attacked in surprise by Griffin aerial unit, they could end up with many casualties.
What do you think if we attack Griffin aerial unit? Anfey asked. Are you crazy? We would be so dead, Susanna yelled. Do you know how people describe Griffin aerial unit? A never annihilated military. They could escape dangerous areas at any time. Even top powerful people do not want to have conflicts with Griffin aerial unit. 5 Griffin riders with the cooperation of Griffins could easily kill us. Anfey was frustrated. He thought Black 11 was ridiculous to ask him to fight with Griffin aerial unit. Susanna usually did not make comments or judgment. Her comments on any matter were usually fair. If Anfey and Susanna together would be no match for 5 Griffin riders, there was no way Anfey's legion could fight the whole unit. They would be asking to be killed.
Anfey, don't gamble everyone's life on it, Susanna said seriously.
I know, Anfey nodded. After Susanna left, Anfey sat on the bed and thought for quite a while. He got up from the bed and walked out of the room to the hallway. Blavi was on watch. Anfey called him over and asked him a few questions. After talking to Blavi, Anfey walked to a room. He hesitated for a while before he pushed the door open and walked in. The princess of Shansa Empire was sitting on the bed with her feet against the bed footboard. Her knees were bent and her arms crossed and tucked under her legs. She put her upper body against her thighs. She rested her head on her knees while her eyes were fixed on the ceiling. It seemed as if there was something interesting on the ceiling. She looked somber sometimes and confused other times. She had not cried after learning that Isis had committed suicide. She became unusually quiet. No matter whether they were in transit or in the station, or even after they arrived at White Mountain City, her facial expression was dull and rarely changed. Anfey coughed quietly and took a seat on the edge of the bed. He smiled and said, I still do not know your name. Can you tell me your name? The princess of Shansa Empire turned her head to Anfey. She glanced at Anfey and then looked up at the ceiling again. It gave Anfey an illusion that he was far less interesting than that light red ceiling. Where are you from? Where do you want to go? If you want to leave, I can send my people to take you home. Anfey sounded very gentle. What happened was history. Don't worry about it. No one can hurt you anymore. Anfey waited for a while but still did not get any response from the princess. Anfey frowned. No matter what is bothering you, you need to eat regularly. You have to learn to take care of yourself. There was still no response. Anfey smiled as he shook his head. He stood up. He could not spend too much time on this princess. He rather needed to go back to his own room to meditate. A somber and healthy princess would be helpful for his plan, but this was all he could do. Anfey turned around and walked out. As his hand touched the doorknob, the princess said slowly, If I say I am a princess, do you believe me? Of course, why not? Anfey smiled. He calmly turned around and stared at the princess. The princess was shocked for a second and returned Anfey's smile. I've been thinking for the past few days. If you want to, you can tell me what you've been thinking about. Don't worry. I will keep your secrets. Anfey slowly walked back. When I was little, I knew I wanted to help my father and my country. There was a smile on the princess's face, but coldness showed in her eyes. I did help. One year, plague broke out in the eastern part of my country. It spread super fast. Many people died and many fled away from their hometowns. The later ones brought the plague to other places.
To control it, my father ordered the epidemic area to be cordoned off, but the people inside the epidemic area did not want to stay in that hell. They organized to try to break through the cordon. After a few big confrontations, many soldiers were infected as well. My father coldly ordered first to have them quarantined, and later even sent those infected soldiers into the epidemic area that had been cordoned off. Things were getting worse and worse since the soldiers organized those rebels, which posed a tremendous threat to the country. My father found out those rebels were planning something big. He needed someone to totally represent him in the cordon-off epidemic area to comfort those rebels. None of my siblings wanted to go, and many officials went on sick leave. Finally, I took that challenge. That year, I lost my best friend. She was also Isis's sister. Anfey could not help giving a closer look at the princess. He knew what the plague meant at that time. A girl who dared to enter the cordoned-off epidemic area deserved others' respect. Anfey knew he would not have wanted to go into the cordoned-off epidemic area himself. There was another time that the western part of my country had a gang. Maybe it was because the chief and mayor were too vicious and greedy and people lost faith in them. The gang expanded very fast as a result. A few chiefs united to try to convince the gang to dissolve and work for them. When the leader of the gang, named Ahmed, went to negotiate with them, the chiefs attacked Ahmed in surprise. They not only wanted to get rid of the threat posed by the gang, but also wanted to earn their meritorious military service, with the head of Ahmed chopped off. They failed and Ahmed escaped. After their dirty tricks became known by people, more people felt bad for Ahmed. Ahmed got stronger and stronger. My father was worried that sending troops to suppress him would be very costly. He sent officials to convince Ahmed to work for him, but Ahmed did not trust any government people. He asked to directly speak with the people from the royal family. My siblings pushed me out again. In fact, Ahmed already had become ambitious by then. He only wanted to have the conversation to buy himself time. I became the lamb jumping into his trap. Do you know I almost got raped by him? Other leaders in the gang did not like Ahmed's tyranny. They never wanted to be the enemy of the empire. The reason they joined the gang was because that was the only way to survive. With the help of other leaders, I killed Ahmed and successfully convinced the gang to work for my father. Oh, right. I forget to tell you what happened to those leaders. After they became government officials in the empire, my father sentenced them to death with all kinds of accusations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, What Happened in the Hotel? Chapter 128, What Happened in the Hotel? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. It seems like you have been through a lot, Anfey said. So I'm curious. How did you end up with the likes of Ahab? I thought they were a normal merchant's caravan, the princess said, sighing. In deserted places like that, a normal caravan can easily turn into bandits, as long as there is a good enough motive. I know now. How did you end up in the country of mercenaries? Anfey asked, switching the topic. I thought I would at least deserve a satisfying marriage after everything I've done. A smile bloomed on the princess's face, but her eyes were cold. I objected, but it was to no avail. So there I was. After you were captured by Ahab. I couldn't tell them who I was. Isis was afraid they would hurt me, so she told them who I was. Thank God Ahab wasn't there, or else he would have either killed me or sent me to the Tiger of Tall mercenaries. Anfey nodded. He knew how these things go. If Ahab had truly believed she was a princess, he would have given her to the Tiger of Tall mercenaries as a gift. After Ahab had tortured and humiliated her companions, he might have killed her to avoid her rage. Then he would have covered up what he did, and the missing princess would remain a mystery forever. Why did you believe me? The princess asked, staring at Anfey. You didn't have a reason to lie, did you? Anfey asked. Of course, he couldn't tell her the real reason. You're a strange one. Why do you say that? Normal people would react to what I just told you. They would be angry at the merchants, or pity me and Isis. You, though, you're calm. You don't look like a young man, Maybe it's because I can understand you, Anfey said quietly. You know my secret now. What are you going to do? Can you tell me? If I take you to the Tiger of Tall mercenary group, I would make some good friends with powerful people, Anfey said. Of course. No wonder you can understand. You're like my father. You value your interests more than anything else. The princess smiled, but the light in her eyes dimmed. Has anyone ever told you that you're beautiful when you curse? Anfey said, unmoved by her words.
The princess of Shansa Empire, trying to escape a marriage.
A princess turned into a slave. It would be a great scandal once it gets out.
Have you thought about the fact that you may not make any friends? Really? Anfey asked, lifting a brow.
If my father was in charge, he would kill you, all of you.
And you have to realize my father alone would dictate to the mercenaries.
Anfey looked at the princess, and the smile fell from his face. He was concerned for this very reason, and wasn't planning on giving the princess to the mercenaries. It wasn't a surprise that he had realized this, but the princess did too. She had already impressed him.
The first time I saw you, you were so calm.
It is very hard to remain calm in a situation like that.
I just thought you were good at enduring that kind of thing.
I did not know you were this brilliant.
Why didn't you try to escape?
Ahab was about as smart as rock compared to you.
For a defenseless woman, a woman who was treated like a toy and not a person, what would you have wanted me to do? Beg? Cry? Struggle? Curse? Submit? The princess looked at Anfey, shaking her head. Do you think any of those would work? Makes sense. But sometimes violence is the only answer. You just said I was brilliant? The princess's eyes suddenly lit up. You aren't sending me to the mercenaries?
Because you know it's likely they wouldn't treat you well.
Where do you want to go? Anfey asked.
He shifted the topic, and did not confirm or deny her words.
I want to stay here. Here?
With your mercenary group.
I don't understand.
If you choose to go to the Tiger of Ta'a mercenary group, at least you can enjoy a life of luxury. You don't have to worry about your next meal or your health.
What's the point of staying with us? I'm going to be honest with you. My mercenary group is brand new. There are less than 20 people in it. I've always lived for other people. From now on I want to live for myself. I decided that when I ran away. You think you can get what you want with us? I can try. You saved me. I trust you.
Adventurous, Anfey said as he stood up.
It doesn't matter what you want to do. You have to eat.
Destroying your own body does nothing.
Can't you answer me now? The princess asked calmly.
Anfey's tactic of shifting the topic did not work.
I need time to think about it, Anfey said. Go eat and rest.
All right, the princess replied quietly. By the way, I do not know your name, Anfey turned around and said.
Don't worry about the old one. Give me a new name. Let me think about that as well.
You need time to think about a name, the princess asked, and she smiled.
Of course, Anfey said. He stepped into the hallway and closed the door behind him. Blavi was standing at the end of the hall, grinning at him.
Anfey glared at him, and Blavi reassumed his post.
Anfey sighed.
He had taken quite some time speaking with the princess.
Who knew what kind of rumors would circulate in the group tomorrow?
As usual, the magical surges from Anfey's room could be felt throughout the hotel. What surprised those who felt them was that they were no longer just fire elements. There were surges for every element.
Plus, an apprentice's surges would not be this strong.
Anfey's magic had grown, but it was still somewhere between an apprentice and a junior mage. This was impossible. However, no one wanted to ask him, so everyone decided to just observe in secret.
Anfey woke up at dawn.
The two girls who were already waiting outside and observing him through the crack pushed open the door and walked inside. They were commoners and did not have money or power. They weren't beautiful either, which made them self-conscious. This was the only way they could repay his kindness.
Anfey hesitated but did not turn them away.
He finished dressing and cleaning himself with their help.
Christian and Susanna walked into the room together. Christian, just on time. Tell me about yesterday. It's done. Our group was lauded by the Mercenaries Union. Good. Christian nodded. He turned to the two girls and said, "Pardon me, can you leave us for a moment? We have some important things to discuss." "Yes, Lord Christian," the girls said. They bowed and left the room. What happened?
"Anfey, we have to crack down on our policies," Christian said.
You know.
We're all young, and sometimes young people are hard to control. The girls were grateful that we saved them, then.
They hooked up? Anfey asked. Something like that is hard to control.
As long as the girls are willing, I mean.
It is hard.
We need the leader to set an example for everyone else, Susanna said quietly.
Set an example?
Susanna, you're acting strange.
If you like me and don't want to see me do things like that, you can just tell me. You don't need to say something like that. Anfey looked at Susanna, amused. Shut up, Susanna said, blushing. What were you doing last night?
You said the woman wasn't speaking or eating, so I went and talked to her, Anfey said, feeling as if he was telling his wife about his day in detail.
Our leader is so charming that she has returned to normal. Congrats, Anfey, you don't have to worry anymore.
Keep an eye on her, though, Anfey reminded them.
Why? She really is the Shansa princess, that. Christian and Susanna widened their eyes. One of them knew about the plan, and the other was actively involved in it. They both knew the details.
Learning that the target was among them came as a huge surprise.
Anfey, what are we going to do? Kill her?
No, there's no need for that, Anfey said slowly. We can wait until after the wedding to reveal her and cause a scandal.
But it seems like she wants to forget about her past. She may not cooperate. When have you ever thought about other people's feelings when you decide to do something? Susanna asked. I don't think this would be an exception. Give me some time and let me think about it, Anfey said and smiled bitterly.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 129, Rewards and Punishments. Chapter 129, Rewards and Punishments. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. This is a patrol. Black 11 pointed at the highly guarded yard.
White Mountain City has over 700 patrolmen in 6 teams. They take turns to patrol. They are not that great, but usually people do not want to cause trouble with them because they might end up on the wanted list of the mercenary union. Do Band of Brother and Storm mercenary groups have any connection with the patrol? Anfey asked casually. I am not sure. We have run business here for decades, but still have no access to their top secrets.
Black 11 smiled. Let's hurry up. Staying here too long would look suspicious.
A middle-aged man rushed into the patrol station, crying and screaming. A few patrolmen at the door stopped him and violently threw him back out on the street.
God!
The man screamed at the top of his lungs, sitting on the street.
Why can't anyone carry out justice for me? Why? Bastards, you are all bastards. What happened? Anfey asked. A dispute. Are you interested in it? Black 11 asked. We have nothing to do right now anyway. Anfey shrugged. Anfey, if you do not have anything to do right now, why don't you? Black 11 suggested. I do not want to repeat it again.
Anfey's expression hardened.
Susanna told me that both of us would not be a match for even 5 Griffin riders. I don't want to die for nothing. Anfey, maybe we can use some tactics.
With your intelligence.
Black 11 said.
When we have a huge difference in abilities, tactics would only make it look ridiculous. No matter how smart the chicken is, it could not kill a manticore.
I think you understand it as well, Anfey said. Black 11 was quiet for a while and heaved a sigh. He lifted the curtain and said something to the wagon driver. The wagon driver stopped the wagon and ran into the crowd, which was watching the guy screaming on the street. After a while, the wagon driver came back. What happened to that guy was not complicated. His son was with a merchant caravan on the way back to the White Mountain City. He went to pee in the wild. Suddenly, a startled 3-eyed magic cow ran towards him. To dodge the 3-eyed magic cow, he rolled away. He accidentally rolled into a 7-foot deep crack, where he found a black box made of magic concealing crystals. There were 5 top magic crystals in the black box. He was super lucky to find that black box. With his salary, even if he had worked over 500 years without paying for food and shelter, he would not be able to afford those 5 top magic crystals. One day, he was drunk and told people the secret about the black box. Since then his luck had turned into misfortune. A rather popular guy in the Cloud Chamber of Commerce overheard him tell about his secrets and reported back to Orlanga, the chairman of the Cloud Chamber of Commerce. The next morning, the son of that man was taken away by the people from Cloud Chamber of Commerce. They also searched for the black box and took it as well. That man came to the patrol station several times to appeal, but Orlanga had already come to report that he had lost 5 top magic crystals in a black box made of magic concealing crystals. The key was that Orlanga could name all the design details about the black box, even some flaws in it, while the man and his son were not so sure about the design details, sometimes even describing them incorrectly when the patrol asked them questions about the black box. In the end, the patrol decided that the magic crystals and black box belonged to Orlanga and sent the man and his son to the jail. After hearing this, Black 11 sneered, Orlanga is setting people up again. Why are you saying that? Maybe that guy just pulled it off, Anfey said. You do not know about Arlanga.
If that man and his son had not been pushed to the corner, regular people might dare to have any dispute with Arlanga, Black 11 said.
What about him? Anfey asked. Arlanga has 2 good daughters.
They each married an important person in Storm Mercenary Group. It said that Cloud Chamber of Commerce received a lot of support from Storm Mercenary Group.
Black 11 showed disdain on his face.
If this had happened in a peaceful time, the patrol might take some time to look into it, but it is such a sensitive time now. The rules in the country of mercenaries had been changed by Morta. No one knows which direction things will go, but they know it is never smart to cause trouble for powerful Storm Mercenary Group. Therefore, the patrol made a judgment without looking into it, Black 11 answered.
I feel you are a little cynical. Being cynical will not do you any good, Anfey said casually. Black 11 smiled bitterly.
You have no idea what he has done. I own 5 hotels, 2 fabric stores, 2 blacksmith shops, and some other businesses. I have been blackmailed by him several times.
I really do not like him.
In fact, Cloud Chamber of Commerce are doing great, plus Storm Mercenary Group referred a few capable people to them to take care of their management.
Arlanga did not have to do much to make a decent amount of money.
He could just sit at home, counting how much money he makes every day, but he rather set others up for little things. It was hard to understand what he was thinking. Money would not bite your hands no matter how much you make.
Anfey lifted up the curtain and glanced at the crying man. Let's change the topic. It has nothing to do with you and me. What should we talk about? How about Hana? Black 11 took a deep breath.
He did notice himself being a little overexcited about it, but it was not all his fault. He hated Arlanga so much that he would have used all his resources to take revenge on him. However, he did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble because he had so much responsibility on his shoulders.
Hana? Anfey asked. The woman you asked me to investigate. Black 11 smiled.
She is a social butterfly in White Mountain City, and also a bright flower in bed. Many people have been in her bed, and she also has slept in many others' beds.
Have you been to bed with her? Anfey asked. No. Black 11 could not help staring at Anfey. What are you thinking about? You sounded like you know her well. I thought maybe you have been her temporary husband, Anfey said. I am not interested in her. Black 11's mouth twitched. How about you? What about me? Anfey asked. You asked me to conduct a secret investigation on her.
It seems that you are interested in her, Black 11 said.
What if I am interested in her? Are you jealous of me? Anfey asked. How did I get to know someone like you? Black 11 had nothing more to comment on with Anfey.
Let's keep walking and see how long the people behind us will follow us, Anfey said slowly.
Black 11 tapped lightly on the wagon as the wagon rocked a little bit.
He hesitated a bit before he whispered to Anfey, Anfey, we need have a heart-to-heart talk.
Go ahead. I am listening. Anfey nodded. Do you still remember Black Ghost? Did you kill him? Black 11 asked. Anfey was startled for a second, smiled and said, Yes, why are you suddenly asking me about it? Thank you for your honesty. Black 11 heaved a sigh of relief.
In fact, the king has suspected it was you for a long time.
Oh? Anfey said. It was pretty simple in fact. Saul and Ernest did not kill him.
We have sent out secret agents to investigate everyone in the Rose Home Hotel that day, including the owner and staff.
None of them could pose any threat to Black Ghost.
After giving it a lot of thought, we noticed we had missed one person in the hotel.
It was you, Black 11 said. Anfey did not respond. He just quietly listened to Black 11. Evil Mist was investigating you as we did the investigation on you.
I do not know why they are so interested in you, Black 11 said.
Evil Mist? Anfey frowned.
Evil Mist is a very mysterious and powerful organization.
Black Ghost was their assassin, Black 11 said. Did the king ask you to tell me this? Anfey asked.
Yes, the king asked you to be careful of Evil Mist, Black 11 said, nodding.
The king said he would keep your secrets and would not let anyone know. However, you cannot keep doing this.
The king hoped you could communicate with Master Saul to avoid any misunderstanding later on.
I know. Anfey smiled.
He knew what he had done in Blackwater City had gained the trust of Yolanthe, and that was why the king sent Black 11 to tell Anfey these things. First of all, Yolanthe had hinted to Anfey that he was not a king that Anfey should fool around with.
Yolanthe had suspected him before Anfey noticed it.
Second, he warned Anfey to be careful of Evil Mist because he received some information that Anfey would potentially have a confrontation at the Evil Mist station in White Mountain City.
He warned Anfey to show his concern for Anfey. Anfey had not run away on his own when things happened.
Instead, he brought Saul's family along. Yolanthi may not know everything that had happened on the way, but he must know everything that happened in Blackwater City. Anfey and Susanna had taken on all the dangerous missions and kept everyone else in safe places. Smart people could understand Anfey's concerns and his bonds with Saul and everyone in his legion. Anfey knew the relationship with Saul had not been long, but they had definitely connected. When Yolanthi talked about the issues with Saul, Anfey could analyze what he said in two ways. One was that Yolanthi hoped to continue to have a good relationship with Saul and avoid any possible misunderstanding. The other one was that Yolanthi was trying to control Anfey with this invisible bond with Saul. This bond was a way to have both parties build their trust. Actually, it was a way for Anfey to gain Yolanthi's trust, since there was a huge difference in their positions.
Yolanthi could decide Anfey's fate with the blink of an eye. The people behind us are still following us. Where are we heading to? Black 11 suddenly asked. Is there any joy house?
Anfey smiled. He did not look stressed and nervous at all.
There are many hookers. But what is a joy house?
A place with hookers?
Black 11 asked a weird question.
Yes, don't you have joy houses?
Anfey asked. It is interesting where you are from. Let's go to a bar.
No, let's go to a hotel. Most of the waitresses are hookers there. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 130, Terror of the Griffins.
Chapter 130, Terror of the Griffins.
Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Shernan raised the bottle to his lips with shaking hands and took a swig of the ale.
He began walking into the room.
Inside, a gray rope hung limply from the ceiling like a dying snake.
This was the end Shernan chose for himself.
There was nothing worse than a heart yearning for death.
For someone suicidal, nothing in the world could hold them back.
Ale was something bland and amusing, but Shernan had to drink. He did not have the courage to face death. The bottle fell to the ground.
Shernan did not care to pick it up.
He stumbled forward towards the rope.
He climbed onto the table and tied a loop. He placed the loop around his neck and kicked the table.
His body began swinging in the air. The rope was pulled taut, the beam began creaking. Something flashed through the air and cut through the rope. Shernan fell to the ground with a dull thud. The lack of air did not last long, and Shernan was still conscious. His hands searched the ground and found the ale bottle. He drained the bottle and tossed it against the wall. It shattered like a flower. The moon peeked out from behind the gray clouds and lit the room. Shernan saw the broken rope next to the fallen table and sighed, cursing the gods.
Couldn't they just let him die?
When he saw where the rope broke in its smooth surface, he realized that the rope did not break on its own. Someone had cut him down.
Do you have money? A hoarse voice asked.
Shernan jumped. He turned around and his eyes grew wide, staring at the man who had suddenly appeared behind him. The moon was bright, and from his angle the moonlight was all blocked out by the shadow. All he could see was darkness.
Do you have money? The person asked again.
Shernan smiled. He was about to die, and did not have a care in the world. Whatever the person wanted, he would give. Even if the person wanted to kill him, he would accept it gladly.
Money?
Shernan repeated as he searched his pockets.
He found a half-empty wallet. Lawsuits required money.
He was already poor, and he had already sold everything he could. The wallet was everything he had.
Here, have it. Shernan tossed the wallet at the figure, then pointed at the room.
It's all yours. The figure opened the wallet and found 3 copper coins inside. The figure's hand glowed and picked up one of the coins. Then he threw the wallet and the 2 remaining coins onto the ground.
Deal, he said.
Deal? Shernan looked at the figure, confused. This person clearly wasn't a robber or a murderer.
He was an idiot. Who would want to make a deal with someone like him? Don't die so soon. Wait a few days. You'll get a good news. The figure turned and walked outside. Wait. Shernan called. Who are you? You could say I am a judge, the person said.
Then he began to levitate and disappeared. Shernan dashed outside and glanced around, but he was already alone.
Could it be the bringer of justice? Shinan's hands flew up to his mouth. He had a feeling.
It had something to do with the injustice he had suffered.
Anfey pushed open door and walked into the room.
He stopped in his tracks in shock. The girls responsible for cleaning his room weren't there. Instead, it was the princess of Shansa that was sitting on his bed, staring at the candle.
What are you doing here?
Where are the girls?
I sent them away, the princess said. She stood up and walked over. I just wanted to know my name.
Anfey thought about it for a moment, then said, when I was younger, I once heard a song from a minstrel.
It was called For Alice. It was a beautiful and happy song, and I still remember it to this day. I want to give you that name. Do you like it?
It's beautiful, the princess said.
Do you want me to be happy? Anfey did not reply.
Agreeing could lead her on, disagreeing would be inappropriate.
Did something happen? The princess asked. No, why did you ask?
You seemed more approachable when you left, now you feel strange, the princess said.
She looked at him. You seem austere. You're sensitive to changes, Anfey said, smiling. We ran into a bit of a trouble. Someone was following us. Who? We'll find out tomorrow. Anfey looked at the princess. Alice, I can call you this, right? I like this name. Do you know anything about the Griffin's aerial unit?
Alice blinked in shock, her expression unreadable.
After a few moments she said quietly, What do you want to know?
I'll tell you everything. I heard that Shansa Empire had sent out the Griffin's aerial unit.
I have a mission and my employer wants to know about them.
If you know, you would save us a trip to the Transverse Mountains.
They must be working for Manhwa Empire. Anfey, don't work for them.
Alice said hurriedly.
Alice, I must take the group's reputation into consideration, Anfey said slowly.
I know you're Shansa Empire's princess, but you need to know that everyone here, except for Susanna and Shelley, are people of Manhwa Empire.
This is the reason I took the job. If you want to forget about your past, you need to leave it behind completely.
Or else I cannot trust you. Anfey, you are putting me in a very difficult situation, Alice said. There were tears in her eyes. You can tell us, or you cannot tell us. This choice lies in your hands, Anfey said calmly. Also, I believe you're not a woman who likes tears.
You should have a better way of convincing me.
However, his words did not wipe away her tears. Alice lowered her gaze and tears started rolling down her cheeks.
Anfey sighed.
He looked at Alice coldly, then walked over and sat down on his bed. He wanted to change his original plan, but he had a condition, and that was he needed to trust Alice. Alice said she wanted to forget her past, but it seemed like some things were too hard to ignore. He could tell that Alice did not want to do anything that might harm Shansa Empire. He could understand her sentiments, but he could not accept it. If she could not change, he must go through with his original plan. Alice walked over carefully. She lifted her skirt and sat down next to Anfey. Her hand caressed Anfey's arm and his chest. Her breathing was short and nervous. Her gentle scent and timid teases were more than enough to arouse any normal men. Anfey, however, was as relaxed as ice. He lay there quietly, as if Alice did not exist. If you really need to know, I'll tell you, Alice said with a sigh.
My father, Shansa Empire would not send out the entire unit. It's too much of a gamble, its consequences too much to handle. Edward VIII may seem ambitious by expanding his army, but in fact he is a very cowardly man. His dream was to hand off the empire to his successor, not leaving a name for himself. Even if the chances are good, he will not risk everything.
That's it?
Manhwa Empire's most powerful legion, the Roaring Dead Legion, is on the Eastern Front. Its leader, Barry, is famous for his hunger for battle. He had long been a thorn in his enemy's side. In order to protect his army from major loss, Edward VIII would surely make a more conservative move, hoping Manhwa Empire would pit all of its might against Elazan Empire. Then Shansa Empire could fight what was left of Manhwa's army. Do you know anything more specific? Anfey asked. He memorized everything Alice told him in order to tell Black 11 about it. News like this would make the higher-ups very happy. I know Edward VIII would send a squadron of Griffin aerial unit. The plan was already made before I left the Imperial City. I don't know if they made any changes to it, Alice said softly. The squadron has two missions. One is to find chances to kill any powerful man and woman in the service of Manhwa Empire. The other is to find the exact location of the Roaring Dead Legion in order to prevent it from ambushing Shansa's army. Barry is very skilled at ambushes and battles. Plus, he is a very powerful man himself. He is the kind of man you need to look out for during a war. How many people are in a squadron? 50 Griffin Knights. What are Griffin's weaknesses? Fire? Cold? Lightning? Griffins are practically immune to magic. The only kind of magic that can harm them is high-level magic. The worst thing that can happen is that they do not have enough food supplies. In a past war, the supply line was disrupted, and the riders lost control of the Griffins. The Griffins ate all the horses in the cavalry unit and caused major commotion. Since then, the army has been very careful to make sure the Griffins are fed properly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Seeing Hana Again. Chapter 131, Seeing Hana Again. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Maybe it was because the nature of civilization in this magic world involved many bloody fights, or because everyone was eager to prove how strong they were when a person's fate was purely decided by their abilities. Almost every city seemed to have boxing facilities in addition to entertainment complexes. Anfey thought the boxing here was even more bloody than the underground boxing in his world. The last match had just finished. 4 human slaves were torn up into pieces. Blood and their organs were everywhere on the boxing stage. The audience had both men and women. They got excited, cheering for bloody scenes.
If Black 11 and Christian had not sat next to Anfey, Anfey would have thought he was in a party thrown by vampires. Anfey never thought killing was enjoyable. It was only a way to protect himself. Anfey did not like the idea that the crowds loved to watch the bloody scenes, but he did understand these crazy people. The people who watched the boxing should be no less excited than the people who went to an arena to watch fights when it was newly built. Walking in others' shoes was Anfey's strong point.
In most cases, he could find a specific reason for any unusual behavior.
He was never surprised by unusual behavior. His strong point allowed him to be able to think psychologically, including studying his enemy's psychology. Do you have other places to go that are not so bloody? Anfey asked, frowning. He was a ferocious assassin who killed many people, but he did it with reason and purpose. He had never been able to appreciate death in an entertaining way, so he did not like the crowds in the boxing arena. He liked neither the boxing stage nor the Angel Love Hotel. Do you want to go to the theater? Black 11 grinned. Is there any theater? What is it for? Anfey was shocked for a second. It has barred shows, Black 11 said. Not bad. Anfey smiled. If I do not have a job, I know where I should go to help make ends meet. Do you want to be a bard? Black 11 seemed to pick up on what Anfey implied and asked in surprise. Anyone who knew a little about Anfey should know he would never make it as a bard. I have the potential to be a bard because I have so many great stories. Anfey pointed at his head with a smile. Camille, Faust, Madama Butterfly, Carmen, Romeo, and Juliet. I promise you every one of them will be a classic. I think you have the potential to be bragger. Black 11 did not believe a word Anfey said. The crowd suddenly cheered and went wild. Many men and women started to stand up. Some of them threw beer bottles on the floor, some flipped their tables, some even stood on the tables. There were even some waitresses who stopped serving and just jumped and screamed. Gradually, all kinds of sounds merged into one, Katuru, Katuru, Katuru. What is Katuru? Anfey asked. It is a scary monster. Black 11 smiled bitterly. You will know in a second. A gigantic magic altar light lit up on the boxing stage, which signaled the most important annual matches at Angel Love Hotel were about to start. There were only 3 matches like this each year. The curtain on both sides of the stage opened. The boxers in this match were about to come out. From Anfey's angle, he saw an 8-foot-tall wolfman with blonde fur walk out from the left side of the stage. Compared with the wolfmen Anfey had seen before, this one was bigger and had different fur. Regular wolfmen were 6 feet tall with gray, brown or black fur. The appearance did not make a huge difference, but his ferocious personality did. When the wolfman walked on the stage, his eagerness to fight showed on his face. He even tried to attack the bodyguards who escorted him out. The wolfmen Anfey had seen before were a lot calmer. That wolfman did not even have to make any aggressive moves, he showed his ferociousness in his eyes. His pupils were contracted to the size of peas. The 3 boxers who came out from the other side of the stage were female. An elf wearing a gold crown walked in between, and 2 human swordswomen walked on the sides. They all were scantily dressed. Only a few layers of gauze were wrapped around their breasts. Small and thin panties barely covered their private parts. They all looked desperate. Anfey could clearly tell that they were trembling as they walked. Obviously they had been forced to dress the way they were dressed.
They had been forced to fight on the stage as well.
The bodyguards escorting them were quite different.
Although the boxers all wore anti-magic bracelets, a senior magister and 2 intermediate magisters followed the Wolfman, while only 2 junior swordsmen followed the 3 girls. Before they even started their fight, Anfey knew these 3 girls were no match for the Wolfman.
Anfey did not understand the point of this fight. Boxers all walked onto the stage.
A senior magister and his assistants started to set up the magic array. A moment later, a swordsman walked onto the stage to check the anti-magic bracelet on the Wolfman, and then he turned around to take the anti-magic bracelets off the girls.
He walked back to the Wolfman to take the apron off him. The Wolfman stood on the stage naked.
Audience screamed, F***King killed him, F***King killed him. The elf had already loaded her bow and pointed it at the Wolfman standing opposite her. The other 2 girls pulled their swords out and positioned themselves to fight.
The Wolfman wore the anti-magic bracelet.
The girls were ready to fight with their full force, but the girls did not seem to have the confidence to win and looked even more desperate.
Is this the upper class you talked about? Is this the show you said regular people were not qualified to come in to watch? Anfey said with an ironic tone. Anfey, let's go back. Christian was anxious to leave.
In order to bring you here, I had to pull a lot of strings, Black 11 said, smiling bitterly. These people looked crazy here, but when they walk out of this hall, they could be gentlemen. They could give money to the homeless and would shed tears for the unfortunate.
Anfey, this is just a show. Every city has this kind of show.
You cannot stop them and have no right to stop them.
Many royal families just love to watch them, Black 11 said.
Supply and demand.
I understand it. Anfey smiled and stood up.
I have no control over others, but I can control my eyes.
There should be no one forcing me to stay, right?
I finally find someone who shares the same values as me.
A girl's voice rose behind Anfey.
The air here is filled with ugliness and disgrace.
Sir? Did we meet somewhere? Anfey slowly turned around.
He smiled, Madam, we did meet at White Mountain City.
I am sorry that I offended you then. I did not mean to. So you still remember me? The corner of Hana's mouth turned up. You are so beautiful. How could I forget you?
I may forget where I am from, but I would not forget you, Anfey said. You have such a sweet way of talking.
Hana looked at Black 11 and Christian. Don't you want to introduce me your friends? Hello, madam. My name is Christian. Christian stood up politely. Black 11 followed him, standing up too. Hello, my name is Armin. Nice meeting both of you. Hana nodded. I am Hana.
The fight had just started on the stage. That elf and the other 2 swordswomen crowded into the corner of the stage, trying hard to defend themselves. The anti-magic bracelet definitely constrained the moves that the Wolfman could do. He had received 2 minor wounds on his body in the short fight. Those 3 girls were intact, but Wolfman had the advantage of making offensive attacks.
What is your name? Is it a secret? Hana looked at Anfey with a smile. My name is Anfey. Hana? Your name is as beautiful as you. Anfey smiled. Thank you.
Hana covered her little mouth with her hand.
I have something to do today.
I am going to let you guys go, but I hope you guys can come by at my house sometime.
Will you?
It would be my pleasure, Anfey said.
Oh, right, where are you staying now? Hana asked. Tuna Hotel, Anfey answered. Hana.
A man around 50 years old called from the distance.
I am sorry. I have to go now. Hana had a beautiful smile on her face.
She moved back 2 steps.
Sure, Anfey said. Black 11 waited until Hana walked next to the old man. He frowned and asked, Anfey, what does that woman want to do? Who knows?
It seems that she wanted to get to know us, Anfey said.
Not us. She wanted to know you. Christian smiled.
Her eyes had been on you the whole time.
Couldn't you tell? Idiot. Black 11 commented.
He had not known Anfey for long, but he knew Anfey was different than other young guys. He would not fall into the trap of a beautiful girl.
Naya and Susanna were famous for their beauty. Anfey did not make a big deal out of it.
Even when he flirted with Susanna, Black 11 still could tell Anfey had a natural calmness in his eyes. If Anfey would not fall for Susanna and Naya, neither would he fall for Hana.
In addition, Anfey knew about Hana's messed up life.
It would be a joke if anyone tried to connect with Anfey through beautiful girls. The situation on the stage suddenly changed.
the wolfman took the opportunity and dragged a swordswoman out of their defensive zone.
The other two girls understood the importance of fighting together. If any of them died, the other two would end up the same way. Therefore, the other two girls went forward and tried to save that swordswoman from the wolfman. Anfey looked at the stage and noticed that the wolfman was breathing normally, while the girls were out of breath. He shook his head.
Let's go.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 132, Killer. Chapter 132, Killer. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. As night fell, Arlanga entered his room with a girl on each arm and a smile on his face.
He was not young anymore, but he was still a romantic man at heart. His younger days were tough, and he wasn't fully established until his middle age. Thankfully, he had two good daughters who married two good men. With the help of his daughters and sons-in-law, he was able to successfully expand his trading company. The need for him to go on business trips dwindled. He often found himself bored out of his mind, and when he was bored he needed to find something to do, things he did not have a chance to do when he was younger. The two women led him to the bedroom and helped him sit down on the bed. He was groping the women and smirking. "Why don't you dears go grab my things?" he said. The two women widened their eyes in fear. As he aged, Arlanga found that he had a hard time convincing his body to have sex drive. Sometimes he would spend hours on top of a woman and still could not enter her, or he could, but could not keep himself hard. Arlanga enjoyed seeing women squirming and crying under him, but it brought him only psychological pleasure, not physical pleasure. As a leader of a trading company, Arlanga still had ways to find pleasure. He found some soft whips and ropes and crystal sticks that could help him. On the other hand, this was torture for the women. They were young and needed warmth, not coldness and pain, and much less so from men that could not keep themselves hard. However, there was too big of a difference in their socio-economic class, and none of the women dared offend Arlanga. If they did, who knows what would happen to them later? They would disappear, or be handed off to men who had not seen a woman in years. Or thrown into a pit with werewolves or bear men, and experience warmth with death holding their hands. So all the women chose to obey the old man and satisfy his needs. The two women glanced at each other and walked out the room, smiling.
Arlanga remained, humming and waiting. After a few minutes, Arlanga felt someone approaching him.
"Give me my things, dearest," he said, cackling, showing his missing teeth.
Hard objects showered Arlanga.
He turned angrily, but froze when he saw it was not the women, but a figure in black standing over him. He wanted to call out, but suddenly felt something cold slipping against his neck. He shut his mouth. His body was getting old. He felt the impact of the shock from the wetness between his legs. The coldness was uncomfortable, but he did not dare to say anything. He grabbed more quilts and piled them on his body to avoid embarrassment. His eyes darted around the room, trying to get himself out of this situation. Even though he had sought nothing but pleasure in recent years and did not do anything dangerous, he had been a mercenary when he was younger, and did not lack experience. He knew that when faced with danger, screaming and crying would not do him much good. He had to act natural and at peace. When he was still a mercenary, he and his companion encountered a seven-tailed magic fox. His companion, who was screaming and making a fuss, was ripped apart in seconds. Arlanga, on the other hand, had remained calm and was speaking to the fox the entire time. He did not know whether the fox understood him, but he knew that it did not harm him. He learned that when in danger, he must remain calm in order to save himself. Arlanga coughed quietly and pointed at his neck. "This is not the way to treat an old man, is it, young man?" he said, smiling. Except for his slightly shaking fingers, he was very calm. His smile was natural and voice was level. The coldness around his neck disappeared. The figure hid its weapon, but did not speak. His black eyes were cold and calm. The first step was a success. Arlanga gave himself a mental pat on the shoulder. "Tell me, young man. What are you doing here?" "Of course, if you don't want to tell me, just pretend I did not ask the question." Arlanga worded his question very carefully. He was afraid his words would anger the assailant. "Someone paid me to kill you," the figure croaked. "You're an assassin?" Arlanga asked. He was suddenly hopeful. This man was an assassin, but instead of killing him, he stopped to engage him in conversation. Clearly he wanted something. "You've made a mistake," Arlanga said. "Did I, now? There are so many things you could do in the world. With your skills, you could be anything you want. Why choose this path of evil?" Arlanga knew what kind of people were protecting him. This man could stand in front of him because he was very powerful. Powerful men had more choices than normal men, and being an assassin was not the best choice.
Arlanga was hoping to find the man's weakness.
I enjoy it, the figure replied. But this is a path of death.
It will never end well for you.
Trust me, young man.
One day you will regret your decision.
Arlanga's voice was hoarse and filled with wisdom, as if he was a mentor teaching his student about the way of the world. Money cannot buy everything, and violence is not the solution for everything.
The last part Arlanga had once heard from a minstrel. He was very impressed by his memory.
These were words of pure wisdom.
Surely it would make an impact. Money cannot buy everything, but it bought me.
Violence is not the solution for everything, but it will bring you to your end. The hoarse voice shattered Arlanga's hope.
Arlanga's forehead was dotted in sweat.
He wished he could be a minstrel so he could convince the man with just his words. Now he realized how little knowledge he held.
Young man, you're too stubborn. There are a lot of answers to one question. Say, how much did your employer pay you for my death? 100 gold coins. Arlanga cackled, young man.
My life is not as cheap as that.
Let me offer you 200, no, 5, no, let me offer you 1,000 gold coins to let me be. What do you say? It seemed like Arlanga could never be a minstrel.
A minstrel would not preach that money cannot buy everything, then turn around and try to bribe his opponent.
Really?
The figure sounded hesitant, and he moved his eyes away from Arlanga.
Think about it, young man. If you really kill me, you would make an enemy of Storm Mercenary.
My daughters and their husbands would try everything in their power to avenge me.
I want you to let me be. I do not even want to know who your employer is. I know you have your rules and morals, and so do I. I will not make the situation difficult for you. Arlanga was speaking from the bottom of his heart.
He would seek out who employed this assassin, but first he needed to live. He was old, but he was not ready to die.
You're willing to pay 1,000 gold coins?
Of course.
Arlanga raised his hands.
I swear on my life.
Deal. Arlanga was overjoyed.
He struggled out of his bed and said, "Follow me."
He had a small vault in his bedroom filled with money.
He was the head of his trading company, but his daughters and their husbands were already taking over the finances, since Arlanga did not know how to limit his spending. He had built the vault to prepare for the unexpected. As he stood in front of the vault, he was worried. He had way more than 1,000 gold coins in the vault. He was afraid that the assassin would take everything in there. However, he did not have any other choice. If he did not give the man money, he would die. There were only about 100 gold coins in the vault. For someone like him, he did not need to hide his gold in a vault like that. There were 2 boxes made with black anti-magic crystals, one he had had for a long time, the other he had recently acquired. Behind the boxes were some magic scrolls, a dagger, and some small bottles holding the best alchemy potions. As Arlanga stood there trying to figure out how to make up for the missing gold, he was pushed aside by the figure. The man took everything from the vault and placed it into his dimensional ring.
Arlanga watched as his treasures disappeared into the ring.
He felt terrible losing these treasures, but he had to smile.
I'm old now, these mean nothing to me.
Take it. I should not have given you a chance to talk. I should have just killed you, the figure said slowly.
Why? I didn't know you would have an intermediate magister here.
He saw me when I was on my way in, but he didn't do anything about it, the figure said, smiling.
I thought that was interesting. Arlanga cursed Yulman quietly. How dare he abandon his post?
He was really old now, old enough to remain completely ignorant of the hidden meaning in the figure's words. I don't want to serve as others' executioner, so you better be careful, the figure said.
He reached over and hit Arlanga on his neck. Arlanga fell to the ground quietly.
After a few hours, Arlanga's angry voice could be heard from the courtyard.
I curse your entire family.
He had reverted to his mercenary days, but could not finish his sentence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 133, A Mysterious Woman. Chapter 133, A Mysterious Woman. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Anfey, I took an assignment at Mercenary Union, Susanna said as she pushed the door open.
Anfey and Christian looked at each other and asked in surprise, what assignment? With any common sense, Anfey should be the one making decisions on what kind of assignments they would take. Susanna could give suggestions, but not make decisions for Anfey.
In this case, the assignment must be special or she had some special reasons.
Someone is buying a lot of 7-winged magic flies. he gave a really good price. I took an assignment from him. We need to kill 57 winged magic flies. Anfey was shocked for a second, since this assignment was nothing special. He could not think of any reason Susanna had to do it. Susanna saw Anfey and Christian give her a weird look. She hesitated a little before she said, "Anfey, we cannot keep doing things like this. Have you seen what everybody is doing every day? Besides practicing magic, they have been fooling around with those girls, or going out in groups. The morale in our legion will be gone if they keep doing it." Anfey went quiet. What Susanna said was true. Of course, not everyone lost focus and totally relaxed. Rizka, Blavi, and a few others still worked very hard. Only some people, who lacked willpower, abandoned their lives to pleasure. "Anfey, don't blame me for making a decision without you. I have mentioned a couple of times to you. You were busy day and night. You were never in the hotel to see what is happening to our legion. It is getting serious." "You can ask Christian about it if you do not believe me," Susanna said in low pitch. "Susanna is not exaggerating," Christian said, smiling bitterly. "But it is a personal preference. We are not in a position to tell them what to do. In fact, it is all good. At least it allows us to know who in our legion would be able to further their magic skills. In other words, I could tell who wishes to go further with their magic skills," Anfey said slowly. "Dedication is crucial for being successful." When Anfey had just come to this world, besides sleeping, he had dedicated the rest of his time in physical fitness training and martial arts basic training. After he followed Saul to the Saint City, he spent most of his time learning magic and reading magic books. When they had to flee, Anfey forced himself to only sleep 3 hours a day. In terms of dedication and hard work, no one was comparable to Anfey. Christian, Blavi and several others worked very hard as well, but they would reach different levels of success. There was a story about 9 sons of a dragon. Each of the 9 had different personalities and reached different levels of success. They all learned magic from Saul. Each one of them had different desires. Some were willing to work hard, and were able to bear the loneliness, while some were strict with themselves. Therefore, some of them became senior mages at 60 or 70 years old, and some became archmages around 50 years old. Talent contributed to their success, but it was not decisive. "I am glad you are not blaming me for taking the assignment." Susanna heaved a sigh of relief. "Actually, even if you did not take the assignment, we need leave White Mountain City for a short time." Anfey smiled. "I will have Christian tell you about it." "Huh?" Christian did not expect it. "Susanna, I have visited Band of Brother Mercenary Group. I wanted to send the girls there, but they did not take them. They said it is not a good time, and they would not be able to take good care of those girls," Anfey said. "Band of Brother Mercenary Group has a few thousand mercenaries. How come they couldn't take care of 20 girls?" Susanna asked a rhetorical question. Maybe because those female slaves are from Manhwa Empire, Band of Brother Mercenary Group did not want to take a side yet at this sensitive time. Anfey smiled. Or they may have different ideas on this issue inside their mercenary group. "Entos is the student of our professor. He went back to help the professor. It was obvious he was on the side of Manhwa Empire. However, maybe someone took advantage of Entos not being in the Legion to give a totally opposite suggestion that Band of Brother Mercenary Group needed to cut off any connection with Manhwa Empire." "Stupid," Susanna said with anger. "But they allowed us to rent a town from them." Christian smiled. "Susanna, Anfey, and I were just discussing what time we should move to that town." "What is the name of that town? How much is the rent?" Susanna asked. "It's called Moramach. We signed a 3-year lease with them. It's 100 gold coins a year. We have already paid 1 year's rent." Christian said. "Most towns in the country of mercenaries are ghost towns. They just provide stops for merchant caravans and mercenaries. There is a small population in each of those towns. How much tax can we collect there?" Susanna smiled bitterly. "We definitely will lose money on this deal." "It's okay. I never expected to make money from it anyway," Anfey said. Susanna could not help rolling her eyes at Anfey. She knew Anfey had money, but they were the savings of Archmage Saul. Anfey seemed fine to squander Saul's family fortune. Someone knocked on the door, and Black 11 walked into the room with big strides. "Any good news?" Anfey gave a half smile. "What?" Black 11 was shocked for a second. He rubbed his face. "How did you know? I usually have a poker face and do not show my feelings." "You did not show it on your face. You walked faster than usual. Your steps seemed lighter as well.
Therefore, I guessed you had something urgent and which also made you feel happy. Every time before I come to see you, I tell myself to be cautious and act normal.
However, you always can find a way to make me lose my confidence. I wonder if we were enemies before.
Black 11 shook his head helplessly.
Did you hear anything?
About what?
Christian asked in surprise.
A few things.
Let me start from the very beginning.
Black 11 took a seat and cleared his throat a little bit.
Arlanga was attacked.
Don't tell me this little thing even caught your attention, Anfey said.
I haven't finished yet.
Anfey, it's rude to interrupt, Black 11 complained.
He did not have good impressions of Anfey and his legion at the beginning.
He thought they were merely kids who had to flee. After being together with them for some time, he was able to appreciate these little kids more.
What surprised him the most was Anfey's intelligence. He received orders from the king to cooperate with Anfey.
In fact, he was asked to assist Anfey. Subconsciously, he did not think he was lower than Anfey in terms of their positions. He had been watching the Legion as a leader.
He did not talk to Anfey like Anfey was his supervisor.
He talked like they were fellows without his callous face.
Proceed, Anfey said. Do you guys know who killed him?
Black 11 asked.
It's a woman.
Black 11 glanced at Susanna.
Susanna, you'd better not go out anytime soon.
Right now, patrols are searching for that mysterious woman everywhere.
You are a powerful senior swordswoman and a stranger to them. They would easily suspect you.
Huh? Anfey was shocked for a moment before he started to talk.
How did you know it's a woman, Ut?
Shernan told me.
Black 11 smiled. Do you know Shernan?
He was blackmailed by Arlanga before. He said when he tried to commit suicide one day, a woman with a cosmetic fragrance and girly voice saved him.
That woman had a mask over her face.
She asked for a bronze coin from Shernan to agree to work for him. The second day, Arlanga was attacked. That woman had a famous nickname, Judge.
I wonder, what did you do before you became a professional investigator?
Anfey shook his head.
What do you mean?
Black 11 asked.
Allow me to use an example to explain to you. Imagine if someone hurt you and you wanted to take revenge on him, and you were never able to do it for some reason.
Finally one day you met someone who could, and that person volunteered to help you.
Would you tell others about his looks and identity? Do you want to see him on the wanted list of mercenary union and patrol?
Me, no, of course not.
Black 11 smiled bitterly. Neither would Shernan.
I think if Shernan said she had a girly voice, then the real killer should have a coarse voice.
If Shernan said it's a woman, I think it must be a guy.
Anfey smirked.
Shernan tried to cover for him.
Black 11 blushed a little bit. He felt he should not be criticized by Anfey, since after receiving the news that Arlanga was killed, he also got a few more important messages. He had to rush to the hotel, so he had no time to give the information any thought, especially on those nobodies. With his experience, it was not difficult to figure something fishy was going on.
I think what Anfey said makes sense.
Susanna smiled.
What happened to Shernan?
He was taken away by patrol, but he changed his story. He said he dreamed of a woman who killed Arlanga but refused to admit hiring her to kill Arlanga. He said it was just a dream.
The officer did not want to give Shernan a hard time. They did not have any evidence anyway. The officer could not make a judgment based on his dream.
I heard Shernan was released after being interrogated for half a day. It is not a big deal that Arlanga was attacked, but Storm Mercenary Group finally made a move. They claimed that Arlanga was not killed out of revenge. They said they had been in charge of the security of Arlanga's house in Cloud Chamber of Commerce. I heard the security was so high that even a senior swordsman was not able to hurt Arlanga. Therefore, they think Arlanga was killed with some scheme by other mercenary groups. They should have already sent mercenaries to White Mountain City, Black 11 said slowly.
I meant to ask you yesterday. What kind of business does Cloud Chamber of Commerce do?
Anfey asked.
Arms and magic crystals.
Their inventory of magic crystals at Cloud Chamber of Commerce was not the largest, but they have the best sale for arms in the White Mountain City.
I see. For certain items, it's better to have the control. Anfey's comment was confusing to everyone.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 134, The Potion's Potency. Chapter 134, The Potion's Potency. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Black 11 was silent for a few moments, then said, "It wasn't only the Storm Mercenary. Band of Brothers Mercenary is also sending out their people. What with Anthony still in the game, Anfey, what do you think is going to happen?" "Chaos," Anfey said, shaking his head. "I just want to get your input on the matter," Black 11 said. "I know the situation is too complicated. Is there a casino here? Have you been to it?" Anfey asked. "Of course, why? People like Anthony and Morta are the big players. They are the ones at the table. We are the little people standing behind them, watching." Anfey smiled. "But do not underestimate us. When we dislike the person with the advantage, we hit them with a plastic bottle." "Plastic bottle?" Susanna asked curiously. "It's a kind of crystal bottle." "You're not hitting them," Black 11 said. "You're stabbing them in the back. By the way, I have another news." "What is it?" Black 11 glanced at Susanna and Christian and looked hesitant. "We'll be outside," Susanna said softly. "No need for that." Anfey shook his head. "Speak freely. I trust them more than anyone else." Black 11 shook his head and said, "According to my sources, Shansa only sent out a squadron of their aerial unit because they knew what had recently happened in Country of Mercenaries. This squad is not involved in the siege of Blacania City. They are in the Transverse Mountains and are responsible for the protection of the supply lines." "Anfey, you talked to me about griffins the other day because..." Susanna said with wide eyes. "How many times have you talked about this?" Anfey asked, shaking his head. "You keep talking about this. What do you want me to do? To attack the griffins with my people?" "Listen, Anfey. It is vital that we defeat these griffins protecting the supply lines. If we succeed, it will be a huge blow to their army and to their king's confidence. We can give Blacania City's army a chance." "You speak of success, but what if we lose?" Susanna asked coldly. She was not from the Mayho Empire and did not feel obliged to help it. She cooperated with Anfey in Blackwater City because she respected him as a friend. However, attacking the griffins was practically suicide. They might as well slay a dragon and die as heroes. "My people will cooperate with you," Black 11 said. "How many?" "If necessary, all of them." Anfey frowned and thought about his words for a few moments. He then looked up and said, "Susanna, fetch me Hagen." "Anfey," Susanna said, frowning. She knew he was considering it and was worried. "Just go. Don't worry. I know what I am doing." Susanna sighed and left the room with Christian. Seeing that the door was closed, Black 11 turned back to Anfey and said, "His Majesty said he has two wishes. One is to destroy the Dark Moon Magic Legion, and other is to kill the annoying flies." He is referring to the Griffins' aerial unit. In order to fight against the Griffins, he had been gathering money to purchase Griffins. However, the only place with Griffins is the Shansa Empire, and they control it very carefully. Over the years we've only gathered a dozen Griffins. They can be used in espionage activities, but as not fighting forces. Of course. Even if the Emperor is an idiot, he must have smart men serving him. They should know what to do. If we can defeat the squad and capture some Griffins, His Majesty would be very happy. "Frankly, I don't like the way you approach things," Anfey said. "Do you want me to just go and convince those soldiers to surrender? 50 Griffins and their knights. His Majesty will be very happy, don't you think?" "I'm saying hypothetically," Black 11 said quietly. "Don't expect too much, or else there's a higher chance of failure." "We cannot handle that," Anfey said. "If you want to destroy that team, I may have a way. If you want to capture the Griffins, you're on your own." "You really have a way?" Black 11's eyes lit up. "Never know if you don't try it." Susanna and Christian pushed open the door. Hagen was following them. "Stop rushing me. I am doing the best I can," Hagen held up his hands and admitted as soon as he was in the room. "How many have you made?" "A dozen." "How is it? Does it work? What am I supposed to do? Use myself as a lab rat?" "I'll think of a way." "Can you make enough in 3 days?" "I can try." "What are you talking about?" Susanna asked, confused. "It's a secret." "You find out soon," Anfey said, grinning. "You're not thinking about using potions against Griffins, are you?" Susanna asked, her tone grave. "It's impossible. I've told you, Griffins are practically immune to magic. Not only the major elements, even dark and spirit magic can hardly touch them. Not even poison magic can hurt them." poison isn't that easy to defend, is it? Anfey said softly.
I heard that goldline snakes are very capable of killing griffins.
Do you know how many snakes it takes to kill a single griffin? You need at least 200 snakes for the entire squadron. Where are you going to find all those snakes? Susanna shook her head. How you are going to poison them, anyway? Can you command the snakes?
The griffins are very smart creatures. They would take off as soon as they detect danger.
What are you going to do then? The snakes cannot fly. Susanna's right. You're not making Hagen brew poison, are you? Black 11 asked.
He was the one that wanted the Griffins team destroyed, but he kept his wits about him. He talked to Anfey about it multiple times because he wanted to hear a complete plan from him.
No. Then what is it? You'll find out. Susanna and Christian glanced at each other and shook their heads. Black 11 frowned.
He had just told Anfey about the aerial squad, but Anfey already had Hagen preparing the potion. It meant that even though Anfey had not agreed to attack, he was already preparing for it.
This made Black 11 very happy.
From what we already know, this city is about to become really chaotic, Anfey said. We should change our plan and leave as soon as possible.
We're leaving? Black 11 asked. Yes.
Help us prepare a bit, Anfey said.
He glanced at Black 11. Are you coming with us? Of course, Black 11 said. Where are we going?
Christian and the band of brothers mercenaries signed a deal.
We're going to a town called Moramach. Moramach? Black 11 repeated.
He shook his head and said, You fell right into their trap, Christian.
What, is the town disturbed? No, just disturbed.
Very disturbed.
Tell me more, Anfey said. It's hard to explain.
I'll tell you more on the way, Black 11 said as he stood up.
All right. Anfey thought about the situation for a few moments. Everyone think about what you need. If this city fall into chaos, we will have to rely only on ourselves for supplies. Leave that to me, Black 11 said.
I'll make sure everything's taken care of.
Seeing that Black 11 left the room, Susanna turned to Anfey and said slowly, Are we really doing it? Attacking the Griffin squad? You don't want to think about it? I promised I will keep everyone away from danger, Anfey said. Making the plan doesn't necessarily mean executing it. We can try. If anything goes wrong, we will abort the mission. Do as you wish, Susanna shook her head and sighed. You don't trust me? Nonsense, Susanna snapped.
If I didn't trust you, I would not stay here.
All right, Anfey said, smiling. Follow the party. Can't be wrong. The party? Susanna asked, frowning.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 135, Weighed Down by the Responsibilities. Chapter 135, Weighed Down by the Responsibilities. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
At dawn, as soon as the patrol had opened the gate of White Mountain City, Anfey and his legion walked out in mighty formation. It was not an exaggeration to call it a mighty formation. Black 11 was pretty influential, because he was able to get over 30 wagons. Alibaba mercenaries were in the front of the wagon route, girls in the middle, while a variety of items were carried in the back. Black 11 said he would be in charge of getting everything ready for this trip. He did not just say it, he in fact brought everything. In addition to necessities like rice, flour, tables and other furniture, cabins, cloth and other materials, and alcohol, he even brought nails, sewing thread, rope and needles. He brought everything imaginable. Black 11 even had cosmetics for the girls. Anfey wondered if he carried the whole grocery store with him. There were many attendants for the caravan. Anfey had mentioned to Black 11 that they needed to figure out how to attack the Griffin aerial unit in the Shutter Ridge. Therefore, Black 11 brought all the people he could think of and asked them to disguise themselves as the bodyguards of the merchant caravan. They walked on both sides of the caravan to protect them. They had been traveling south the whole time. They had not run into any trouble yet. They did meet two small bandit groups. When those bandits saw their caravan from a distance stretched so far like a snake, they had backed off. Black 11 brought over 60 people with him, and all of them were good. He also hired more than 100 bodyguards. Those two bandit groups were not able to counter the strength of a caravan with such a large number of people. Even the larger bandit group with about 100 bandits in it had to think twice before taking any action. As it was getting dark, the caravan stopped and started to set up their camp. There were so many people working on it that Anfey did not have to do a thing on his own. He leaned back on a rock, zoning out looking at the sky.
Susanna walked to him from the other end of the camp. She took a seat opposite of Anfey.
She waited for a while and snorted when she saw that Anfey kept looking at the sky.
What are you snorting for? People could not say whatever was on their minds.
If Anfey said the same thing when Susanna had just joined the Legion, they might have already started to fight.
Of course, Susanna did not have the same attitude towards Anfey anymore.
Everybody had already become familiar with each other and been through difficult times together. They were more like brothers and sisters.
No one would make a big deal out of jokes. I admire you, Susanna said.
What do you mean?
Anfey asked. Do you know how long I have known Hagen? Susanna asked.
Less than 30 years?
Anfey joked. You? Susanna did not know whether she should be angry or laugh at his answer. Everyone knew Susanna was not even 20 years old yet. How could she know someone around 30 years? Susanna did not want to fight with Anfey.
She said, I have known him for 3 years. You just met him 2 months ago, but it seems that you are more important to him than me.
Why are you saying that? Anfey asked. I was asking him what he was making.
He just would not tell me, Susanna said.
He just followed the directive.
It is nothing to do with whom he is closer to.
Anfey smiled. It looks like Hagen is more mature than I thought. Are you proud of it? Susanna snorted again.
Susanna typically changed her mind really fast. Since Susanna met Anfey, her attitude towards Anfey had changed a lot. She was alert from the beginning, then felt relaxed in front of Anfey, then trusted him. Now she could even go into a fit of rage in front of him.
No. You do not have to ask him. You can just ask me. Anfey smiled.
I hate people who pretend to be mysterious in front of me.
Susanna's mouth curled down.
She had asked Anfey before, but he had always told her that she would understand later. She really hated how Anfey treated her.
But I just like to act mysterious in front of people. Anfey heaved a sigh. What a paradox. Susanna felt helpless dealing with someone like Anfey.
She should have snorted and left, but she did not.
She still sat across from Anfey. Feller, can you get me some wine? Anfey shouted at Feller. Sure, Feller answered him from distance.
A moment later, Feller walked over with a bottle of wine and 2 wine glasses.
What good service. Black 11 was talking with Hagen.
One looked sincere, while the other kept shaking his head.
After a while, Black 11 had to stand up. He slowly walked towards Anfey. It was obvious that Susanna was the first one lost in the conversation, and, well, Black 11 was the second one. As Black 11 passed by Christian, he drew back.
He saw Blavi, Rizkat and Zubin talking about something together, but they kept looking at Anfey. Each of them had a grin on his face.
Black 11 was shocked for a second and realized something.
He did not notice it until he saw Christian and others' grins.
There was definitely something between Anfey and Susanna when he looked at them again. Alibaba mercenaries had been trying to leave them alone.
They seemed to agree not to bother them, no matter whether Anfey was looking for Susanna or Susanna was looking for Anfey. It is easy to tell from Naya's face because she kept grinning at Anfey and Susanna in a way that seemed like she had been given hundreds and thousands of gold coins. She held Shelly's hand with one hand and the little unicorn with the other hand. If she had let Shelly and the little unicorn go, they would have gone to bother Anfey and Susanna without any doubt. She would have no show to watch if that happened.
Anfey lifted up the glass and poured the wine into it.
He took out something Hagen made and carefully dropped 1 drop in the wine.
He passed the glass to Susanna. Susanna looked at Anfey in curiosity, but did not say anything. She took over the glass and raised her head. It looked like she was going to drink to the bottom. Hey! Susanna did not care, but Anfey could not sit there still. He grabbed Susanna's arm and took the glass away from her. What are you doing? Susanna frowned. Did you really want to finish it? Anfey smiled bitterly. No one would eat anything without knowing what it is. It was common sense. Anfey thought Susanna first would ask what it was so he could bring the topic up. Who would know Susanna would chug it without even asking? Didn't you ask me to have it? Susanna felt Anfey was weird. Are you going to drink just because I asked you to? Anfey sighed. You fool. Would you die if I ask you to? Susanna went quiet for a second. It looked like she actually gave serious thought to his question. She smiled, but without giving him the answer. Anfey took a close look at the wine in the glass. Luckily he had taken the glass away from her quickly. She only had taken a sip out of it.
He heaved a sigh of relief. We haven't practiced sword skills for a long time.
Anfey, do you want to fight with me? Susanna smiled. You want to beat my ass, right? Anfey leered at Susanna. Susanna burst into laughter. We are just practicing sword skills. Don't tell me you do not dare?
I do not dare, Anfey answered firmly. You are not a man, Susanna said.
Crazy. So I am a man if I allow you beat me? Anfey said. Boring. Susanna shook her head.
If any man had refused to fight with her in the past, Susanna would look down upon him. She thought a real man could move forward even knowing it was going to be hard, and bravely face the failure. She did not disdain Anfey even when she saw Anfey shamelessly refuse to fight with her or tried really hard but still lost the match when they practiced sword skills together. After having been through so much together, Susanna had to admit sometimes the power someone possessed was not decisive. The two senior swordsmen in Glory Mercenary Group were among the best on Pan-Continent. They were tricked and killed by Anfey. If it had been her, she would not have thought she could escape it either.
Boring? You have many ways to be entertained. You do not have to find me every time you are bored. Anfey smiled. Who always finds you? Susanna blushed a little. Women were usually sensitive. They could easily make things more complicated than they were. I am going to look for Naya. I am not going to stay bored here with you. Anfey watched Susanna running away with a smile.
When he looked down, the smile had already gone. He looked a little anxious and sort of touched. He raised the glass and drank the whole glass of special wine. He heaved a slight sigh.
Susanna, do you trust me to the point that you could do anything I ask you to do? Anfey's heart was heavy.
He shook his head and forced himself to stop thinking about it.
He looked up at the sky again. Susanna went to find Naya. Shuli and the little unicorn finally had their freedom back.
They ran behind each other to Anfey. Shuli was a little slow, while the little unicorn already rushed to Anfey with hurricane speed. He whined, with his head pushed onto Anfey's leg. The little guy noticed the wine glass in Anfey's hand. He moved his nose closer to the glass to sniff, and stuck his tongue into the glass to taste it.
Frankly, Anfey did not love animals that much.
Neither could he be called nurturing. He grinned and held a glass of wine to the little unicorn. The little unicorn stirred the wine with its tongue and then bit the glass to pour the wine into his mouth. The little unicorn put the glass down on the ground with happy barks. If it was other alcohol, the little unicorn might not have liked it. Feller brought wine. This little guy got used to drink fruit juice, and the wine was similar in smell and taste, so he was very tempted to have it.
Ha, you really can drink. Anfey smiled and poured another glass.
The little unicorn was still an infant, but it seemed that the little guy really liked the wine. Every time Anfey poured a glass of wine, he could finish it without any trouble. The little unicorn made some happy sounds.
Anfey. Shuli came up to Anfey.
Shuli had been a happy kid, but she seemed different today. She looked at Anfey with worry and anxiety. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 136, Potential. Chapter 136, Potential. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Shuli, what is it? Anfey asked, smiling. Anfey, I want to ask you something. Promise me you won't get mad?
Shuli bit her lip and asked timidly. The little unicorn yelped. Anfey still hadn't given it alcohol, and it was getting impatient.
Why would I get angry at you? Anfey replied gently.
He poured the unicorn some wine, wondering how a unicorn would act when it was drunk.
Will you love and cherish and take care of my sister forever? What? Anfey looked at Shuli and could not process what she just said. Why would you ask something like that? Since he was distracted, the wine overflowed the cup.
The unicorn jumped up and snatched the bottle from his hands. However, Anfey was focused on Shuli and did not bother to stop the unicorn. He soon turned up the bottle and allowed the unicorn to take gulps from it.
Naya said that you're in love with my sister. That you will marry her.
Shuli stared at Anfey with her bright, clear eyes.
Anfey, will take care of her forever?
Anfey smiled, unsure of how to answer the question. If it was another man answering, it might not have been so difficult. He could think about the question from different aspects, like their futures and lives and hopes, and answer properly without hurting anyone's feelings.
However, Shuli was too young and could not understand anything too deep. All she needed from him was a simply yes or no. No? He couldn't just say that. That would hurt Susanna's feelings.
Susanna was one of the best members of his team, and was a great help to him.
Without Susanna, the entire team's strength would decrease. Back in Blackwater City, the situation would have been a lot more difficult if Susanna was not there.
Women tend to be proud, and if he made her feel as if he had hurt her dignity, he might lose a great assistant.
Yes? This answer may be a little. Anfey's mind flashed back to a few moments ago.
He remembered seeing Susanna grinning and accepting the goblet and draining the wine. He felt his heart skipping a beat, and before he could think he said, "Of course."
Really? Shelley widened her eyes in joy. Anfey, do you swear on it?
Of course I do, Anfey said. He held out his hand and high-fived Shelley 3 times.
Yes. Shelley jumped up and cheered. She jumped up and ran over to Susanna, screaming, "Sister."
Anfey said he would take care of you and love you for the rest of his life.
Everyone in the room stopped what they were doing and looked over at Anfey. Everyone's expression was a blend of confusion and surprise.
Romance wasn't a surprise, it was the people involved that surprised everyone.
Anfey was a logical person who did not normally care for others' feelings. It was hard for everyone to understand why a person like that would do something remotely romantic.
Anfey stared at Shelley, too stunned to say anything. He was unsure of what he should do. He thought he was just making Shelley feel better, but he never imagined Shelley would do something like this. He had been through a lot of strange things in his life, but none of them involved women and love.
This did not involve love either, but how would he explain that to the others? Should he explain himself? Susanna blushed. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "Really?"
Shelley was grinning widely.
"He promised me.
He would take care of you and cherish you."
Susanna glanced at Anfey, and Anfey glanced at her. Their eyes touched, and then darted away.
Susanna had never been in a relationship before, and it wasn't a surprise for her to do something like that.
Anfey, however, had experience with women. This made him look like an inexperienced little boy.
Clearly he was having difficulty processing the situation.
"Sister."
Shelley clearly did not realize how much of an impact she had just made, and wanted to say something more. Susanna, however, felt that she could not stay in the room anymore. She turned and dashed away, disappearing into her carriage.
What happened to her? Shelley stared after Susanna's figure, confused. She thought her sister would be happy after hearing about Anfey's vow. "Good job, Shelley." Naya walked over and patted Shelley on her shoulder. "But don't worry. She's just shy," Naya said, smirking.
Anfey picked up a broken twig and began drawing on the ground. It looked as if he was trying to figure something out, but in fact he did not know what he was doing and was trying to avoid everyone's eyes. "Christian, come here," Anfey looked up and called out. Christian moved over, smiling. He sat down next to Anfey and said, "Didn't know you were this brave."
"You?" Anfey shook his head. "Don't talk about it. It's not what you think." "You're not saying Shelley's lying, are you?" Christian asked, enjoying Anfey's unusual awkwardness. "There's some serious business we need to attend to. Don't distract me."
"All right," Christian said, controlling his expression.
"What do you want to talk about?"
He was grinning widely and was even more annoying to watch than before. Anfey shook his head and said, "Christian, use Eye of the Sky and take a look at the camp."
Christian nodded. He whispered a spell and summoned Eye of the Sky. Anfey, however, did not look at the eye.
He glanced at the sky and closed his eyes, as if he was trying to feel something.
"Close it," he said.
Christian dropped his hand and all magical surges disappeared. After a few moments, Anfey opened his eyes slowly and said, "Do that again."
Christian hesitated and looked at Anfey. "Don't worry, just do as I say." "All right." Christian nodded and released the magic again.
After 5 times, Christian felt a seed of doubt.
Could Anfey be tricking him for what he just said? "All right." Anfey nodded. "Christian, let's go somewhere else and do that again later." "What are you trying to do?"
"I'm studying the eye," Anfey said slowly. Technically speaking, when the Eye of the Sky is watching a certain area, people in that area could feel its magic surges.
"You can feel it?" Christian asked, surprised. "Not exactly."
Anfey paused before continuing.
"It's just a feeling. It's strange. There is a very faint surge, but when I try to feel it, it's gone." "Are you being serious?" Christian asked nervously. "I don't have a reason to lie, do I?" "Anfey, do you know why a strong army tends to need a powerful man to lead it?"
Because a powerful general can make his men believe in his invincibility. When two armies clash and one side has a powerful general, its soldiers are often fiercer. That is part of the reason, but not all of it, Christian said slowly.
Take Elazan Empire's Dark Moon Magic Legion as an example. Its general is the famous Nuyoheim.
He is magically superior to most people. However, he is only mediocre when it comes to strategizing. He knows very well, and that is why he hands most of his commanding power off to his deputy General Sarik, who is an excellent general.
This is why their legion can win time after time. Why is that? What is the most important thing before a battle breaks out? Espionage and counterintelligence. It was a question anyone who had read a book or two could answer.
Christian, however, only looked at him.
Am I wrong? Anfey asked. No, you're right. Christian nodded. Eye of the Sky is a very simple magic. Almost every senior mage can use it. Its magical surge is very weak, so normal people cannot detect it.
The most powerful men, however, can. People like Nuyoheim cannot only detect it, he can find where the mage who is using the magic is located.
I see what you're talking about, Anfey nodded and replied. I'm not a powerful person, but I can feel something. Let's go somewhere else and experiment later.
This is very good news, Christian said with a smile.
Anfey has the potential to be powerful. You may be the first person to learn both magic and Wu. You may be one of the most powerful men ever alive.
I'm not that ambitious, Anfey said with a grin.
All I want to do is to survive. Before Christian could say anything, Naya's scream sliced the air. Anfey, what did you do about dot?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 137, Treating Each Other with Respect. Chapter 137, Treating Each Other with Respect. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey turned around to look.
He saw the little unicorn walked around with an empty bottle in his mouth. The little unicorn walked sideways, diagonally, backwards, hopping in many other ways, but just not forward. This little guy did have very strong kinetic skills. He wobbled all around, but did not fall. Naya had already rushed over and held the little guy in her arms. She felt so bad for the little unicorn. She reached out her hand to take the empty bottle away from the little unicorn. She was a senior swordswoman, but she could not even pull the empty bottle out of the unicorn's mouth after 2 tries. The little unicorn bit the empty bottle so hard that Anfey could even hear some cracking sounds.
Naya suddenly turned around, screaming again in anger and sadness. Look at you. Naya's temper had gotten a lot better now.
6 months ago, if someone had fooled around with her pet, she would have pulled out her sword at that person without thinking whether she could beat the person or not.
Anfey did not do it on purpose.
The little unicorn wanted the wine himself. Christian tried to mediate between them.
He smiled.
The little unicorn burped loudly from drinking too much. It seemed that the unicorn tried to prove Christian was right.
Everybody burst into laughter. What a scene!
Many people could not see a real unicorn their whole lives, but they had raised one as a pet and could watch the little unicorn burping from drinking.
They definitely could brag about it.
The little unicorn looked around with eyes half closed. Drunk people easily made fools of themselves, and so did the little unicorn. The little guy was looking for Anfey, but it spun around a couple of times in a weird pace, failing to locate Anfey.
Anfey actually was only 70 feet away from the little unicorn. You deserve it.
Naya gave the little unicorn a love tap on its butt.
Her anger came and went fast.
She had already switched her attention quickly from being angry at it to how to take care of this drunk little guy.
Anfey slowly stood up. Christian, I will come to see you later.
Sure, Christian said. If someone had closely watched Anfey, he would have noticed something weird. Compared with the little drunk unicorn, Anfey walked more steadily, but without any directional sense.
He first walked towards his wagon, then changed direction on the way. It looked like he was trying to see Feller. He changed direction again before he walked along. This time it looked like he wanted to see Hagen. Halfway there, he turned around and walked toward Huiwei. If there were a spy watching him, he would be so confused by the way he walked. In fact, Anfey himself did not have a clear destination in mind either. He just walked by following his heart. When he finally stopped, he realized he was standing in front of Susanna's wagon. They might have to fight together soon, so Anfey felt they needed to talk about the misunderstanding between them. He did not want to see them not being able to team up well because of any misunderstanding. Anfey found a good excuse to see Susanna. He lifted the curtain and ducked into the wagon. Susanna was surprised to see Anfey, and then she blushed again.
It was interesting to see Susanna blushing again when her previous blush had not disappeared yet.
"Hey, here you are," Susanna said in low pitch. "Yeah," Anfey said. "Would you like some tea?" Susanna asked. "No, thanks," Anfey said. "I heard Naya yelling." "What happened?" Susanna found a topic they could talk about. "The little unicorn drank too much."
"She thinks it is my fault," Anfey said.
"You must have given the unicorn the drinks. Am I right?" Susanna said.
"I only wanted that little guy to taste it, but it finished the whole bottle before I even noticed," Anfey said.
"I cannot believe you were so naughty." Susanna gave Anfey a smile. "You are not being fair to me." Anfey smiled bitterly. "We have known each other for a long time. Don't you understand me? I take things seriously. Don't be mad at Naya. She's got a temper." "She will be fine," Susanna said. "I know."
"I was never mad at her," Anfey said. Their conversation was stuck. Both of them seemed to have nothing else to talk about, but their brains were racing. They seemed to be stuck in this tense thinking at the same time. Anfey was thinking how he could explain to Susanna in a way he was not going to hurt her feelings. His instinct did not allow him to have any connection with women. No matter how others saw Susanna and him, he would not admit there was anything between them.
Susanna was trying to read in between Anfey's lines.
She thought to herself, Anfey just emphasized that he takes things seriously.
Did he worry that I do not take what Shirley said seriously? Susanna nervously bit her lip.
No one would know whether Anfey meant it or not. If Susanna thought so, just let her believe so for now.
"Would you like some tea?" Susanna asked again. She did not know what else to say.
She just could not stand the silence. The quieter it got, the more nervous she felt.
"Okay."
Anfey changed his mind to have some.
Susanna lifted the teapot up and tested the temperature of the water with her finger. "The water is already cold. I will have feller warm it up." "No, it's fine, I will have some water," Anfey said. Maybe Susanna unconsciously did not want to ruin the moment.
She treasured this moment even though they were both awkward.
She did not insist on making the tea.
She gently poured a glass of water and passed it to Anfey.
Anfey took the glass and sipped on it.
His eyes stared at something for a second. When Susanna was pouring the water, her skirt rolled up and her long and beautiful lower legs showed.
Susanna was ready to go to bed and had already taken off her boots before Anfey walked in. The silky and milky white feet showed in front of Anfey.
It was common in psychology that old memories were triggered by seeing things that had been seen in the past.
Anfey could not help recalling the battle with Susanna in the water that night. Susanna was very sensitive right now.
She noticed Anfey was looking at something. She followed his eyes and saw her lower legs showed. She blushed and hurried to pull her skirt down to cover her legs. She even tucked her feet under her skirt.
Anfey felt awkward and moved back a little. He looked around but was just not able to look at Susanna. Anfey pays attention to details and does not show his emotions when he does things.
It must have taken him a lot of courage to show his love to me, Susanna thought to herself.
Susanna was recalling every moment with Anfey.
What happened at the pond was a nightmare from the past, but it also made her realize the good sides of Anfey.
When Anfey caught her that night, she was taking a bath without any clothes on. Susanna was confident about her looks and body, but Anfey did not take advantage of her that night. Anfey quietly left the pond when he found out it was just a misunderstanding.
If Anfey were bad, she would not be a virgin now.
Since joining Anfey's legion, Susanna had been under Anfey's supervision.
She had developed a habit of listening to and counting on Anfey. Before a woman decided to accept a man as her man, her top criteria would be whether that man was reliable.
Susanna was going far in terms of counting on Anfey.
What she did not like about Anfey in the past had changed into things she liked about him. The awkward moments between them seemed to be sweet in their memories.
Susanna nervously coughed. She thought what she did was too obvious, which probably seemed like a rejection signal to Anfey.
Susanna twisted her body a little bit to allow her lower legs to be shown again. This move was nothing to most girls, but it was all Susanna could handle. Her heart beat fast. The red color on her cheeks made her more beautiful. Her head leaned on the wagon's wall.
She did not dare even to look at Anfey.
In this magic world, there was no saying to describe girls accidentally showing their skin, nor was there a book to teach them how to keep perverts away.
Susanna moved in panic.
As a result, she showed more than just her lower legs.
From Anfey's angle, he could even see her underwear. Anfey noticed Susanna's moves. He understood Susanna showed her body on purpose.
After noticing it, Anfey started to feel nervous, but did show the nervousness on his face. He immediately realized his emotional change.
He closed his eyes right away and took a deep breath.
When he opened his eyes, he could see clearly again.
Anfey, why are you here? Susanna asked in a very low pitch. Well, Anfey did not know how to put it.
Before he walked to Susanna's wagon, he did not realize there was anything special between Susanna and him.
He thought Susanna was a good friend. He thought Susanna was thinking the same way about him.
That was the reason he felt it was necessary to explain to Susanna about their misunderstanding. However, seeing how Susanna acted, no matter how stupid Anfey was, he could tell Susanna liked him.
Susanna suddenly felt she was a fool.
She did not even know how to talk.
If there was nothing related to the Legion, was Anfey not supposed to come here to hang out?
It was no different than rejecting him, Susanna thought to herself.
Actually, you can come and talk to me anytime you want. I would like to hang out with you.
Seriously, Susanna said in a low pitch.
Shirley's little kid's talk had put Susanna in this awkward position.
She felt things moved too fast, and she was not too comfortable with it.
However, she never wanted to hurt Anfey's feelings and pride. I am glad to hear that too. Anfey smiled.
The air was filled with chemistry sparkling between them. They treated each other with respect and courtesy. Anfey never said thank you to Susanna, but he did today. They were so polite to each other.
Susanna, can I meditate here for a while? Don't let anyone interrupt me, Anfey suddenly said.
He had to meditate right now, otherwise he felt something bad was going to happen.
He noticed himself getting panicky. Sure. Susanna was shocked for a second, then she nodded at him.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 138, Prey in the Trap. Chapter 138, Prey in the Trap. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Everyone in the caravan woke up before dawn. Usually, the caravan would wait until daytime before departing.
However, on this day, they appeared to be busy in the dark about something.
What was even more peculiar was that the caravan did not leave until it was almost noon.
Other people were not uninformed, but those employed by the caravan knew very well what they were doing. The 24 guards dug a hole in the middle of the campground and buried a heavy chest in it. Then they did their best to return the patch of ground to normal. Then Christian used magic to move a large boulder to cover the place where the chest was buried as a marker.
The carriages left.
The bugs resumed their business. If anyone else passed this area, they would not be able to tell there was a secret under the boulder.
There was a saying. In the beginning, there was no road. Roads were created because so many people chose the same path.
Another saying says that there were roads, but the roads all disappeared because too many people had used them. However, the two sayings were not referring to the same road. After the carriages left, another team appeared. This team was significantly smaller, consisting of only 12 members. As they approached the campsite of the previous team, they left the road and headed straight for the boulder. A thin mage jumped off of his horse and circled the boulder a few times. He whispered a spell and the boulder floated into the air and landed nearby.
This is the place, the mage said. What were they doing?
The leader was a swordmaster around 50. He frowned and stared at the spot, thinking.
Check their location again, he ordered. Yes, my lord.
The mage whispered a few spells, and a ball of mist appeared in his hands. The ball slowly cleared up, and a long line of carriages appeared in the ball. My lord, we should dig here first and find out what they were hiding. Another mage walked up to the swordsmaster and said.
I don't want to disturb them.
Wait until people from our leader arrives, the swordmaster said. My lord, they won't discover us, the mage informed him. They only have a junior magister. They cannot reach back this far with Eye of the Sky.
He is right, my lord, another mage said.
All right, the swordsmaster agreed.
Go and dig this thing up.
Although this was a small team, everyone on the team was very obedient. As soon as the leader issued an order, a few swordsmen jumped off their horses and began digging.
After a few moments, a chest appeared.
A mage walked into the hole slowly, and everyone jumped off their hoses. Everyone was curious what this chest contained. The mage closed his eyes and probed the chest. When he found nothing to raise alarm, he reached over and opened the chest carefully. The others peered over the edge of the hole to catch a glimpse of what was in the chest. As the mage opened the chest, he felt a sudden surge of chaotic element. His eyes widened and he screamed, "Run! It's a magic array of chaos."
A flash of white light appeared from the chest, and the subsequent explosion shook the entire forest. The explosion caused thick debris and threw those that stood too close to the chest through the air. The ground shook violently under the impact. After a few moments, the world returned to a more peaceful state. The swordsman spat out a mouthful of blood and pushed himself up from the ground. Even though the explosion was unexpected, he was able to protect himself with his combat power. However, that was not enough. He was pushed away from the campsite and was wounded. He glanced at the campsite and saw that the chest was gone and the site had become a small crater. All over the crater were broken limbs and a few bodies. The swordmaster was enraged by his companions' pointless deaths. They thought the chest would hide a secret, but never imagined it would contain a trap. 3 other men pushed themselves off the ground, staring at their surroundings blankly. The explosion happened too fast for their brains to process what had just happened. It was a magic array of chaos, the swordmaster said with shaking voice. The magic array was actually a very useless form of magic array, but it could use up magic crystals very fast. Other kinds of magic array used power of the magic crystals slowly, and would not run out of power unless either the crystals were depleted or the array was destroyed. The magic array of chaos could use up a crystal's power in an instant. Of course, it wasn't the biggest flaw of this form of array. Elements were natural and balanced, but chaos array disrupts this balance. This was against the nature of elements. After the magic array was formed, the elements would try to return to their natural state. Judging by the power of this array, if they opened it after noontime, the explosion would be nothing but a gust of breeze. The existence of this array meant that Anfey and his companions knew people were on their trail, and knew that whoever was following them would try to dig the chest up as soon as possible. The swordmaster felt frustrated and defeated. He did not know where they had made the mistake of exposing themselves. This was too great a loss for the organization to let him off the hook easily. "My lord!" one of the swordsmen called, pointed to the body of a mage. The swordmaster glanced at the body and found an arrow sticking out of the mage's throat, and the mage had his hands wrapped tightly around the shaft. Clearly what happened to him wasn't the explosion but the arrow. The swordmaster realized that there were enemies present. He drew his long sword. A flash of bright light spliced a bush 50 feet to his left. It was the proof that there was a magical wall there. Then, a figure coated in bright white combat power appeared and dashed in his direction. The swordmaster waved his hand, and his 3 remaining men gathered around him. He estimated his opponent's power, and felt slightly more reassured. He stared ahead coldly. Susanna was used to being the first to attack. However, this time she did not strike. She stopped in front of her opponent and stared at them with cold eyes. Every time she used her combat power, her gentleness disappeared. Instead, she would be as cold as her sword. This was an understandable change, not everyone was like this. People like Ernest could still smile after using his combat power, but Susanna would turn into someone who did not know what smiling was. Anfey and Black 11 were much slower than Susanna. They walked over and stood by her, observing their enemies. "You're Anfey?" The swordmaster smiled and asked. "You should reveal yourselves quicker." "Thank you for giving me a chance." He didn't want to hide anymore. Anfey had planted a magic array of chaos, meaning he knew what their intentions were. He needed to capture the man alive to redeem himself. It was the only way he could make it out of this situation alive. "There was never a chance for you," Anfey said slowly. "I didn't kill you because I need you to answer some questions." "Don't ask me," the swordmaster said and waved his long sword. The light of his combat power suddenly became blinding. It was almost as bright as Susanna's, if not more. He was indeed a powerful man, and that was why he sought a battle first. "You're too hasty," Anfey said. "Are you not interested in us? How about we make a deal? We each ask one question. If you can work with us, then we can answer more questions. How about you go first?" The swordmaster hesitated. Then he asked slowly, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" These 2 things were something his organization could never answer. No matter how much they researched, Anfey's past was a mystery to them. The first time he appeared in the world was with Saul, but the organization had no need for that part of his past. They needed to know where he came from, and where he learned his strange but powerful fighting skills. That's 2 questions. Who was your teacher before Saul? Both Black 11 and Susanna turned and looked at Anfey. They were curious about it, as well. Archmage Jäger. You lie, the swordmaster said coldly. He was an archmage. He wouldn't teach you how to fight. I never said he taught me how to fight, Anfey said. An old man in my village taught me those skills. Now, my turn. Who are you? We're from the evil mist, the swordmaster said.
He already had it all planned out. If he could capture Anfey, then the secret would not get out. If Anfey killed him, the organization couldn't punish a dead man, and so he was very honest.
How did you know we were following you? Sorry. I only need an answer from you.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 139, A Tough Opponent. Chapter 139, A Tough Opponent. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Before Anfey finished talking, Susanna had already shot herself out to lead the swordsman. The radiance of Susanna's sword was threatening.
The other senior swordsmaster did not move at all. The two swordsmen to his sides went forward to counter Susanna.
One of them looked like he did not see the sword radiance from Susanna's sword. He thrust his sword at Susanna like he did not care whether he would die from this attack.
The other swordsman thrashed at Susanna's midsection from the side. Susanna had a higher level than these two swordsmen, but not much higher.
No matter whether it was with the sword broadside or blade, they both could hurt her. Susanna pulled her sword back to block the sword thrusting at her. That intermediate swordsman almost dropped the sword. He tried really hard to hold the sword shaft steady with his arm raised high, which is a good angle to attack from.
Susanna had no time to take advantage of this opportunity to attack the intermediate swordsman.
She thrust her sword at the other intermediate swordsman's neck as she moved one step sideways to avoid his attack. The sword had a radius of more than 3 feet. Even if she had not moved sideways, her sword radiance could have killed him anyway. Susanna was young, but she was very experienced in fighting. It was a correct move to pull away from him. By doing so, she gave herself plenty of time to make another attack, no matter how the swordsman attacked her next.
That intermediate swordsman suddenly sped up. He looked like he was running onto Susanna's sword radiance.
His sword had sword radiance as well.
He thrust at Susanna's midsection again. The third intermediate swordsman was running towards Black 11.
They had very similar fighting abilities, even though Black 11 was slightly better.
This intermediate swordsman was just as the other two. Every attacking move looked suicidal, which forced Black 11 into a disadvantageous position. The senior swordsmaster yelled and jumped into the air. His body left an arc trace in the air because of his fast speed as he threw himself at Anfey. It looked like he did not even want to survive this attack. In general, only when two parties' abilities were vastly different where they fought for life would they use the strategy of attacking opponents from the air. If his ability was not as good as the other one, this attack would have been suicide.
If a swordsman jumped in the air, he would lose the dodging ability and could barely defend himself.
He was allowing others to trample him.
Of course, if his ability was far better than his opponent or he did not even think of dodging or defending, that suicidal attack could win him the advantage and allow him to continue his offensive attacks. Anfey moved back as fast as he could, as coldness showed in his eyes.
Today he was quite different than usual. He chose to counter the attack just to see how good that swordsman was.
Although they had just met and talked very little before they started their fight, Anfey had sufficient information to know this swordsman was a tough opponent.
Anfey took advantage of magic array of chaos and killed most of the enemies.
Most people would become crazy or depressed after suffering such a defeat.
However, the 4 people left in the battle were very calm. They did not do anything extra.
They were neither scared nor panicking. By exchanging secrets, Anfey wanted to double-check who they were, on the one hand, and provide them an opportunity to see if they could grab it, on the other.
The explosion from the magic array of chaos was very intense. Those 4 people were too close to the explosion. They were all hurt to some degree.
Wounded people needed some time to allow themselves to adjust before they could get back to the fight again.
They did grab the opportunity.
They wanted to talk to Anfey even as their colleagues' bodies were everywhere, which proved they were capable of adjusting their emotions.
The fight at the end was well organized.
There was a story about horse racing Anfey heard when he was little. The person in the story won the horse race by strategically matching the worst horse with the best one of the opponent, the intermediate one with the worst one of the opponent, and the best one with the intermediate one.
This was the strategy they applied as well.
They have 2 intermediate swordsmen attacking Susanna, the other intermediate swordsman fighting with Black 11, while the main force attacked Anfey.
They definitely thought Anfey was their breakthrough.
This was the only correct strategy they used. Anfey felt upset after seeing how these 4 guys fought. He could tell how powerful Evil Mist was. One guy moved back fast and another rushed forward. The knees were bent forward, so moving forward was a lot faster than moving back. When the senior swordsmaster landed on the ground, he was less than 17 feet away from Anfey. The sword in his hand pointed diagonally downwards. A crescent-shaped sword radiance swept at Anfey's shoulders. Anfey suddenly switched direction as fast as a ghost. After barely dodging the sword radiance, Anfey moved back again. The senior swordsmaster went after Anfey after getting the upper hand. He thrust the sword at Anfey's forehead with a step forward. Before the sword blade got close to Anfey, the sword radiance had already reached him. Countless fireballs appeared around Anfey at the same time. They were side by side and layer by layer. Anfey was submerged in fireballs in the blink of an eye. The senior swordsmaster paused for a second.
On Anfey's profile, it never showed Anfey was a magic combat discipliner.
The fireballs were not big, but there were many. Intelligent life had been cautious when they saw any unknowns.
Without testing, the swordsman was not sure whether those fireballs would be able to hurt him.
The countless fireballs suddenly disappeared, just as bizarre as they suddenly showed up. Suddenly a flaming sword appeared in Anfey's right hand, a gigantic flaming shield on his left arm. As the swordsman was startled for a second, Anfey swung the sword upwards to block the sword from the senior swordsmaster, and then he moved back a step. The flaming sword created a flaming wall in the sky as it moved toward the senior swordsmaster's neck. It appeared that Anfey had better momentum than the senior swordsmaster. The pupils of the senior swordsmaster contracted. Anfey did not fit the profile he had. Anfey should not have such powerful combat power. If he knew about this, he would never have thought Anfey was his breakthrough. He would rather have attacked the guy who wore a facial mask even during the day. As things had already proceeded in this way, he was not able to change anything. That swordsman suddenly screamed in anger, and pulled back the sword a little bit before he thrust the sword forward with full speed. The sword radiance was so bright that people could not directly look at it. The sword was the key of this attack. He knew he could not fight with Anfey for long. His two companions were no match for that girl, so he had to beat Anfey before the two intermediate swordsmen finished their fight with Susanna. He attacked with full strength without caring about his wound. He almost reached the limit his body could handle. As the sword hit the flaming sword, the senior swordsmaster's body only moved a bit, while Anfey felt unbearable pain in his arm.
Anfey lost control of the flaming sword. It moved to the right, and a lot of its flame went away as well. However, the elements did not disappear totally. They still kept the shape of a sword. The senior swordsmaster would not let any opportunity go, so he took the opportunity and kicked at Anfey's chest.
In this magic world, there was no leg technique for fighting. As the name suggested, leg techniques were a system of fighting skills using leg movements. The ones without leg techniques could still kick others, but with strong body and combat power, a kick could be more lethal. The senior swordsmaster attacked quickly. Anfey's speed was not slow either, and did not seem to be affected by his wounds. At the very moment, the gigantic flaming shield on his left arm shielded his front. With a huge explosion, the senior swordsmaster had to move back 18 feet and stopped.
Anfey was no better than him.
Anfey was moved back almost twice as far as the swordsman.
He accidentally fell into a big puddle created by the explosion from the magic array. The senior swordsmaster was so happy to see Anfey fall. He immediately ran to the big puddle in one big stride. He looked down at the puddle, but he was shocked by what he saw. The fire elements Anfey used in the fight disappeared in the blink of an eye.
They turned into intense surges of gas elements.
Countless wind blades were floating above Anfey.
They looked like groups of swimming fish. They were close, and swam in all directions with a strange pace. Between the wind blades, the senior swordsmaster could see Anfey's eyes shine with coldness.
The senior swordsmaster could not help taking a deep breath.
Anfey's hands and feet did not move a bit, but he was able to stand up and then rose in the air. Countless wind blades were moving around him, protecting and holding him. It was not levitation magic. The magic Anfey performed was self-created. The senior swordsmaster did not understand how Anfey could rise in the air. Worried, he secretly glanced back. That girl obviously had started to get familiar with the pace of their suicidal attacks. It would not be long before she would end the fight with the two intermediate swordsmen. He took another deep breath and decided to attack Anfey with the sword radiance, but Anfey had already landed on the other side of that big puddle. "You are a lot stronger than me," Anfey said slowly. The senior swordsmaster snorted. If Anfey wanted to bulls %T before the fight had started, he would have loved to bulls %T with him, but he did not dare to waste any time now. He swung his sword hard and a shining sword radiance showed up. He jumped into the air and threw himself from the air towards Anfey. The crescent-shaped sword radiance left a series of mirror-like traces in the sky. The sword radiance swept 40 feet through the sky in the blink of an eye and reached Anfey. The senior swordsmaster jumped into the sky and left a trace of an arc. He rushed to Anfey from the sky. He had already used up his strength. He had been hurt, and used all of his remaining strength to try to beat Anfey as fast as he could. His body had already gotten really weak. If he continued to fight like this, even if his companions could get even in the fight with the girl, it would not help because he had lost all his fighting ability. Being tough on himself was crueler than being tough on others. The senior swordsmaster grinned as he swung his sword. Two crossed sword radiances came together in the sky, but his combat power seemed to get weaker. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 140, Worries. Chapter 140, Worries. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Anfey remained still, and the wind blades rearranged themselves together.
The blades wove together tightly and formed a large, circular formation, then began to spin. It was very fast.
The edge of the formation was blurred and it made a high-pitched screech. The swordsmaster saw that Anfey had disappeared and a strange swirl appeared.
He was shocked.
However, he knew that he did not have another choice, because he heard his companions dying. He had to keep going because it was his last chance. 3 sword radiances hit the swirl, but all 3 were swallowed by the blades.
The swordsmaster couldn't tell how many of the blades he actually destroyed. It didn't matter.
Compared to how many blades were there, the amount he destroyed was still too little.
The swirl was not at all affected.
Anfey smiled and waved his right hand. The swirl, as if controlled by an unseen force, gathered and flew to his hand.
It became a long spear.
Anfey couldn't use intermediate magic, but he was very good at controlling the elements. The formation of the elements were very tight. The spear shone as if it was a real weapon, especially the tip. It shone coldly, and the swordsmaster felt cold just looking at it. Anfey held the spear in one hand and thrust it forward, aiming at the swordsmaster's head. The swordsmaster shouted angrily and summoned all of his combat power. He waved his sword and hit the spear's shaft. He was confident that his blow could shatter the weapon made out of elements. Even though he had never seen the strange weapon, he was sure it would be as vulnerable as the others he had seen before. Something strange happened. The swordsmaster used all of his might, but Anfey had used a lot of strength as well. As the two weapons clashed, the swordsmaster felt his arm going numb. His sword bounced away from the spear as if it had hit a spring. The spear bounced the other way, and the spear bent under the impact.
The elements were still woven together after the blow.
The strength of this weapon and the person who summoned it was evident. This was important news for the organization, but first he needed to survive this fight.
A dead man cannot relay information. Anfey's eyes flashed.
He kicked on the spear, which caused the spear to travel upwards. At the same time, his right hand reached forward. When the spear straightened itself, the tip was only a foot away from the swordsmaster's face.
The swordsmaster had never seen anyone fight like this.
At the last minute, he raised his sword and blocked the attack. However, this time his defense was significantly weaker. The spear made a curve and hit the swordsmaster's chest. The swordsmaster's chest rippled. It was the reaction from his combat power. The spear left a visible wound on his chest.
The man flew back.
Anfey jumped up into the air and chased after the man. The spear in his hand flashed and struck the swordsmaster. The man had just taken a hit, and had not recovered enough to block this next hit. The only thing he could do was to summon his combat power.
All 3 blows landed where Anfey wanted them to land.
The man was falling faster, and the light of his combat power dimmed. The swordsmaster rolled on the ground.
Anfey had already landed when he jumped up.
Anfey held the spear in both hands and thrust out towards the swordsmaster's head. Spears were originally his weapon of choice, but here in this world he had not found a place to use it.
Until today. The swordsmaster was like prey in a trap.
He tried to block the spear, but Anfey changed his way of attack.
The spear changed its direction and struck down instead of up.
The tip of the spear struck the swordsmaster's calf. Even someone like Ernest could not defeat Anfey with a spear, let alone a swordsmaster. The swordsmaster screamed in agony and tried to grab the spear.
The way of the spear was to strike continuously. As soon as the enemy was wounded, every strike could be a lethal blow.
Trying to grab the spear was human instinct, but it was a mistake. Anfey pushed with his left hand and pulled with his right, and the spear was jerked to the right. The tip was still in the swordsmaster's calf. The man screamed again as his leg was pulled away from under him. A chunk of skin was ripped off by the spear. Anfey then pulled right with his left hand and pushed left with his right hand. The spear returned and hit the swordsmaster again. The sword's master was wounded, but he could still react. He lowered his head to duck from this lethal blow. Anfey did not wait for him to recover. His left hand flew back and the spear flew back like a snake. Then he stepped forward with his right foot, and the spear flew forward. It struck the swordsmaster's chest. The swordsmaster tried to block the spear with his sword. He was wounded and his combat power was almost gone. Now he was very slow. When his sword was a hair away from hitting the spear glided past the sword and hit his chest. The swordsmaster reached over and grabbed the spear. He stared at Anfey with bloodshot eyes. Anfey smiled. He pressed down with his left hand and threw the swordsmaster into the air. The swordsmaster couldn't hold onto the spear no longer. He began tumbling through the air, his blood spraying down. Before he hit the ground, he felt cold and then pain in his back. The spear had pierced his back. Anfey had no mercy. When the spear entered the man's body, his hands were relaxed. He didn't fight against the gravity and let the spear glide forward. Then he took a step back and brought his hands back. When the man was almost on the ground, he stepped and thrusted forward. The spear pierced the swordsmaster's body and killed him. The swordsmaster fell to the ground. Anfey let go of the spear. The wind elements dispersed quickly. If anyone found this body, it would be very hard to identify the murder weapon. Anfey turned around. Susanna was almost done with her fight. She had already taken care of one of the men. The other blocked a few of her blows but couldn't hold against her. The swordsmaster fighting with Black 11 wanted to run, but his route was cut off by Susanna and Black 11. Perhaps because he did not do well today and was troubled by someone who was less powerful, Black 11 seemed defeated. He checked the swordsmaster's body and walked over to join Anfey. "You took a huge risk today," Black 11 said. "Well, at least now I know how dangerous Evil Mist really is," Anfey shrugged and replied. "I've told you before." "Listening and experiencing are two very different things," Anfey interrupted. Why were they following him? Was it because he had killed Black Ghost? Anfey felt that there was something not quite right. There should be another reason for this. "Thank God we took care of their mages first," Black 11 said. "If there had been a necromancer, then we would be the ones on the ground now." He was in fact very troubled. His sense of order told him to tell Anfey to be cautious and tell him everything. He did not realize Evil Mist would be so interested in Anfey and send out their best men. A senior swordsmaster was rare even in White Mountain City. "I'm curious. They are indeed very powerful. If they had just fought us, we would definitely have lost. Why are they following us? If it wasn't for the faint surges I felt, no one would have realized they were there." Anfey frowned. If there were a necromancer among the mages, combined with the other mages, why would they follow him in secret? "You're saying they have backup?" Black 11's face paled. Normally he wasn't afraid of Evil Mist. If he couldn't fight them, he could run and hide. However, now he needed to destroy Shansa Empire's aerial squad. He didn't have time to be dealing with Evil Mist right now. "Do they know we are going to Mora match?" Anfey asked. "How am I supposed to know?" Black 11 replied. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 141, Irreversible Changes. Chapter 141, Irreversible Changes. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey, Susanna and Black 11 stood side by side with a lush valley in front of them. They watched the camp in the distance and lost themselves in thought. In the past few days, they had not gone back to the wagon route. Instead, they stayed behind to look for the trace of their enemies. It had been 5 days, but they had not found anything yet. Time did not allow them to look for enemies anymore. Black 11 received new information. Maybe it was because the commander of Roaring Dead Legion did not know Yolanthe had not died yet. He acted very cautiously. He was different than those war maniacs. He did not attack the Shansa Empire military. Instead, he led the Roaring Dead Legion in a quiet retreat to the Meiho Empire. Even though he tried to keep his moves secret, they were noticed. After this message was spread, Meiho Empire was shocked. The upper classes in Elizan Empire and Shansa Empire got into a long and intense disagreement over it. When things had already gone so far, everyone knew the intention of Barry. Yolanthe had died, so Roaring Dead Legion became Barry's Legion. He could use Roaring Dead Legion as a bargaining chip. No matter which prince he would support, he would play an important role. The 3 princesses of Meiho Empire who hid themselves in their own fiefdoms should be counted out. The eldest prince, Webster, only had Meyerich on his side. Compared with Grandin, who had control over the North Line military, Meyerich seemed to be a lot weaker. If Webster could get Barry's support, he could be on par with Grandin. On the other hand, if Grandin had Barry's support, Webster had better choose to give up his power and leave Sacred City, or flee to another county, or hide in remote areas to survive.
The upper classes in Elizan Empire and Shansa Emperor were quite happy.
They understood Barry's situation. It was all because Yolanthe died at a wrong time. Royalty had absolute control over militaries, whether or not Yolanthe had died. If there were anyone who could legally succeed to the throne after Yolan in Meho Empire, Barry would not be able to have total control over Roaring Dead Legion. In other words, the upper classes in Elizan Empire and Shansa Emperor had predicted they were going to have a perfect opportunity to attack Meho Empire, not only because of the death of Yolanthe, but also because the situation in Meho Empire was turbulent and showed many conflicts inside.
In this situation, Nuyoheim and Jerofik in Elizan Empire finally became allies.
They lead Dark Moon Magic Legion and Storm Legion and launched a fierce attack. They had fought with all kinds of temptation before because they did not know what Roaring Dead Legion would do to them. For exactly the same reason, Yolanthe had been cautious of making moves on Dark Moon Magic Legion. The upper class in Elizan Empire was also careful about Roaring Dead Legion. Meho Empire had played their last card. Therefore, there was nothing to hold them back. They would not wait to attack, in case Meho Empire got stronger. Shansa Empire stopped worrying and reduced the number of their soldiers at other areas to allow their main force to attack Blackania City. Blackania City had already been in danger. Webster was in charge of the Sacred City military for the time being. When he saw the situation, he had to put aside what was between the brothers and ask Meyerich to lead Sacred City Palace bodyguards to the aid of Blackania City. Meho Empire still had a very strong military power, but the upper classes in Elizan Empire and Shansa Empire both felt relieved. Roaring Dead Legion was the last card that Meho Empire could play. When they had to use Sacred City Palace bodyguards as military, it only proved that Meho Empire had come to a point that they had nothing else left to defend themselves. It also proved Barry's indecisive attitude. If he had put the country as his priority, he would not just stand and see Webster using Sacred City Palace bodyguards as military. The eldest prince, Webster, used Sacred City Palace bodyguards as a signal to tell other countries that he was ready for the fight more than he was fighting for his country. It was harsh to make this judgment, but the fact was obviously showing though. The situation was clear to everyone. If Webster wanted to help Blackania City, he had to cut off the supplies from Shansa Empire. First, though, he had to wipe out Griffin Aerial Unit to cut off the supplies from Shansa Empire.
Black 11 was worried.
Anfey, Susanna, and Black 11 decided to stop looking for evil mist out of concern for time.
Hangduan mountain range appeared straight ahead them. The Hangduan Valley was nestled in the hills. To the left, towards the southeast, was the town of Moramach. To the right, towards the southwest, was the Forest of Death. The wagon route had reached this crossing, which led to 3 different areas. Anfey understood why Black 11 looked so weird after he heard the name of Moramach. Moramach was not a deserted area. It was said that there were many intelligent beings living there. The reason to call them intelligent beings was there were all kinds of tribes, but no human beings. Susanna had foreseen that Christian would lose a lot of money on the deal.
She predicted that they would not be able to collect more than 100 gold coins in taxes.
The reality was Susanna was even too optimistic about it. They would not even collect 1 gold coin. The intelligent beings did not want to follow human beings' lead.
The Band of Brothers mercenary groups had sent mercenaries to put down the uprising several times, but the dwarves and gnomes had allied and worked together, overcoming their race problem.
They dug underground tunnels in Moramach.
There were many connected tunnels, which looked like a spider web. When mercenaries came, they would hide in the underground tunnels and looked for opportunity to attack human beings in surprise. When mercenaries left, they would come out from the underground tunnel to enjoy their peaceful life. They simply played guerrilla. Of course, human beings were still dominant on Pan-Continent. The reason those intelligent lives were safe in Moramach was they were useless. If they were protecting a treasure left by a gigantic dragon, the mercenaries would rush to Moramach and crush them like bugs. Even if they could dig 10 or 100 times more underground tunnels, they could not escape from human beings hunting. If Chuang-Tzu were here, he would brag about his philosophy and stress the universal truth about the use of useless.
Anfey, are we going to the Hangduan mountain range or town of Moramach? Black 11 asked in a low voice. Let's go to Moramach first.
We will decide after your people bring us more updates, Anfey said.
Okay. Black 11 nodded.
But we'd better get ready for battles, since it was not that easy to enter the town of Moramach.
It gives me a headache. Anfey heaved a slight sigh. It's better not have any blood in any battle. No blood? It does not sound like you. Black 11 smiled.
If there is any way we could have them gather in the town to welcome us, I do not mind even using a flash series scroll.
Anfey gave a weak smile.
I am just concerned they would cause trouble for us after any bloody fight.
Flash series scroll is very precious. Black 11 smiled bitterly.
He found he had lived like a kid compared with Anfey.
Don't waste it. Are the scrolls you have collected by Master Saul?
You are so.
Do we have any other ways to avoid the bloody fights? Anfey asked slowly. They could not feed themselves, could they?
They need to purchase many of life's necessities outside of Moramach.
Can we do any business with them? Anfey asked.
They are hostile towards human beings, so they are very cautious when they deal with humans.
They were slaves or entertainment for humans before. They risked their lives to flee here. Black 11 shook his head.
They only do business with certain merchant caravans and merchants.
We can give them a lower price.
It should be tempting to them, Anfey said.
It was not tempting enough. Black 11 smiled.
If they rob us, they would not need to pay even a bronze coin.
F***ck. Anfey could not help cursing. Do they dare?
They have done it many times to others, Black 11 answered.
What if we use earthquake magic? Could we destruct their underground tunnels? Anfey started to look for alternatives to fight these intellectual beings.
No, the tunnels dwarves dug were several miles or even more than 10 miles deep underground.
Unless it was Earth Series magic, others would not be too helpful, Black 11 said. What if we use Water Series magic? If we flood their tunnel, would they drown? Anfey asked. Underground tunnels are like cities for dwarves and gnomes.
They connect the tunnels with the rivers. It is not possible to drown them. In addition, we do not have enough mages to gather that many water elements.
Never mind then. We will know when the time comes. Anfey shook his head.
I will give them an olive branch and have them choose their own fate.
What is an olive branch? Susanna asked in low pitch. It's a symbol for peace. Anfey smiled. Okay. Let's go.
In the camp, Christian was instructing others how to build tents. Seeing Anfey finally show up, he looked happy.
Everyone else seemed to feel relieved as well.
They knew they were being stalked. Christian did not try to hide it from them. Seeing Anfey, Susanna and Black 11 back, it meant the enemies were taken care of.
Girls were still chatting and singing.
Some were fooling around, some were helping with chores. The saying ignorance is bliss made some sense. Even if the sky had fallen, the bigger and stronger men had to hold it for others. The girls had been carefree. Christian, you must have been really busy when I was not here, Anfey looked around the camp as he commented. Christian was shocked for a second before he heaved a long sigh.
Come on, Anfey, you never took care of these things even when you were in the camp.
I have been doing it no matter whether you are here or not.
There is no difference with or without you. You are too honest. Anfey gave Christian a smile.
It was generally hard for people to notice any changes in themselves, and Anfey was no different. He did not realize he was getting more outgoing.
You are so boring.
Christian rolled his eyes at Anfey and then he looked concerned.
Did you get hurt? Is everything okay?
Yes, Anfey killed a senior swordsman by himself.
Susanna was bragging about Anfey's success.
She looked happier than if she could kill a senior swordsman herself.
Really?
Christian was startled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 142, Instincts. Chapter 142, Instincts. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. I actually had a lot of advantages. I'm really not as powerful as he, Anfey said. But you already know levitation, Susanna countered. That's good news. Christian grinned. I don't have to carry you anymore.
Truth be told, Anfey, you're quite heavy.
Anfey turned and looked at Susanna.
It was evident from her expression that she was very happy for his growth. Even though it had been a few days already, Susanna couldn't help but smile whenever she recalled it. Women were much more sensitive than men, especially when it came to love.
Susanna knew very well what her heart desired. After the incident with Shelley, Susanna felt she didn't need to hide anymore. After the initial awkwardness, she chose to be more open about her feelings.
This was why she had been talking about Anfey a lot lately.
Sensing his gaze, Susanna turned to look at Anfey.
When their eyes met, she quickly turned her gaze away.
Where's Hui Wei? Anfey asked. Over there. Christian pointed the young man out for Anfey. Do you need to talk to him? He had dealings with some of the weaker species before. I need to ask him something. Is it about Mora match? Christian asked. It is, Anfey said. It's really my fault, Christian said. He shook his head. I should have been smart and rented that Zambia village. Zambia was a jungle town in the middle of Transverse Mountains. It was the last large supply town on the way to Shansa Empire. It was a large town with mostly humans. It covered a lot of territory and was fairly prosperous. Plus, it was in the middle of the Transverse Mountains, which would make it easier for them to execute their plans. Thank God you didn't rent that town, Black 11 said. It's under the control of Shansa Empire. It is a major city in Transverse Mountains. They would never ignore it. Do you have anything from Band of Brother Mercenary? Not yet. Shouldn't we be trying to create some chaos? Christian asked, frowning. Definitely. We cannot disrupt Shansa Empire's supply lines all by ourselves. We need other mercenaries to help us. Anfey smiled. I'm going to look for Hui Wei. Susanna, why don't you get some rest? After the few days away from his friends, Anfey had some new understanding of magic. He would try to meditate as often as he could, so keeping nightly vigils became Susanna's and Black 11's job. During the day they had travel. The two of them were often extremely tired because of this lack of sleep. Anfey still hadn't expressed anything, or promised anything to Susanna. He wasn't even sure of their relationship himself. However, he saw everything and remembered everything. Silence was just the way he was. He would still care for her when the time was right. I'm not tired, Susanna said. She didn't want to act clingy. She was worried that some people wouldn't just let her rest. Like Naya, who would always be asking her strange questions. Anfey glanced at Susanna. He misunderstood her intentions, for once. All men, more or less, had big egos. When a girl like Susanna falls in love with a man, he would try to stay with her to prove to her his masculinity. Hui Wei was talking with Von Merge. Seeing Anfey, the two of them stood up to greet him. Hui Wei was calm, but Von Merge's expression was hard to read. He glanced at Susanna, and his eyes dropped to the ground silently. He wanted to keep himself away from the spotlight. He didn't need sympathy or jabs. Both would hurt his pride. However, Von Merge was a happy person who liked talking to people. He was well-traveled, so the job of dealing with strangers fell to Von Merge. A talkative person suddenly keeping to himself was a sign that something was wrong. Susanna hadn't realized Von Merge was there. She stopped and looked worried. One was her old friend, her companion, who had pursued her relentlessly. The other was her lover, her leader. She was worried that there would be conflicts over the matter. She would be upset no matter what happened. Anfey felt that Susanna and Von Merge were acting strange. He frowned, then remembered Von Merge once was pursuing Susanna. It was common for hatred to replace love. If Von Merge were to overthink the situation, he could potentially do things that were harmful to the team. However, Anfey couldn't do anything. He needed to wait for Von Merge to make his own decision. For a victor, anything he did could be mistaken as showing off. Killing him? The idea entered his mind. It wasn't his fault for having such an idea. For an assassin, his first reaction to any potential danger was whether the situation could be resolved with violence or not. The other choice would be to distance himself. Only fools and warriors danced with the devil. Never assassins. Von Merge, Anfey said. I didn't know you were here. I need to ask you something. He tried to keep his tone as natural as possible. What is it? Hui Wei asked slowly. Do you know where we're going? Hui Wei and Von Merge glanced at each other and both shook their heads. We're going to Mora Match, Anfey said. Christian rented the place, and that will be our base from now on. Mora Match? Why are we going there? The two asked at the same time. I know how chaotic the place is, but that is a good thing. If we can settle down there, no one could challenge our leadership for a long time. Anfey wasn't joking. Every sentient race had its own skills to protect itself. If they could be recognized by the residents of Mora Match, they could use their defense system against outside threats. Wishful thinking. Hui Wei shook his head. Those creatures are filled with hatred. There is no easy way to stabilizing the place. I know it's hard, so I need to learn more, Anfey told him. Have you dealt with dwarves and gnomes? I've dealt with them, sure. Tell me more about it. Hui Wei thought about it for a moment.
Dwarves are short-tempered.
Both the men and the women are quick to anger. I've seen one angry dwarf before.
His beard was so long you couldn't see his mouth. His eyes were huge and he was jumping around, screaming at me.
But he was half of my height.
It was honestly quite annoying, and I wanted to smash him with a rock.
Dealing with dwarves is hard work.
They wouldn't bend to violence. They can and will sacrifice themselves, even if just to prove a point.
They're very stubborn and very determined. You cannot dissuade a dwarf. You're saying neither words nor violence can force the dwarves into doing anything?
Yes.
Hui Wei nodded. What about the gnomes?
They are a very selfish race.
The only thing they really care about is themselves.
Because of their selfishness, their civilization is dying very fast, or else they would still be the dominant race. Hui Wei stopped for a moment before continuing. Years ago, the rise of the savage clans marked the fall of the gnome civilization. A team of 100 savages could defeat an army of 10,000 gnomes. Because of the individual differences, the gnome soldiers did not even have the guts to go to war. They would scatter before the savages. Because of their selfishness, they did not unite against their common enemies and gave up very easily.
If it wasn't for that, the savages wouldn't have had their gold age, and humans wouldn't have came around.
Wait, I have a question, Anfey said.
Humans are made by gods. What does that have anything to do with the gnomes?
He had read about the development of human civilization in the library when he was researching magic.
Of course, you're right. Hui Wei smiled and stopped talking. Did the gods create the gnomes?
Anfey asked tentatively. When the gnomes controlled the world, the gods weren't even born, Hui Wei said quietly.
Let's move on. You won't believe me even if I tell you. You haven't told me anything yet.
Let's just say the god of destruction worshipped by the dark mages is a battle monster created by the gnomes.
What? Von Merge asked.
He was really shocked. Susanna stared at Hui Wei with wide eyes. His theory was too strange for them to accept easily.
Most people would take him for a madman.
Anfey, however, was thinking about what Hui Wei just told him.
If gnomes could control gods, then why were the savages able to destroy them?
Anfey asked slowly. Like I've said, the gnomes are very selfish.
They declared war on each other over the right to control this battle monster. I am not sure what happened in the end. All I know is that the gnomes lost control of the monster.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 143, The Victory from the Girl. Chapter 143, The Victory from the Girl. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Bulls *T. Totally Bulls *T.
Von Merge shook his head nonstop. They were friends, but he could not stand Hui Wei's nonsense.
Hui Wei gave a disdaining smile. He glanced at Anfey, finding him lost in thought. He was shocked for a second, since he did not think Anfey would take his bizarre talking without reacting. However, he was wrong. Hui Wei, you will be on the wanted list if you speak this nonsense to others. Susanna smiled bitterly.
You are crazier than any defiler in history.
Hui Wei hesitated for a second and said, I've already been on the wanted list. No wonder you would rather stay with orcs. Susanna gave Hui Wei a weird look. Defilers are everywhere in the world. Church's abilities are limited. Hui Wei looked calm.
For instance, there have been so many archmages in history. They have devoted themselves to improving spells, silent chanting magic, immediate magic and many other techniques. They were doing it more to challenge old rules than to improve their combat powers.
Some archmages were able to release anti-magic spells in silence in the sacred battle.
They represented the archmages who hoped to have control of everything with their innovation on spells rather than praying to God for it.
You are using crazy logic, Von Merge yelled.
Your vision is too short, Hui Wei responded. It does not make sense to argue about these.
Let's get back to gnomes, Anfey said casually. Hui Wei, are you saying gnomes are strong?
No, they are not strong at all.
Hui Wei thought for a moment and then said, civilization is the backbone of intelligent life. Losing it means losing everything.
If human orphans were kept in a cave without being taught anything, they would be more stupid than any barbarian when they were kicked out of the cave as they reach adulthood. The gnomes had already lost their culture.
If you have seen any gnome, you would think they are just garbage. What else do you know? Anfey asked.
No matter whether gnomes are male or female, they are just as selfish as their ancestors. Even when they receive more stress from outside, they still look for opportunities to pick fights inside their group, even over very small things, and they.
Hui Wei said.
Hold on, when you talked about dwarves, you divided them into men and women.
Why are you dividing gnomes into males and females? Isn't it showing disdain? Anfey asked.
Gnomes are at a disadvantage in the magic world, but they have looked down upon other intelligent races, including human beings. They are still as proud of themselves as they were in ancient times. Therefore, other intelligent beings disdain them. It is not just me, all intelligent beings on Pan-continent divide them into males and females.
We are isolating them this way. Hui Wei looked at Anfey. Don't tell me you do not even know about this? This is common knowledge. Anfey has followed Archmage Jagger to learn magic since he was little.
He did not have much experience on Pan-continent.
Of course, he did not know about it. Did you know everything when you were just born? Susanna asked unhappily. Hui Wei looked at Susanna with curiosity. Did you say Anfey is not experienced? Does he lack experience? Susanna was shocked.
Anfey paid attention to details, and the strategies he used were phenomenal as well, but he had always made a fool of himself on issues involving common sense. It was hard to explain this contradiction. Not to mention with Susanna, even Anfey himself could not explain it.
We are talking about gnomes. Why are you talking about me? Anfey shook his head helplessly.
When we enter Moramatch, we have to be careful of gnomes.
Hatred and revenge are only part of it.
There are some other things that could make gnomes go crazy, Hui Wei said.
What is it? Anfey asked.
Male gnomes love beautiful girls.
You can understand them. Besides elves, human beings have the best looks. Hui Wei smiled. Female gnomes also like men.
Besides the looks, compared with short gnomes, male human beings can give them more intense sensual pleasures and orgasms.
Susanna blushed right away.
She was just a virgin without any bedroom experience. She was not able to take it when Hui Wei was talking about sensual pleasure and orgasms.
Sorry, Mississippi Susanna, it was my bad. Hui Wei noticed Susanna was comfortable with his talking.
He immediately apologized.
It's all right. It's fine.
Susanna hurriedly waving her hands.
Did you say gnomes would attack us first if there is any conflict? Anfey asked. Pretty much.
They act more on impulse than hot-tempered dwarves. If they get to know we are powerful, they would be the first ones to run away as well, Hui Wei said.
Any powerful ones among gnomes? Anfey asked. Well. Hui Wei thought for a while. Gnomes could practice neither magic nor combat powers.
I would say there is no powerful gnome.
How could they survive till now? Anfey was fascinated. They have fighting puppets. Susanna answered Anfey's question first. Anfey had asked another stupid question.
She did not want Hui Wei to answer it, in case he would mock Anfey for having no common sense.
Although others did not think Hui Wei mocked Anfey, Susanna still felt uncomfortable about his comments. Fighting puppets? Anfey asked. Death magic includes puppet magic. Do you know about it? Susanna asked. No, Anfey answered honestly. You know about puppets, right? Susanna was a little worried. Yes, Anfey answered. Fighting puppets are the puppets that can fight. Susanna heaved a sigh of relief. Fighting puppets were empty inside.
Gnomes could get into them to control fighting puppets so they could know how to fight, but fighting puppets are generated by magic crystals, Susanna said. Hui Wei added, a fighting puppet with high accuracy has unbelievable fighting power, but this kind of fighting puppet has not been seen for a long time.
Steel fighting puppets are not powerful, at least they could not pose any threat to us. Miss Susanna could handle more than 10 of them by herself. Anfey got a sense of what fighting puppets were. Fighting puppets were similar to robots. He was shocked for a second and said, why did other countries not do any research on fighting puppets?
Thousands of fighting puppets could form a military, and then their military power would be powerful. Archmages could burn groups of fighting puppets into or while master swordsmen could cut them into pieces like slicing bread.
What do you think of their fighting ability now? Hui Wei smiled. Fighting puppets with high accuracy could pose some threat.
However, these rare things could be melted into or made into all kinds of weapons once they were found by human beings.
Human beings would never allow gnomes to have them. It is weird. How could barbarians defeat gnomes when they had so many fighting puppets at their peak? Anfey asked. Your curiosity is crazy. Hui Wei smiled bitterly.
It happened 10,000 years ago.
You ask me. How can I know the answer? It's better to ask than pretending to know everything. Anfey laughed at himself. According to what you said, gnomes should be posing no threat to us. We still have to be careful. If fighting puppets come out of nowhere, it would pose a lot of threats to mages. There was a layer of defense inside the fighting puppets. As long as the gnomes are not hurt, their fighting puppets would not stop fighting. Junior mages could not hurt gnomes. Intermediate mages were not powerful enough either. Only senior mages could do fatal damage to them. We do have Susanna, so we do not have to be scared by them. Those gnomes would not have more than 2 fighting puppets. Susanna could destroy them in a second, Hui Wei said slowly. Okay. Anfey nodded. I know what we should do now. Hui Wei, did you have any contact with gnomes? Yes, Hui Wei answered. How about you, Von Merge? Anfey asked. I did not have any contact with gnomes, but I had contact with dwarves, Von Merge answered. Would you dare to negotiate with gnomes and dwarves if I ask you to? Anfey asked. Hui Wei hesitated for a second, but Von Merge nodded. Sure, no problem. Don't worry. I would not ask you to risk your life without any protection. Anfey smiled. Von Merge's response made Anfey happy. At least, he could tell what his job was and what his preferences were, otherwise he would have tried to talk Anfey out of it. Anfey, negotiation would not do us much good. No matter whether they are dwarves or gnomes, it would be hard to achieve any negotiation with them. I understand your concerns. Anfey nodded. Okay, all of you can go take some rest. Anfey and Susanna walked slowly outside together. Susanna hesitated for a second before she asked, Anfey, do you really want them to negotiate with gnomes and dwarves? It is too dangerous. Are you worried about him? Anfey smiled. Anfey could swear he was just joking, but what he said just rubbed Susanna the wrong way. She was shocked and stared at Anfey. Her face turned a little pale as well. Susanna, I was just joking. Don't be mad at me. Anfey just realized that Susanna was very sensitive, and his joke was a little overboard. He gave Susanna a smile right away. This was the first time he had ever tried to please someone with a smile. Susanna bit her lip without saying anything. She felt wronged. Okay. I apologize, Anfey said gently. He even made a move to hold Susanna's hand. Susanna swung her arm and got away from Anfey's hand. As Anfey was trying to comfort Susanna, a woman's voice came from behind. Anfey, you are here. I am looking for you. Anfey turned around and saw Shansa Empire's princess standing there, looking beautiful. Alice, what do you need? Anfey asked. Can I talk to you in private? The princess asked. Anfey hesitated for a second, and then he felt something warm and soft in his hand. Susanna held his hand. Susanna stepped forward, standing next to Anfey. I am sorry to bother you. We can talk later. Alice stared at Susanna's hand. She looked sad. Susanna snorted quietly. She held Anfey's hand even tighter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Beasts. Chapter 144, Beasts. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. It took Anfey a minute to process what he was seeing when he first saw Moramach. It was a large town with a lot of houses, but the houses were all of different sizes. Some houses were short and small, barely 7 feet tall, while others were tall. The difference was striking and made the city look very ugly. This, however, did not come as a surprise. A human of normal height would build taller, bigger houses. Dwarves and gnomes, who were generally less than 3 foot tall, built the smaller, shorter houses. Anfey remembered listening to a traveling minstrel's songs when he was still in Sacred City. The main character of the story was a human hero who was well liked by every race. He was welcomed by the dwarves, who gave the hero one of their best weapons. The hero commented on how well made the weapon was and waved the weapon around. The dwarves lauded the hero for his work for the world. The hero lounged in the home of the dwarf leader and was treated like a royalty. There was a fruitless love story, as well. He had to admit, though, there was a huge difference between the story and real life. The house was too low for a man to straighten his back in, let alone wave around a weapon. Even though the dwarves were well known for crafting weapons, Anfey had never actually seen a dwarf-made weapon. Stories tended to use humans as their focus, and all the other races existed to serve and assist the human hero. That was likely why dwarves would waste precious materials to craft weapons suitable for humans, then hide the weapon away until a certain hero appeared.
They wasted precious materials and countless hours just so they could wait for the human hero.
Staying with the dwarves must have been even more boring.
The dwarves must have small beds, and it must have taken half a dozen beds to make one bed suitable for a human.
Having a love affair with a dwarf woman was even more unthinkable.
Anfey imagined himself holding Shelley, and shuddered at the thought.
What's wrong? Susanna asked him. Thank God she couldn't read his mind. Thankfully everyone had the right to keep their thoughts away from the world. If Susanna learned what Anfey was thinking, she would not waste time asking him what was wrong. Nothing, Anfey said. I just thought about how much work we have to do. What are you worrying about? You won't actually have to work. Susanna grinned at him. Steel was forged under pressure. Experience, strength, and wits came from practice and time. Insensitivity was something that came with time, as well. The first time Susanna held hands with Anfey, she was blushing and flustered. Later, when they were talking and stargazing, Susanna found herself stumbling over her own words. Now they were holding hands, but Susanna was acting much more natural. Susanna also could feel that Anfey would often stare at her feet. That was why Susanna took off her boots after the two of them went to Anfey's carriage. Women would not only dress to impress their lovers, sometimes they would undress to impress them. There are a lot of things other than physical work, Anfey said. Susanna's hand was soft and gentle in his hand. It was hard to imagine such a gentle hand could bring about so much destruction. Anfey, can I come in? Christian knocked on the carriage and asked. No, Anfey said. What are you doing? Susanna asked hurriedly. She rolled her eyes at Anfey. Not letting Christian inside right now meant that there would be rumors saying they were doing something inappropriate. Christian, come in, Susanna called. She drew her hand back and covered her feet with her dress. What should I do about you two? Christian asked, smiling. Anfey, we're about to enter the town. Wait in here, Susanna, Anfey said. You're our trump card. Susanna nodded and smiled sweetly. She did not care for others' adoration, but Anfey wasn't just anyone. Anfey climbed out of the carriage. Feller, who was driving the carriage, moved over to make space for him. Anfey observed the town carefully. Perhaps it was because the caravan was too large, no one tried to stop them. There were shadows in the houses, as if the residents were observing them. Christian, tell Black 11 to keep his men outside of the city. We're going in by ourselves, Anfey said. Christian nodded in response. The caravan split into two. Half a dozen carriages entered the city, while the rest stayed behind. They found a clearing not far from the town. Under an old tree was a large bell. Clearly this was where the leader of the town called the residents together for meetings. Feller, sound the bell, Anfey ordered. No one would reply, Feller argued. Try it anyway. Feller nodded. However, before he could get off of his horse, he heard a loud thud coming from a large house to the right. The door was pushed open and a woman dashed out. The woman wasn't 2 feet away from the house when a werewolf chased out after her and grabbed her by her hair. The woman grunted in pain, and her head was drawn back. Anfey's eyes flashed with strange emotions. He recognized the woman. Barak. Let her go. She saved my life. A few other werewolves jumped out of a nearby alleyway and called. The werewolf in the lead was wounded, his left arm was covered with different colored fabrics, and he limped as he walked. He was with 2 other werewolves, and stared at the first werewolf angrily. The werewolf called Barak shook his head and said slowly, She is my slave now. What do you mean? Are you trying to shame me? The other werewolf barked. Barak smirked but did not say anything. He turned his head and glanced at Anfey. Are they acting? Feller leaned over and asked. I don't know, but I know the woman isn't acting, Anfey said. Go sound the bells. Feller walked over to the bell. He grabbed the large wood stake that hung next to the bell and began hitting it. The bell made a deep sound that could be heard throughout the town. The werewolves were well aware of the bell's sound, but they did not even turn their heads. None of the townspeople came, either. The werewolf called Barak snorted and turned, dragging the woman behind. Barak, this is my last warning. Let her go, the other werewolf growled. Birdman, I want you to remember. I am in charge now, Barak said coldly. You were in charge. Not anymore, Anfey said slowly. He walked over and said, I am in charge now. Let her go. The woman noticed Anfey, and her eyes were filled with joy. However, her hands were still bound and her mouth was gagged. The only thing she could do was struggle and try to catch his attention. Who in hell are you? Barak turned and looked at Anfey.
His eyes narrowed dangerously. He was going to wait a bit then decide what he would do. However, he could not tolerate anyone who challenged him openly. Get away, human. This is none of your business, Bergman growled as well. Even though Anfey had asked Barak to let the woman go, it was clear that Bergman did not want to befriend a human. Anfey hesitated, then said quietly, I rented this town for several hundred gold coins, but I didn't know I would have to take care of beasts who don't even know how to speak properly. He had made several plans beforehand, but plans must vary according to the situation. Seeing that the werewolves were clearly respected here, he wanted to try and befriend one side. He didn't know both sides would express enmity toward him. He had to take a stand, else his time in Mora match would be very difficult. What did you just say? Barak barked angrily. He pointed at Anfey and looked like he was ready to fight him at any time. However, he was worried about Christian, who was standing by a carriage, not Anfey. I don't like people pointing at me, Anfey said. So what if I do? Barak asked, provoking him. Anfey shook his head. His eyes moved away from the werewolf and glanced upwards. This was an elementary trick, and Anfey didn't care if Barak fell for it. Though it seemed like the werewolf wasn't too bright. His gaze followed Anfey's. Just as Barak looked up, Anfey grabbed the werewolf's hand. Barak knew he had fell for a trap when pain shot up from his hand. When he was about to fight back, Anfey's fist struck his nose. Barak yelped in pain and stumbled back. Dirty beasts, Anfey spat. He felt something wet on his hands. He found a handkerchief and cleaned his hand, then he dropped the handkerchief on the ground. Barak jumped up, his eyes were blood red and his furs were standing on its ends. He was getting taller and stronger. A werewolf's nose is more fragile than a human's. Barak's nose did not break after taking a hit like that, and that showed how strong he must have been. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 145, Desires. Chapter 145, Desires. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The werewolves standing beside Barak attacked Anfey, but not Barak himself. They stepped forward as their bodies transformed. When they rushed in front of Anfey, they had finished transforming. The werewolves' fighting powers were strong. When they were in their fighting status, they became even stronger in terms of offensive ability, speed, anti-magic skills, and physical abilities. Their sharp claws even made bellowing sounds as they swung their arms in the air. They fearlessly attacked Anfey's back. Barak rushed after them and reached his sharp claws on Anfey's forehead. The girl with her arms tied behind her back was leaning against the wall. She looked desperate. She knew Anfey's fighting power. He would not have any defensive ability under 4 werewolves' attack. The girl was startled by what she saw. Anfey lowered his body a little bit and jumped out of the fighting zone with lightning speed before the werewolves could even surround him in the fighting zone. Hundreds of fireballs suddenly appeared around Anfey at the same time. They were like huge raindrops above his head. The magic Anfey released shocked everyone. It was such a scene to see hundreds of fireballs shooting at those werewolves. Those werewolves almost thought they would be hit by fireball rain. Unluckily, Anfey's junior magic was not strong enough. Although every werewolf got attacked by some fireballs, there was no damage to their bodies. Christian was shocked as well. He was ready to step forward to help Anfey. Seeing Anfey releasing magic, he immediately released magic signals and then he turned his wagon around. Feller pulled on the reins to turn his wagon around as well. Susanna watched Anfey closely through a crack in the curtain. Seeing Anfey shooting the fireballs, her hand on the sword shaft loosened a little, and she took a breath to calm down. She did not want others to notice her breathing. Zubin was in the second wagon. When Anfey released his magic, Zubin was even quicker than Feller to turn around his wagon. His moves were not smooth, and he even dropped a small box with over 300 gold coins everywhere. He did not have time to pick them up. He held the reins tight to rush out of the town. Anfey thought to himself, we are all humans. Why are we treated so differently? Those werewolves could fight with each other for a girl, but also could become allies to fight with me. It seems that women could definitely be more valuable than men. Barak jumped high with his rear legs kicking the ground. He kicked so hard that it created a huge cloud of dust. He threw himself at Anfey with a lightning speed. His claws shone with cold color as they moved towards Anfey's heart. Most werewolves were good hunters. When they hunted, they would not pick any unimportant or non-fatal areas to attack. Naya, can you take a look at what is going on over there? Rizka asked in low voice. Me? Naya had been sitting quietly in the wagon when Rizka asked her.
She was shocked by Rizka's request. Stubborn Naya had learned to accept the reality to save everyone some trouble by staying behind whenever there was a battle. She learned to hold Shelley with one hand and hold the little unicorn in her arm, hiding in a safe area. She had gotten used to this procedure, so she did not get Rizka's request right away.
Yes. Rizka nodded sincerely. Naya lifted the wagon curtain and stuck her head out to see what was going on.
Hundreds of fireballs appeared around Anfey again and gathered to form a giant flaming shield above his hands.
Anfey raised the giant shield.
With a huge crashing sound, Barak's claws hit hard on the giant shield. His body was stopped by the shield, while Anfey flew away from the crash. He flipped a couple of times in the air to keep a distance from Barak.
Go!
Everybody, hurry!
Christian yelled. Anfey, run fast.
Naya subconsciously thought those 4 werewolves were way too powerful when she heard Christian ask them to withdraw. She was scared to death and screamed when she saw Anfey was hit in the air. Many people believed women looked the most beautiful when they smiled. To a real good-looking woman, as long as her face was not distorted, she could always make people astonished by her beauty. Naya's big blue eyes were filled with panic, 2 sword-shaped brows snapping together, her silky blonde hair flying in the wind, her sexy lips were slightly open, showing her snow-white teeth. Right now, Naya replaced Susanna, acting like a woman worried about her lover.
Naya looked panicked and helpless. Barak and the other werewolves all had their eyes on Naya. Their contracted pupils were a little distracted. With their social status and living environment, they had no opportunity to meet such beautiful girls. Naya, who was like a great archmage, controlled their souls with a blink of her eyes. She also allowed their passion to come out like exploding volcanoes. Anfey suddenly turned around and chased after the wagon route. He jumped on the last wagon and stared fiercely at Barak. He yelled, "You guys had better wait for me. I will come back to take my revenge. I swear." If it were an unprepared wagon route, they might panic for a while when something like this happened. Since Anfey had planned thoroughly, the wagon route turned around in a very short time to rush out of the town. Naya had tucked herself back to the wagon, which caused the werewolves to lose their focus. However, the sparkling on the ground caught their attention. Hundreds of gold coins on the ground gave out gentle and tempting shines. The werewolf named Barak took few heavy breaths before he lifted his head with a long and low-pitched howl. Countless gnomes, dwarves, orcs and werewolves rushed out from their hidden places to chase the direction Barak pointed at. Anfey had a good understanding of psychology, so he made plans based on it. He planned around one theme, that is, desires. They should fall if werewolves like beautiful girls or money. If they liked neither, they would be a threat to Anfey and his companions. He had said he would come back for revenge. If Anfey wanted to eliminate any threat posed to him, wiping out enemies was the only option. Anfey was quite frank about his fighting ability. If he had any chance to win, there would be no way that he would flee. Other than Barak, even an experienced commander of a mercenary group could have a hard time controlling himself with so many temptations. Black 11 was giving instructions on how to look for areas to set up camps when he received magic signals. He did not have time to see Anfey first. He ran back hurriedly to the route from the direction they came. Anfey easily jumped over the rail with a hand on it to support himself. He landed next to Feller and ducked in the wagon. He saw Susanna's worried big eyes. "Anfey, are you okay?" Susanna asked. "I am okay. They cannot hurt me." Anfey smiled. "Did they fall for it, Anfey? Are we really killing all of them?" Susanna asked. "As you see, I did not have any chance to negotiate with them." Anfey shook his head. "They did not want any other options, so we had to kill all of them." They heard a few coarse chirps. Anfey lifted the curtain to look out. He saw a falcon-sized bird landed in the town. "Genius, I almost missed a genius," Anfey sighed as he put the curtain down. "Who are you talking about?" Susanna asked. "Hui Wei." Anfey smiled. "Some werewolves have magic pets. They can communicate with magic pets with their minds. Powerful werewolves could even exchange visions with magic pets. If Hui Wei did not remind me of that, we could have given out clues and never could have them fall for us." "Hui Wei's history is a mystery," Susanna said in a low pitch. "So are you," Anfey said. "So are you." Susanna could not help rolling her eyes at Anfey. "Susanna, can we talk about your past sometime? Please." "We should." Anfey suddenly shut his mouth. A faintly discernible wind was approaching, and then with a huge explosion sound, there was a big hole in the rear wall of the wagon. A werewolf's claw reached into the wagon. An intense magic surge came above the wagon. Christian released levitation magic, flying above the wagon.
He chanted an abracadabra in low pitch, and then a flaming meteor rushing down to Barak.
Barak responded quickly.
He started a somersault by kicking on the wagon wall. A flaming meteor smashed on the ground and made a smothered explosion sound.
The wagon was shaken by the explosion.
Christian released a magic shield because he knew he had to be careful of werewolves. Compared with werewolves, physically mages were weaker. If mages were attacked by werewolves without any protection, they could get hurt seriously or even die. Facing more than 10 werewolves approaching him, Christian was very cautious.
The wagon moved very fast.
The dwarves and gnomes were left behind.
The wagon was not able to pull away from the werewolves though.
In fact, werewolves could even run faster than a wagon in a short period of time. When they were fleeing, Christian had been Anfey's assistant. He had been behind the scenes since Anfey took most of glory. This time, he finally got the stage just for himself. Christian was nervous but did not panic, cautious but not scared. The corners of his mouth even curved up. He waved his hands fast to release magic in silence. His magic was not so powerful, but very effective. He attacked the werewolves' eyes with fireballs, sliced the tips of their noses with wind blades, swiped their ears with electric arcs, and made them step on slippery ice, and then released delaying and spider web magic to interfere with their moves. Because he lost his magic power slowly, Christian could fight for a long time. The strategy to interfere with the opponents instead of damaging them was definitely annoying. Barak and the other werewolves hated this smiling mage, but could do nothing to him. As long as there was a distance between them, mages were unmatched. Sometimes werewolves ran onto the ice, slid and fell on their backs, or their legs were tangled in spider webs and they fell on their face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 146, Hunted. Chapter 146, Hunted. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Normally, when a mage's life was threatened, the mage would release as much magic as possible to save themselves. The fact that Christian could keep calm must have had something to do with his past and his practices. Unfortunately, Anfey had missed Christian's performance. For him, having Christian next to him in battle was something comfortable, but that was about it.
One of the werewolves couldn't wait any longer.
His body crouched down, his powerful legs kicked on the ground and his body shot into the air. The air around his wide-open mouth rippled and a transparent wave of energy shot towards Christian. It was a form of attack called sound wave attack that was unique to the werewolves. The magic shield around Christian quivered and returned to normal. The two sides were far apart in the first place. The carriage's speed combined with the werewolf's dives and jump increased the distance even more. The sound wave had to cross 70 feet to reach Christian, and its power had been greatly reduced.
It therefore could not penetrate the shield.
Christian wasn't about to let the werewolf go unscathed.
He waved his hand and summoned a big fireball that hit the werewolf in the head.
The fireball exploded and obscured the werewolf's vision. Then a flash lightning struck the werewolf's mouth like a snake. After werewolves mutate, their physical abilities would increase significantly. However, they still had some obvious flaws, like their noses, eyes, and ears.
Tongues and throats were even more vulnerable.
The werewolf growled and fell from the sky.
"Don't rush. They can't get away," Barak called. It was true.
The carriages had already turned onto a winding dirty road, and the werewolves found a shortcut through the piles of rocks and boulders. Not only couldn't the carriages find a shortcut, the dwarves and gnomes all joined the fight as well. The shorter races ran down the hills, chanting war cries. There were a lot of female dwarves and gnomes present. The dwarves and gnomes both lacked fighting powers, and had to mobilize their entire population to ensure their victory. Facing the humans, Barak's orders were meant for all three races. A few werewolves jumped across the stones and were less than 20 feet from the carriages. The two in front jumped up and lunged at Christian. For the werewolves, the people in the carriages weren't enough to pose a threat. They needed to take care of the magister first.
Christian didn't want to fight.
He floated away from the carriage.
A transparent arrow shot through the air and hit one of the werewolves in the abdomen. Then the arrow exited the werewolf's body with a boom.
Blinding white combat power shattered the carriage's ceiling. One of the werewolves had just landed there, and was instantly ripped apart by the white light. A figure jumped out of the carriage and kicked the body of the werewolf.
A senior swordsmaster? Barak and the other werewolves froze.
Nearby, Rizka was already floating in the air.
"What a waste," he mumbled.
Then he shook the magic scroll in his hand. A powerful magical surge ripped through the air, and the world suddenly became very hot.
Lava pools appeared on hills and all the grass and bushes were charred in an instant.
Flaming bits of plants floated through the air.
Hundreds of dwarves and gnomes were charred as well.
The surviving creatures shrieked. Their ranks were broken, and the creatures dashed left and right, trying to escape. Some dwarves and gnomes were pushed into the lava pools by their panicking friends, then those creatures were in turn pushed to the ground. The lava pools were flowing down the hills.
Ground touched by lava was almost as hot as lava itself.
It burned the feet of the escaping dwarves and gnomes. With the lava still behind them, the remaining dwarves and gnomes shrieked and cried.
The mages floated into the air. They did not stop, instead they quickly flew over the hill behind Blavi towards Moramach. Their job was to prevent any enemies from escaping.
The carriages turned and dashed toward another hill.
Lava was mindless and could not distinguish between friend and foe. Before the magic wears off, the lava would hurt them as much as it would hurt their enemies.
Anfey climbed out of the carriage, his bow already pulled to the fullest.
He glanced at Barak and let the arrow fly. Barak jumped aside. He realized that the arrow could not harm him, and all it did was brush past him. His fear was unnecessary. Before he could say anything, however, he heard a cry of agony. He looked over and found one of his men fallen to the ground, clutching his chest. It was all a trap. Barak understood now.
The cries of agony from the gnomes and the dwarves distracted him.
Barak sighed to calm himself down. Then he asked with a raspy voice, "Why?"
These people had made their minds up about killing them from the beginning. He couldn't imagine how he had wronged them.
"That should be my question," Anfey replied. "I didn't do anything. You are the ones that are chasing after us. What do you want from us?" Barak couldn't find a reply.
He turned and looked at his men. It didn't matter what their morals or ways of life were, but one thing about them was respectable. They were willing to sacrifice themselves.
An emotion that could not be put into words spread among the werewolves. Barak growled loudly and lunged towards Anfey.
Before he could reach Anfey, Susanna appeared in front of him and slashed at him with her sword. Even a mutated werewolf was no match for a swordsmaster's blade. Barak had to move away to avoid the sword.
He tried to grab Susanna with his claws, but Susanna was not slow.
She did not jump back. Instead, she took a step forward and rendered Barak's attack meaningless. Her sword thrust out and struck his arm.
The rest of the werewolves all joined the fight.
However, only 2 came to Barak's aid.
The rest all lunged at Anfey.
Anfey understood what the werewolves were planning the moment they jumped at him.
He wasn't planning on seeking help from Christian and his other companions.
Countless small fireballs appeared around him. The werewolves thought he was releasing the pointless fireballs again, and did not try to avoid the fireballs. As they were closing in, a large fire sword and a shield appeared in Anfey's hand, and he dashed forward in a strange pattern. Anfey's change was too sudden, the werewolves did not expect he would be so fast and unpredictable.
Anfey's body began spinning.
The fire shield hit one of the werewolves on the head. He took a few steps back to avoid the attack from 2 other werewolves, then he dashed forward again and caught up to one of the werewolves who could not retreat in time. His longsword struck out and slashed at the werewolf. He wasn't sure how much damage he had done, but he knew he had at least severed the werewolf's tail. The werewolf yelped in pain and fell to the ground. Since he was under attack, Anfey could not stop to examine the werewolf's wounds. His body ducked and he jumped forward to avoid the claws. Then he blocked a kick from one of the werewolves, which required real skill. He attacked his opponent's knee, and the leg's shape changed.
He didn't know whether he had broken the leg or dislocated the knee. Either way, the werewolf fell to the ground and could not fight anymore. Anfey dashed forward and reached Susanna.
They stood with their backs to each other.
Barak was injured with a deep wound on his waist and blood was gushing from it.
If he had been any slower, he would have been cut in half by now. Senior swordsmasters weren't people werewolves could take on, or else he wouldn't have chosen to fight the band of brother mercenaries with guerrilla tactics. In this world, one powerful person was all that was needed to change the battle.
"Anfey, you all right?" Susanna asked quietly.
"Of course," Anfey said.
He glanced at the werewolves.
"If we combine our swords, we are unstoppable. A few beasts cannot touch us."
"Combining our sword? What?" Susanna asked.
They were already surrounded, but she wanted to figure out what Anfey was trying to say. "I'm saying as long as you are with me, I am not afraid of anything."
Anfey sighed. The worst jokes were the ones people could not understand. Susanna smiled sweetly, which made the other werewolves even more angry. "Interesting.
You're usually cold as ice when you use combat power."
"You know why?"
"That's because you saved me."
"I saved you? How?" Anfey asked curiously.
It was his turn to be confused.
The werewolves couldn't wait any longer.
They growled, hissed, and lunged at the two of them.
Their attack shattered Anfey's curiosity.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 147, Realization. Chapter 147, Realization. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Go! Susanna yelled in a low voice.
Her combat power suddenly became even more intense and brighter.
Anfey stood back to back with Susanna. He could sense the pressure and prickling pain from Susanna's body.
He jumped into the sky like a shooting arrow without any hesitation.
Susanna swung her sword sideways.
Her combat power stirred the dirt up from the ground and moved outwards in circular waves. A circle of clear sword radiance appeared and radiated outwards with Susanna at the center. When Barak and other werewolves saw Susanna's combat power and sword radiance, they either jumped or lowered their bodies to dodge her sword radiance.
Only one werewolf was quite unfortunate. He was not quick enough and was not able to dodge in time. He was only a hair too high.
Before he could completely lower his body, the sword radiance had already hit his eye. Blood immediately gushed from his eyes. The werewolf held his face hard as he screamed in pain. He wobbled, rushing towards Susanna.
He obviously had become blind. Anfey jumped into the sky fast and landed fast as well.
He looked like a falcon swooping down quick as a hair was flushed out.
Anfey kicked that wounded werewolf's crotch.
His scream sounded even more panicked and chaotic than the chaos magic. That werewolf somersaulted a couple of times in the air and fell to the ground, dead. My sword did not seem to work as well as my legs.
The corners of Anfey's mouth curled up. Werewolves' defensive abilities are high. Susanna was teaching Anfey a lesson. Paladins are good at turning element energy into physical energy.
It was not because your sword was not useful. It was because your fireballs did not work.
Try again.
Anfey suddenly rushed towards Barak.
Susanna seemed to sense Anfey's need and followed right behind him. Barak was shocked by Anfey's moves and moved a few steps back. Other werewolves ran to Anfey from the side of Barak.
Anfey shook his wrist and a flaming sword appeared in his hand. He thrust the flaming sword at Barak's neck with a strong heat wave. Barak reached his left claw out to grab the flaming sword while the right claw tried to grab Anfey's neck at lightning speed. Anfey continued to rush forward. When Barak's claw was almost on his neck, Anfey slid 2 inches to the right as fast as a ghost. 2 inches were just the right distance to dodge Barak's attack without wasting any of his energy at the same time. As they passed each other, Anfey's giant flaming shield smashed at Barak's head. Even though Barak had quick responses, he was not quick enough to make any defensive moves.
Barak was hit by the giant flaming shield. With a huge banging sound, Barak was shaken by the hit.
He did not have any wounds on his body from the heat, but he felt dizzy from the hit. Anfey passed Barak on his right side while Susanna passed his left side. They looked like a pair of swallows flying in the storm.
Susanna cut deep into Barak's neck with her sword. Barak was not as good as Susanna from the beginning.
With the hit on his head, Barak had no way to counter or dodge Susanna, which allowed Susanna to give him a fatal blow. Anfey pushed off with the tips of his foot to rush a step forward to stop himself.
Turning the element energy into physical energy. I think I got it. Susanna stopped next to Anfey and gave him a warm smile.
What did you get?
Here. Anfey held out his hands. Christian focused on watching Anfey on the battlefield.
Suddenly someone patted his shoulder hard. Christian jumped and turned around to look. He saw Black 11 behind him.
He said angrily, "What are you doing? Is that Susanna?" Black 11 pointed at Susanna, looking weird. Who else could it be if it were not Susanna? Christian did not seem to understand Black 11's question.
That girl used to be cold-hearted as an ice queen whenever she pulled her sword out. I never thought I would see her smile.
Black 11 heaved a sigh. What do you know?
It is the power of love, Christian said.
What do you know about love? Black Elven gave Christian a dirty look. I am better than you. What is Anfey doing? Christian asked with surprise. It did not look abnormal as Susanna stood behind Anfey. However, Anfey looked grayish.
They had to open their eyes wider to see carefully, but could not see Anfey's face clearly.
As a magister, Christian could tell that countless dirty elements were gathering around Anfey.
After those werewolves saw what happened to Barak, they slowly walked to Anfey without expecting to survive after this fight. As the dirty elements stopped moving, a rusty-looking giant axe showed in Anfey's hand. It did not look exactly like an axe. To be more specific, the weapon looked more like a blacksmith's hammer. Of course, it was more than 10 times larger.
This is all I can come up with. Anfey watched the werewolf slowly approaching him without any emotion on his face.
Werewolves howled wildly with so much ferocity and passion for revenge. They threw themselves at Anfey one after another.
Anfey swung the giant weapon at the werewolf running in the front.
The werewolf coldly looked at the element weapon flying in front of him. He was not bothered too much by the weapon and countered it with his arm. In his mind, Anfey's element weapons were never too powerful, so there was no need for him to be scared.
As a senior swordswoman, Susanna had been very sharp.
She could clearly tell that Werewolf's arm was hit back and smashed back into his face as it was hit by Anfey's weapon. Anfey swung the giant axe on that werewolf's head and his head immediately became distorted. His body was also thrown into the air, which created a trace of a parabola with a height of about 24 feet.
He fell down into a magma pool that was 70 feet away.
His body dipped into the lava and floated back twice before his whole body turned into charcoal black. The charcoal turned into powder like dirt.
It is a home run.
Anfey heaved a slight sigh, but he did not stop his moves.
He swung the giant axe at the next werewolf.
The werewolves were startled to see their peer was hit into the sky like a straw.
They slowed down.
Anfey's attacks were as fast as lightning. That werewolf only had time to cover his head with his arms when Anfey's element weapon reached him.
Susanna saw another werewolf distorted in front of her. That werewolf's arms could not counter Anfey's axe.
When the element smashed onto that werewolf's head, he looked suddenly a lot shorter. H's head was smashed into his neck, his fierce needle-sized pupils suddenly turned dull, both of his legs were broken, the bones pierced through the thighs and stuck through his skin, his body slid to the side and fell to the ground.
With a huge banging sound, the element weapon hit the ground hard.
The element weapon was not able to take the hit and broke like the bones on that werewolf. There was half shaft left in Anfey's hand.
Anfey looked a little pale.
Smart people could tell Anfey had used up his magic power.
He did not have any magic surge left.
Although werewolves felt scared from the bottom of their hearts, they summoned up their courage to rush towards Anfey when they saw what had happened to that werewolf.
This could be their last chance. Anfey! Susanna yelled in a low pitch.
She rushed forward in front of Anfey before the werewolves could surround him.
The werewolves' suicidal attacks gave Susanna an excellent opportunity.
It was hard to catch them since they jumped up and down and moved swiftly. Now they rushed towards Anfey like they were expecting their death in this attack.
Therefore, they did not even bother to dodge. Susanna performed her sword skills to the max.
She swung and thrust to block most of the werewolves, but there were 2 of them who were able to dodge Susanna's attack and rush to Anfey from the left and right.
Anfey did not make any extra moves.
He opened his hand and a knife appeared on his palm. He quietly waited for the werewolves to get close to him and then he suddenly started his body to dodge their attack at the last moment. In martial arts, there was a saying that the shorter the weapon was, the more dangerous for use in an attack, the longer the weapon was, the more advantage a person could have. In fights, the 2 parties were competing for who was more fierce and willing to take risks. There was a very thin line between living and dying in fights.
The werewolf on Anfey's left missed his attack, so he hurriedly turned around.
He felt something flash at his eyes.
Anfey had stabbed his knife in his eye.
The werewolf screamed in pain. He grabbed the knife hard with one hand and tried to grab Anfey with the other.
Anfey let go of the knife.
He did not mean to continue the fight with that werewolf. He jumped high without too much effort and kicked right on the knife shaft.
That werewolf raised his head and fell hard on his back.
Unfortunately, he was just a little too slow.
The knife went a few inches deeper.
If he was hurt in some other part of the body, a few inches might be okay, but to the brain, even 1 inch difference could cause fatal damage. The werewolf wobbled, but his hand was still holding onto the knife while the other hand was trying to grab something in the air. Anfey somersaulted and beautifully landed on the ground. He stepped forward and gave a little push on that werewolf's elbow. A string of blood flew from that werewolf's eye. The werewolf wobbled a little before he slid to the ground. A super hot fireball fell from the sky, which turned the other werewolf into a flaming werewolf.
Christian rushed in to help.
Flaming meteors usually would not pose any fatal threat to werewolves since they move swiftly. However, it was a totally different story when they were unprepared for the attack.
Susanna was doing awesome.
Every werewolf who tried to pass her to attack Anfey suffered a fatal attack from her.
Being crazily excited was beneficial on the battlefield.
However, being crazy could only make werewolves die quicker when they were fighting with a lot stronger opponent.
When Anfey turned around to look, Susanna's sword had thrust into the last werewolf's chest.
That werewolf looked like he could not take his defeat and he suddenly managed to open his mouth. A faintly seen surge came out of his mouth.
Anfey kicked a werewolf's body with the tip of his foot.
The body flew into the air and blocked the surge for Anfey. Anfey had already turned to look at the hill. Magic spells started to disappear, but dead bodies were everywhere on the hill.
Getting away from the lava did not guarantee their survival. Super hot lava caused a temperature change in the air. Regular dwarves and gnomes would definitely die if they sucked in any air.
Christian, can you guys wait here for a second?
Susanna, let's go to Moramatch first.
The temperature on the dirt road was still too high. They had to wait a little bit to ride the wagon.
Okay. Susanna answered in a low voice.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.